hope that you will go to each of them and begin to get their business cards and ensure that their business cards are rewarded with your credit cards. Please sit down. Congratulations. I will hand over to my co-moderator, but before I do that, let us put our hands together and recognize the people that have brought us here today. This Soweto Investment Conference, it is absolutely imperative because ultimately this is one of the most important nodes of business in our country. Soweto's history is one that is integral to the prosperity of our nation. And if Soweto thrives, it is actually possible for Gauteng to thrive and of course for our nation to thrive. So to the leadership of Soweto Tourism, I'd like you to just rise for everyone to see you and for all of us to curtsy and just recognize the important work that you're doing. Tato, batho ba gago tle. We thank you, we thank your board, we thank the leadership that works with you and everyone that serves under your leadership. Let us get our program started, but of course, we don't start any program that we wish to see prosper without prayer. So I'd like to just ask my mother to just come up here. I think I won't expect you to come up here, no. If you can just stand in front of everyone here on the black carpet and just lead us in prayer. How, why did I suffer?
With so much humility, can I ask all of us to stand on our feet as to give honor to the Father, the creator of heaven and earth. So God, we thank you this morning. We bless your name, but above all, we thank you that you are in our midst this morning. The flowers fade, the grass withers, but your word stands forever. Lord God Almighty, we thank you that today you are in charge. You are going to be leading the way. The word says the steps of the righteous are ordered by the Lord. Order our steps this morning, now and forevermore. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we are blessed.
Oh, amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. How grace was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. It is the grace of God that brings us here today, and I thank you, Mama, for that prayer. Thank you so much. Ntate Motebejana, please lead us in our program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My Honorable Carol, thank you very much for taking the first two items. With special respect you deserve, Dumelang Gamoka. Feel free. Today we're here to network, to make things possible. Everything which is impossible is going to be possible. And Mama, thank you for leading us with prayer, because prayer unlock, everything in our lives. So thank you very much. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol, as we have already mentioned, and without any waste of time, we have gathered here to celebrate the idea which was born from a young man, because he needs to unite, he needs to put together powerful women, powerful men to work together to achieve greater heights in business. Without any waste of time, according to the program, I will request our band to this side to play for us the national anthem. And may I request all of us to stand up. Thank you very much.
Africa maluphakanyisu
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The 2024 Soweto Tourism Investment theme is Sustainable Township Economic Development. We gather here from different sectors of economy. We welcome all the investors, business leaders, stakeholders in order to explore business opportunity and start working together. For now, I will request Gugu Khatebe to do the opening.
I think given that kind of, the ability to sing to a crowd without a microphone and be as powerful as that, Bonga. When you said you didn't want a microphone, I was like, what is she trusting? But please, a round of applause. She's proven what it is she was trusting. To get our program fully started now, I'd like us to also remember where we are. We are in the southwestern townships. We are at a place where we were led without our desire to be here. But true to our nature as African people, we arrived in Soweto and we began to make it our own. True to our nature as those who are able to rise above the most adverse of circumstances, this is now a place we are proud to call home. bank that she decided to depart from. I admire the fact that she chose to leave the comforts of that and come back to Soweto and say, I want to be a part of my people. I want to build here. We can count many businesses, from your chicken licken to your Burger King to your petrol stations and many other businesses. And I think that that is an example that we need to begin to set for our children, to say that come thrive at home with your people, give back to your people. As I say this, I'm feeling guilty because I live in Cape Town, but I promise I'm coming back. I've just made a promise to my brother. I'm coming back to see what it is I can do here at home. Nomsa, I recognize you. It's good to have you with us, Nomsa and Ntabiseng. Girls who also emanate from a seed of building and giving back to the community. I'd like Yolanda to just come up on stage and say a few things. And with her is a young woman that I see as a daughter, a young woman that I see as a leading example of true resilience. She was an entrant in the Miss World South Africa last year when I got the license, and she didn't make it then, but leaders know that we try and we try until we finally succeed. She was crowned last month at Sun City as our new Miss World South Africa. She carries the hope of our nation. Swati Sansi Congress, please join Auntie Linda in coming to the stage and give us a short address.
who've built businesses across all fraternities, be it culture, be it sport, be it business, whatever it is. Soweto is unique in the sense that actually, as we were chatting earlier, it's not really a location, Sakumzi was saying. We're the fourth largest city, I would call it, in South Africa. We've got about just under 1.7 million people. We come after Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Durban, which means that we have the numbers on our side. If I quote Malcolm X, he said, we're not outnumbered, we're actually out-organized. We're out-organized. So what did the legacy that my father taught me is that legacy is something to be celebrated, which we celebrate all the time. If you walk through the corridors here, you can see all the greats who've done incredible things in Soweto. But legacy also comes with responsibility. It comes with opportunity, but it also comes with an obligation. Because if all the first generation sacrifices that were made are not carried forward, then it was in vain. So I'd just like to very quickly share that I really believe, if you want to, well, apparently we all have to take away something where we are. So in my experience and in the workings that I had with my late father, Mr. Mutlugelwa, is that he was so passionate about Soweto, but it wasn't about growing his businesses. It was carrying everybody with him. And that's what we really believe in. So in every community we work with, we need to ensure that there is an economic change. We need to see that we're hiring locally, that we're building locally, we assist where we can, we support financially where we can. And because without the communities, we really cannot make it. But I also urge the communities to create an environment that's conducive. We need to see beyond today. We need to see the future in terms of the benefits that come with building businesses, skills transfer, and supply development. And lastly, I urge businesses too to demonstrate what the benefit is for the local communities. We mustn't keep it in what we say, but we need to show it. When we develop, we're sacrosanct. We are about using local development. Investing in our own businesses in Soweto, by reinvesting, as Sakumzi was saying earlier, in training so that we have the right skill sets to produce businesses that can really carry our own economy. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And yeah, hopefully in the future we have a spiderweb effect because we are big enough to have that. Thank you very much.
Incredible. You know, when Yolanda speaks, I'm reminded of one of my favorite books by Paulo Coelho called The Alchemist. How many of us have read that? Absolutely. This is a book that's highly instructive, and The Alchemist talks about how Santiago leaves his community, shepherding the head, and ends up realizing that wherever you may go, looking for the essence of success, looking for the joy which we all seek, looking for that utopia, that eureka, it does not happen until he returns home. And I think for me, watching your journey, watching you come back into this community and thrive as you have, is a lesson for all of us. To say that when we are plowing into those closest to our hearts, when we are giving back to those who are part of lifting us up and raising us, because ultimately for those of us who come from Soweto, we know that it takes a village to raise us. Mewako next door was your mother. You were safe because she was there. So I say this to remind us that we're living in perilous times. We're living at a time where we're watching our children go to tuck shops,
and buy sweets and then die. We're living at a time when our children cannot play in the streets because we are worried about their safety. I grew up here. 50 years ago, when I was born in this beautiful township, then not very beautiful, but the beauty of the township was the fact that every woman walking the street was my mother and I was safe. Every man walking the street was my father and I was safe. Soweto, we will return to that. But I think before we begin to do that, we have to go back to the lessons of the alchemist, which are essentially about let's return to self before anything else. Thank you so much for that wonderful address. I'm going to hand over now to my co-anchor as he does the rest of the welcomes, and I look forward to enjoying the program with you. I'll return sporadically in order to ensure that I contribute to today. I must say, Tato is a bully because I don't MC. I don't moderate programs. Last year I was here as a speaker, but whatever he tells me to do because of his heart and what he does in the community, I will always show up. Whatever you need, if you need me to come next year and clean the floors, it is precisely what I'll do because we're doing it for our people. Thank you so much. Let's get the program on the road. Dr. Levi Mutebejane.
Thank you, my dear sister. Thank you, Carol. Much appreciated for sharing your wisdom with us. And thank you, Yolanda. We are now proceeding with our program. I'm going to request a man of integrity, a man of honor, a young man, of course. I'll promote you to become, to reach that level. There is what we call thought leaders. And then we have thought leaders with liberating thought. So that's the man who will come to address us. It's none other than Tato, the chairperson of Soweto Tourism and Business Development Association.
Sanbonan. Ninjani. Dumelang. Lekai. Riteng. My name is Tato Mutuping. I'm the chairperson of Soweto Tourism. The organization is registered Soweto Tourism and Business Development Organization. I think it's quite obvious that when we speak of the tourism part, our mandate is clear to promote tourism in Soweto. And one of the most critical aspects of tourism, colleagues, is the concept of business tourism. Business tourism for us is a huge opportunity, and we thought that it's important that we start to showcase the probabilities or the possibilities of business tourism by bringing conferences in Soweto. We know that for the past 2 years, Soweto Tourism has been hosting the Soweto Investment Conference at the Nasrec Expo, successfully so. And we thought that now that we are going on to the third one, we want to now make sure that we empower our people. We make sure that all the proceeds that we raise from this this event are actually procuring local services. So with that said, I want to let you know that everything that you are seeing here, colleagues, every property, every tool that you are seeing here, the venue that you have, the podium, this beautiful podium here, the stage, the lighting, the screen. It's our first time having this screen, by the way. Yeah, so they are all procured in Soweto. So yes, there are teething problems. This is the first one that we are bringing into Soweto. But for us, it's a showcase to say Soweto can host. But Mayor, next year we've got the G20. GTA is working with us to develop conference organizers. So we will be available to assist the city in making sure that Soweto hosts the G20. Abu Prasaki are here. I know that you are closing it, Prasaki. And we are basically saying, colleagues, Soweto is ready to host all the business events that we can actually host in the space. Now, the tourism. Now, The business development aspect of it is a very practical one. Issues that I'm just going to go through the program for the report from last year, and basically so that you have an understanding of the business development aspect of it speaks to issues of market access, access to finance, policy, and so forth. We all know that Tinasnama Forum and having to rezone is an issue, you know. So investment to us comes very constrained to some extent. But we also have businesses that are different. Colleagues, I think you are seeing from the left, from our left here to our right, and even the people that are seated here. We are all talking business, but the different business levels. So the business development part of it comes in there, where we make sure that we facilitate access to finance, access to market, and then we also promote local products. So that's what we do as Soweto Tourism. Colleagues, I'm just going to walk to the side and take you through slightly, but Benkela nje keep this jacket to go to Ngibonisi logo ya Soweto Tourism. Scheme, I've got you now. So, colleagues, just this is the serious part. We do not want to be seen as a talk shop. And it's important that we now needed to make sure that we mix both private and public sector. To showcase to colleagues, we are not interested in talk shops. We know the history, we know the political history, we know what has happened, and we know what has led there. We won't go into politics, but I'm saying that we do not want this to be a talk shop. Everybody in here is creating employment. Everybody in here is an investor. Whether it's a micro investor or whether they are investing in a spaza shop, a bottle store, Sakumzi, and so forth. But people are investing, and these people need to be taken seriously because of these are the people that are creating employment. We know that government can no longer create employment. In fact, it would be one of the worst stupid things if government was to want to focus on creating employment, because of you will be now taking money from SARS and taking it back to the very same people. But just generally, colleagues, I'm just going to go there and say the future is upon us. We have moved from we need to we are intentionally bettering the lives of our people. We must create employment. So, besicela nje ukuthi masikhuluma namhlanje sibe focused ne. Bese bengizicelela mina ukuthi asibe focused isikhulumeni singathembisini abantu amanga singathembisana namanga. Let's talk. We are here to talk business ngabantu, and we need to take each other seriously. So this is not a party, but this is an actual conversation around different business people who are looking at how can we work together. And most of us are from Soweto. I like the fact that you can slide, my friend. I like the fact that we are focused on, the tourism value chain from Soweto Tourism. So now our main fact is to develop the tourism value chain. But we understand the other critical components as Soweto Tourism that affect economic development within the tourism space. So, you know the opportunities investment conference. We want to attract investors. Thank you to all the investors that are here. Mamo Holdings, I know your Brasa Kumzi. For us, these are the iconic people, Labels Backpackers, Bomam Tonjeni, the people that are creating proper investment. To us colleagues, I'm not interested, or we are not interested to say, let's really talk with the big guys, Pick and Pays and so forth, because that doesn't really speak to sustainability of abantu. It's about how do we sustain ourselves. So we want to make sure that we improve brand perception in Soweto. For years, Soweto has had its own weather. So when you look at the news, Pretoria, whatever, Soweto. But Soweto has never had people that talk on behalf of Soweto. People, yes, we've made a study, we've done this, but there's never been the conversion of those studies. There's never been somebody or an organization that speaks on behalf of Soweto. And you find that at the end of the day, Sowetan's end up revolting and so forth. But Soweto Tourism is also one of its mandate to say we want to make sure that we improve brand perception. So it's always nice to have Mrs. Carol, you know, Soweto is a very beautiful place. And thank you, Miss SA, Miss Universe SA. Thank you so much. You just showed us a good day. So I was like us. Investor, match investor with investees. We've got the banks here. Last year we had about 4 banks. This year we have 2 banks. We have Nedbank, we have Standard Bank. We've had very nice, close relationships with these banks. And we know that they are actually interested on making sure that they assist the businesses in here to access to finance, to resources and so forth. So I please request you to engage with the banks that are here, talk to them, find out how you can actually get assisted to make sure that you take your business to the next phase. SMME development, this speaks to market access, promotion, and so forth, but also to information. Job creation, this is what we want to do, stimulate job creation in the community, but NATI, we want to also, contribute to job creation. Attract investors. It would be nice to change that, in fact, colleagues, to say develop investors in Soweto, more than attracting investors, so that it's actually us that now start to put money into our spaces and we start to develop our own spaces. So I'm hoping that soon we'll be able to develop investors. So I saw that Sakumzi stock fell. That's another opportunity, colleagues. Please check it out. Scheme. Just a brief history. We started in 2022 so that you understand, Ore, this is not by mistake. And this will continue to happen until we get it right. We do have teething mistakes. Tinabanga sayang eskolweni azang sayenza economics, but siyazi ukuthi simple economics is trade. I give you money, you give me a service. It's simple economics, and the more money that rotates around us, the more we are able to sustain ourselves. It's simple economics. We don't have to go to the university for such things. So we started in 2022 with the inaugural one where we hosted the now Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. Pakstow. Thank you. I think the IDC is also here, and NEF is also here. And they will also have an opportunity later on where you can engage with them in the second half of the session, where they will come on stage and you can actually engage with them. They'll tell you their programs and how you can work. So IDC, 1 million upwards, nobody 250,000 and upwards and so forth. And then 2023, we hosted the advisor to the Premier, Mr. Takile, who is a long-term economic development advisor to the Premier. So we hosted them, and we also hosted some MMCs. This whole concept, colleagues, is to match the public and the private sector with the business community. So every year we have to now create tools to say how do we therefore develop ourselves and how do we make sure that the impact is actually measured. We were supposed to host this year around May, but May. Remember, we were voting, it was political time, so we said, no, let us give them their time. Let them get settled, and once they are settled, we will also start to re-engage them. Scheme? Colleagues, those are the issues that we actually were tackling, but I will actually go further into these issues, which is infrastructure development, trade and investment, attracting investment in an unstable political environment. We know what politics can do in terms of creating instability in the country. And when there's instability in the country, there becomes a huge negative impact to just the economics of any country. I know Bradara, the mayor, Bradara ngizokhuluma kanje because ngifuna ukuthi ngicela ukuthi siyenze lento le yabantu. Yabona, ngicela nje understanding inhlonipho ne. I know that you've got challenges with the CBD, buildings and so forth. But normally this happens when there's political instability, because nobody is actually taking care of the environment, taking care of the space. We are busy fighting each other. Now you are losing focus on the real things. So we had to discuss this thing, but I'm happy that we have a mayor And I'm seeing when we are tracking in terms of the municipality, we see that these are negotiated settlements or something. We had an issue of energy security. We are happy that the country is actually doing progress. There's a bit of progress in terms of energy safety, but we lost a lot of businesses because of this. During lockdown, colleagues, there was a company called Boroto here in Soweto. Do you know that that company is closed now? And that company, Boroto, was helping so many people during lockdown by creating jobs. So they would come to your house, and deliver bread and so forth. But because of electricity, I had an engagement with my brother, the owner of Boroto, and he said, Tato, I had to close because I do not have a generator. So umtlakasi mawuhamba for 6 hours, it impacts me. Now I cannot deliver, because remember, bread is like 10 rands, so you can imagine the margins. So I cannot deliver. Now if I cannot deliver, it therefore means my production is compromised. Then by the time I come back, electricity, things have changed. I'll make you another typical example. You go to Vilakazi Street, one of the most visited areas is Mandela House. Just diagonal opposite is a company called Makelwane or something like that. They had to close because of issues of electricity. That was then. So we will have to revisit those things. And when you close a company, 5 people, 10 people, and we know and generators, solar panels are very expensive. And I can tell you a lot of businesses had to go into a lot of debt just to make sure that they sustain the consumers. Safety and environment. This is very critical, colleagues, because it speaks to us in terms of tourism, la Soweto. Safety is important. Indlala ibangulaga. Abafana bethu la eKasi la. It's an issue eyendlala. So it will therefore create instability in terms of the community. And then when there's instability in the community, our safety is compromised. Tourists don't come, we lose the market, we lose all of those things. The environment, we have to make sure that the place is clean. We have to make sure that Soweto is clean. So these are very critical components, colleagues. Like I said, today's issues is not just to really talk, but to actually say, how do we come up with solutions? What can we do and how can we work together? The role of education in driving investment opportunities, this is one of them, but we also need to focus on how do we make sure that we move. Colleagues, these were some of the key important stakeholders. I'm not going to go through that. You can skip. We will share the report. You can also skip. I did speak about the conference objectives. This was the economic impact of the 2-day conference last year, where we measured at 2,205,000. So I haven't done the count. We haven't done the count, but we are anticipating over 300 people RSVP'd here. So statistically, this was undersizing, 1.5. Normally when you utilize the science behind it, it's actually 3,600 if somebody's coming out from Soweto, coming in here, sleeping, their time, their petrol, and so forth, so forth. So if ever you are talking of the economic impact, if I'm sitting here and I say, what is the economic impact of this conference? We're going to multiply you by 3,600 per person. The food that you will be eating, the deco, the time, and all of those things gives you that issue. Then it goes to 3,600. Then we will actually measure it. If ever you want to check out the video for the Soweto Investment Conference, it's there online. Just check Soweto Investment Conference. My brother? These are the pictures. Thank you. All right. I'm about to close now, but these were the resolutions for last year. And we are going to take more resolutions, colleagues. Like I said, we are not here to we will be putting people to account. For the past few years, we were not able to get the municipality really to account because of the political instability. But I'm hoping that we could actually strike a deal with the municipality and work on that. So in improving investment and trade, colleagues, when we did research during lockdown, we actually conducted a study with CDE, the Center of Development Enterprise. And what these guys do is that they assisted us to actually check what are the challenges that SMEs are challenged with in the township. Lack of access to finance. It's everywhere. You go and apply for a loan, IDC, the documents there. NEF, the documents there. Then Ngapa, we've got issues of obviously zoning and rezoning and all of those things. So you find that red tape becomes an issue, but it becomes a systematic issue. I'm giving you this feedback, colleagues, more especially under economic development, so that you understand the challenges that the businesses are facing and how we need to actually tackle these issues. Lack of access to market. We haven't seen Soweto being marketed in other places. And there's no support for Soweto being marketed in other places. Because the more we market Soweto in other places, the more people come to Soweto. And the more people come to Soweto, the more they are able to spend money. Now, if we now need to go and market the Soweto Kota Festival, it would be nice, because this is a unique festival that we can actually go out there, but support is required so that we are able to fast-track economic development in the space. Lack of streamlined enterprise development programs. Colleagues, I'm an entrepreneur, and most of us are entrepreneurs here. Sometimes when you go to funding agencies, they don't understand the concept of enterprise development. From registration, product development, product packaging, product placement, distribution, and consume. Enterprise development goes through that life cycle. And then there's also issues of readiness and all of those things. There's issues of business lacking digital tools. I'm happy that our strategic partner for this year in terms of enterprise development, Nedbank, is actually giving our SMMEs trading pots, something like that. King, I know they will be here. Please speak to it, Nedbank, when you get here. I apologize, but they are giving our SMMEs some digital tools so that you are able to now trade very quickly. Remember, at the end of the day, if minaseng hambang a card and sambing a cash, so if ever you have your card here, you can still buy here. Let's not make cash an excuse. So some of these trading tools are also going to be benefiting from them. But remember, colleagues, things have changed. And when we're saying things have changed, people need to go online. We need to develop our people to go online and be able to trade online. So even the partnerships that we are striking with Standard Bank and Nedbank again, they also give our SMMEs trade platforms so that you're able to access the market, but also in a digital platform. Lack of marketing tools. Thank you to our partners again, colleagues. All the SMMEs here will be receiving or have received tablecloths so that you're able to recognize the SME, and they're also receiving banners so that you're able to understand what they have to offer. And this is all thanks to our partnership with Simply Biz. Please give them a round of applause for investing in that. So I'm just giving you these things, and I'm saying, how are we closing lack of finance, lack to access to finance? They are here. So if ever you see what we are doing here is that we are actually actioning the resolutions, and we are saying we are bringing in the solutions. Oh, colleagues, by the way, there's coffee for those that need coffee. And then access to market, we've outlined all of those things. We've approached some of our partners, but they're still lacking in terms of those things. But like we said, Soweto Tourism is an organization that's not going to fall. It's going to continue to develop. So we will continue engaging these strategic partners to attain our objectives. Safety and environment, escalation of crime, illegal dumping, lack of safety awareness, safety perception. Soweto is regarded as an unsafe area. A lot of people in and around Gauteng regard Soweto as an unsafe area. So that's why we need to do these events. That's why we need to bring our Miss World here so that they know that it's safe to be pretty in Soweto. And we also need to to also focus on environmental maintenance. But what I can say, Mayor, is that we are happy. We did a site visits to check ukuthi kuhamba kanjani. I can tell you ukuthi there's improvement in terms of illegal dumping. We can see that it's slowing down, and there are more cleaner spaces in Soweto. Lack of safety awareness, we need to focus on that, but we are happy that there's more safety programs. We are seeing that there's AMA CPF, community policing forums. And guys, by the way, please give a round of applause for the community policing forums. Everywhere you go in Soweto lately, you see them. It's safer. Soweto is actually much more safer now because of these guys. We need to run more safety awareness programs. Perception, we still speak about it, but the environment, we are happy. Most of the parks, most of the major parks are well maintained, and we are happy. This was a result of 2022, 2023 during lockdown, so we understand. So for now, we are happy that in terms of the parks, more especially going to December, Stellama Park, make sure they are clean, Mayor. Abantwana bethu bayakwazi ukuthi bayobloma asiblome kamnandi emaphakeni lapha namafamily wethu. Scheme. Now, colleagues, there's this issue that I would like us to talk, because we are here and we are not bashing, but we are building again. And we are giving feedback so that we are all in the same space and so forth. So later on today, colleagues, you will see we're going to have the National Heritage Council who will be touching on the great work that they've done, which has challenges. The Kliptown, Walter Sisulu Square, and the Vilakazi Precinct have been officially proclaimed UNESCO World Heritage Sites or routes. Please give them a round of applause. Mr. Kwezi, I know Mr. Kwezi is somewhere. I saw him. Mr. Kwezi, where are you? You are sitting there and there. They did a great job. So we've got 2 World Heritage Sites in Soweto. So they will be sitting here to unpack what does this mean for us. But hey, you are from a World Heritage Site and you don't know anything and you don't know how to exploit that opportunity. So we are going to look into that. But this I'm going to focus this on the mayor's office. Babdada, Kliptown is actually dilapidated. We know about the plans and we've seen a bit of improvement in terms of the work that they are doing. But we are concerned because from a tourism perspective, people come to see our sites, people come to see our culture, our heritage, they come to see us. Then if ever we have a national heritage site that is currently in that current state, which is now a World Heritage Site, it's concerning. It's really concerning, colleagues, because of manje asakhulumi ngepolitiki sithini ngathi singabantu. Freedom Charter sithini ngathi singabantu. So yizi izinto lezi ekumele nazi ukuthi manifuna ama votes, you have to focus on those. Sometimes abantu bepolitiki bafuna ama vote bakhuluma isilungu esikhulu. Asifuni lezo, sifuna izinto esimple. Abantu basebenze eKliptown, infrastructure ilungiswe eKliptown, eKliptown ama-business abuyiselwe lapha yaso, abantu base downtown bathola ama-opportunities, abantu bawonke ama-awards, angatholwa i-award eli-1. Uthole i-tender ye-900 million ihlezi ku-Ward 22, but kune-23, 24, 25, and these people are not benefiting. Clearly, colleagues, the people that are not benefiting are going to be the ones that are going to go there and steal the cables. Sizokela, Mayor, I'm happy, Mayor, that you are here. And I'm happy that you are here to say you want to support and you want to hear what we are saying as business people. Kliptown needs to be revitalized as soon as possible. There needs to be a special focus on it. Stella Nje is one of the resolutions we will have a round table with key decision makers. Not labosis laba basebenzayo ababa arrogant masibafonela sicela ama meeting. Ngicela sibakhuzeni Mayor. Uyabona? Because ngicela sibakhuzeni. Yes, guys, I don't want to divert kakhulu, but I'm a position angasdagwa sometimes. You know, mawusebenza and usebenzela i-government, you are working for us. You must have a call, mangukufonela ngo-12 o'clock, like some of the councillors here. I know councillor was Orlando West. I can call him anytime. There's an issue, a crime in Orlando West. Samfonela no prosakums. Councillor leave. You can call that guy anytime. 1 o'clock before. You know, he's doing his best and we are happy with those things. But here you've got officials, colleagues that we are not sure they are trying to swindle that tender money for their friends. Or we are not sure, but abatolagali, agwenzagali next. But lento labor for 2 years kawat. Mike is a second. All right. Then, Besuzo Kalakben a special focus on that one. Clip Town. I can't remember what was my second. Is there anyone that was reading? Did anyone see the other point? Are we able to go on very quickly, colleagues, so that I'm able to allow the mayor to come and give us his take? Say that again. Attraction of investment, that's where we are after that, or in a political unstable environment. So, as you are aware, colleagues, the second part of it, as Begashu put, the attraction of investment in an unpolitically unstable environment, therefore affects the resuscitation of Clip Town. Because kungena umeya banban, aqeda kungena seka change izinto, umisa izinto, wenza inini, then inini kungena omunye uqosha abo banban. 10 years yandlula, we are not fixing that thing. La utlusisa bafethu. So Mayor, we are going to support you and support. And this is a trade. It's not a support because of maybe we are saying we are losing opportunities at Clip Town. And Stella Wibege in one of your high priorities, Ugutilung as soon as possible. So that Maslesla we know 300 people or 500 people are working. And that's how we measure your work and so forth. And we're going to support you because we don't want instability in the municipality. But we will support you because of your opening doors to the business community. So for that, we're hoping that going forward, we are establishing a new relationship with the office to strengthen umsebenzi law. So please, Stella Lapamo Politikin Asibambin, we are no longer fighting each other. We are working together to build a better Soweto. I will move from there and let's just maybe go to the last slide, colleagues, which I'm about to close. I can see my speakers are here. Energy for security, colleagues, we will talk about that, but I think ITC can actually expand on some of their green incentive programs. The role of education in driving economic opportunities. Business people, please start funding young people to learn about business. So one day, if ever we could explore maybe a fund for supporting young people so that we can actually develop them, utilizing education so that they can take over going forward. Colleagues, I am going to close after this one. You can slide, my friend. These are some of the commitments that we received last year, but I know that, like for instance, if you look at commitment number 1 and commitment number 3, it's issues of zoning, it's issues of access to land. We did speak about this with the professor, then there's issues of access to land, and we will need assistance in making sure that there's an investment in terms of those things. Then the others are ongoing programs, colleagues. Mr. Tobejani, ke re ke tlo kopa hore ha se o inka none re sebedisaneng re promoteng hore mathata re shebaneng le ona ke yona re tlo kopa thuso from lona re boneng re etsa jwang bafethu a re lwana ke ra sebedisana. We are not bashing anybody, we are just talking of the environment of today. So we are here to work together. We hope that you guys are going to have a very successful investment conference. Let's close the gaps. Let's make sure that by the time we meet next year, we can say, point number 1, we've ticked. Point number 2, we've ticked. Point number 3, we've ticked. And then we talk actual numbers. asiveli sikhulume nje, but we actually talk about this is what we spoke about, this is what we've achieved. Into esizoyicela, and we are here to support you, both as the private sector, the banks that are here, we are here to support you. The municipality, we are here to support you. Let's work together. And with that said, I'm going to stop there and request that we move from there. Then, Mr. Tobajan, there is a message from Professor Mohale. When would you like that to be played? Let's do it now. Is that ready? Okay, so we have a message from one of our great friends, Professor Mohale. This is a video. He was supposed to be here. He sent us a video, and let us have takeaways, and let's see how we can actually work to move forward. Thank you.
You spoke so beautifully, my God. You spoke so beautifully. I was actually just so happy that I bullied you because you'd have denied people that. Did I hear that? Please bear with us, everyone. Technology isn't always reliable. We are watching a video with Professor Bonang Mohale, who is a business leader, former deputy of Business Leadership South Africa, and chairs many a board and a true humanitarian and business leader. If you can just bear with us.
Always a township economy. There will always be the township economy. The issue is that at the very most we are probably measuring no more than 60% of the economy.
Thank you very much for bearing with us.
My name is Bonang Mohale. I am the Chancellor of the University of the Free State. I wanted to be there in person, but unfortunately my diary could not allow. So I thought maybe let me send a short message of warm wishes. Investing in township economy. I suppose there was always a township economy. There will always be the township economy. The issue is that at the very most, we are probably measuring no more than 60% of the economic activity in the township. Even our government has not helped because we inherited industrial parks, industrial centers, typically around stations where some form of industrial activity could happen. But primarily because of greed, even those have fallen fallow and indeed are dilapidated. But let's think for a moment that if we look at no more than just 1% of black economic activity in the townships called Stokvels. In 2024, this was worth about 50 billion rands. 50 billion rands, it's a lot of money, especially because it took Ntate Dr. Sam Mutswenyane and his NAFCOC organization 10 years to raise a measly 1 million rand to form the African Bank. When the capital adequacy requirement was increased, they lost it and it went back into white hands, and people like Leon Kekinis then embarked on unsecured lending it ultimately became bankrupt. The biggest shareholder today is government through the PIC, and they want to sell their stake. If we were courageous as a people with great natural endowments, would sell the PIC stake to Nafcock Yantatemu Swenyane so that it goes back to black hands. Surely we don't need anybody's permission to do that. But the reason why I'm mentioning 50 billion rands, which is the value of Stokvels in 2024, it's because the Stokvels themselves can buy African Bank today. The Stokvels themselves can buy the Bidvest Bank that is being put onto the market. At the moment, the transactional advisors are RMB and Deloitte. So with 50 billion rands, there's nothing that stops the Stokvels also to put their name in the hat, to register their interest, to reclaim back the People's Bank. But also, the traditional banks won't tell the Stokvel members that at 50 billion rands, your children don't have to suffer by applying to NSFAS when they want to go to the University of Johannesburg or the University of the Witwatersrand, especially for accommodation, because any 12 of these Stokvel members can purchase property, a house, where they can send their children to live in instead of paying accommodation at the university residence. They save from paying accommodation, but they benefit by capital appreciation. Lastly, why are we allowing SASCO, Albany, and Blue Ribbon to wake up black people at 4 o'clock in the morning in Soweto just to come and deliver bread, when all of us grew up with freshly baked bread by our own grandmothers? At the very least, most shopkeepers know how to bake bread. Therefore, if business was serious in empowering the township economy and the people of Soweto in particular, instead of driving at 4 in the morning into Soweto, where unofficially there's 3.5 million people, more than the population of Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, and Eswatini, because on average they have about 2 million people each of those countries. Business would then partner with black shop owners, township shop owners, and say, you already have the infrastructure, let's partner with you to ensure that you can really just bake the bread in Soweto, so that for the first time, the people of Soweto are woken up by the smell of freshly baked bread, rather than the petrol fumes and diesel fumes and the noise of the trucks that are crisscrossing Soweto to try and deliver bread. Lastly, I think we need to continue to build our own businesses and hire our own children, because it is madness to continue to make babies and then send them to a different neighborhood for them to go down on their knees and ask somebody else for a job. Kia leboha. My name is Bonan Mahali. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible? Let me use this one. Thank you very much. I'll comment last about what Prof was saying. Firstly, congratulations, Mr. Tato. Before you came, I said we are in a thought leader with liberating thought. So thank you for sharing your skill, because in a nutshell, tourism is about the act of traveling from one place to another. And there are only 4 pillars of tourism which drive tourism across the globe. That's the sports. That's the first thing. imagine the economic benefit out of sports in Soweto. The question is, are we utilizing that? If not, what are we doing? The second component is the religion. When people are traveling all over from point A to B for prayer, being Europe, being South Africa, that is traveling, that is tourism, that is economic development. And Soweto, how many churches are here? Are you benefiting? The third thing is research. How many universities are closer to Soweto? Another question, are you part of the beneficiary? If not, who to blame and why? Because we're talking about Soweto tourism. The second thing is culture and tradition. That one, if I can open it up, we can all live here, be millionaires. Because the world needs your different culture you have. Finally, which is the fifth one, is leisure. How many people are coming to Soweto just to enjoy? And what is that which you can offer? And you are offering abundantly. I repeat the question, are you benefiting? If not, why? Who to blame? Mr. Tato, you mentioned 4 critical, most important. Why I'm repeating this? We need people like Tato. I normally go around different townships in the world and in South Africa. Tato, you are one of the greatest pioneers. Soweto must start appreciating you because before the other world steal you.
Well done.
If you can look the way he was doing presentation, you can see this person knows his story. And this person is well informed. And this person is a lecturer. So students, if they can attend tourism lecture, they will pass with flying colors.
Yes.
Because some people, when we go to the township, Carol, they will never know which one to link with. As long as people came and drank tea, it's fine. But not with Soweto. Congratulations for that. So you mentioned other things which I will just, because we're here to share information and knowledge, so that when we leave, your focus area, I've take 2 points, if not 3. Focus area, which I chose, the role of education to drive industry or economic opportunity, which means parents who are here, let us take our kids to school. That's the only solution. Let us encourage our kids, even ourselves, let us try to learn. That qualification you have one day will benefit you. Education unlock everything. You have a master key in your mind. Nobody will take it. So as from now onwards, exchange numbers, because network is about talking to the person you know, you don't know. If you talk to the person you know, that's community engagement. Make sure that when you live here, you talk to that person you don't know. That is networking. Because if this person is from the other, you will ask about the street light is not working. That's not networking. Talk to the person you don't know. That's the role of education. I encourage young people here to compete with other world leaders out there, have knowledge. Safety and environment. I'm not going to refer to crime. I'm trying to refer to what kind of technology which we can develop. Oh, I'm audible on this one. Thank you. What kind of technology we in Soweto, we can start developing to sell to the world? CCTV cameras. Who is building that? Because it will minimize crime. It will reduce or even cancel. So let's take what is negative, change it into positive. If you look at infrastructure and environment, the dumping area, why can't we start recycling business? So that when people dump, you reduce transportation of going to collect that. You just go and collect near and divide and recycle. So from now onwards, go and start recycling, make papers, plastic bottle, and glass, and textile. So you don't even pay the people who are bringing the raw material to you. You have it for free. Your profit changes. Finally, to what Prof was saying, he said, let's give job to our children or employ locally. We can only do that if we reskill. We give capacity to our people to start to have knowledge. Artificial intelligence is coming. And if we reject that, it will take over before we act. So let us go out there and learn new skill of how to do things differently in order to improve and increase the profit in our own business. My sister, you're more than welcome. Oh, I would love to request Sia. I want to make sure I pronounce Nodu. Am I right? With special respect, please join me on the stage as you're going to introduce our honorable sir to speak. Thank you, Karen. After him.
Are you done talking? Are you done talking?
No, I'll talk after he finishes.
After him again.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Switch it off for me.
Thank you very much. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Abshen, Niyaphila kodwa. Siyabonga. Igama lami Siyabonga Nodu. I'm the acting head of economic development in the city of Johannesburg. With permission from the executive mayor, I do want to say, Tato, that I have heard the issues that you have raised, particularly those that relate to the city of Johannesburg, but even those that relate to other government entities, such as your NEF and so forth. We interact and we've heard. I will communicate with you before the end of the session so that we could exchange information. I've been given the privileged space to come and introduce the executive mayor. Councillor Silo Enoch Murero is a distinguished public servant and activist with a robust educational background and a dynamic career in public service. As a community activist, he has cut his teeth in the liberation struggle of South Africa as an activist who joined the struggle when it was not fashionable in Soweto. He's a product of the COSAS as well as the Soweto Youth Congress, where his activism was nurtured. He also served in various community structures, including the Mass Democratic Movement, who fought apartheid in the 80s. He belongs to a generation that former President Tambo called the Young Lions, whom were called to make the apartheid government ungovernable and the system unworkable. He's been a leader in the ANC in Johannesburg as the regional secretary from 2011 to 2018, who was instrumental in repositioning and overseeing the city's transformation agenda as adopted in the Growth and Development Strategy 2040. Mayor Morero's political acumen led his election as the ANC chairperson in Johannesburg in June of 2022. His role in government he is no stranger to government, as he commenced his career in the public service, in the Secret Service, and transitioned to Home Affairs, and later joined the City of Johannesburg Revenue Department as a director in Customer and Communications Management. He joined the council in 2021 as a PR councillor who became the MMC for Finance in the City of Johannesburg. The ANC leadership, led by President Ramaphosa, confirmed and thought the leadership in the finance affairs led by Mayor Morero to be elected president of FMDF, as we all are aware. In terms of his academic credentials, he holds a professional certificate in public management from VETS, as well as other qualifications. At this point, I would like to request that you rise and welcome with me on stage our Honorable Executive Mayor, Councillor Sinok Morero. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We can be seated. For a second, I thought my obituary has been read. Let me greet the organizers, Soweto Tourism Group, for having given us the opportunity to come here and speak today. Of course, greetings also to Carol, the program director, a daughter of Soweto, Ntate Tobejani. Greetings to Saki, who I know very well from. I sometimes chill out there at this place for one reason. Most of the time, there's two dishes I like. Mangrina, Eki Jangda, Ko another. So I enjoy it very much. So I think even after today, we'll probably pass there. Litingi, Elipeang Muli. And of course, Yolanda, and thanks for the input you have made, giving us, I forgot there was a place called A-Train. So as we were saying A-Train, A-Train in Elikokai. Thank you very much. I thought I would not use the written speech prepared by the department after listening to the inputs that were made earlier, which I then thought it requires a particular response on behalf of this city, the city we call Johannesburg. Soweto is a home to just over 1.5 million people. We are almost reaching a 2 million mark. And that in its own suggests that we are a much bigger community, and therefore we must be very strong and advanced in everything in society. I was actually asking myself, why is Old Mutual not having their call center here? Because half of their call center staff travels from Soweto every morning. So as part of the work I will be doing is to approach those institutions. That why are they not in Soweto? Why are they not building call centers here? So myself with my spokesperson, we agree on that argument. So we'll be going to engage them because it does not make economic sense that young people must travel from here to Sandton to go and do a call center job when in fact we can build the call centers here in Soweto. Tato, start Soweto on your emblem from FNB Stadium, because that's where Soweto starts. So we will work with you with our comms department, and we will sponsor doing a proper so that we reflect FNP Stadium, reflect the Soweto Tower, we reflect the Credo Mutwa Tower in your logo, and the city will pay for that. It's not an audit query. We'll make sure that we pay for that so that we can carry this thing forward by reflecting what is in Soweto. Kliptown, we have budgeted to rebuild and reconstruct and attend to all the challenges. And at times we have to be honest, with the change of government in 2016, there was a decision to insource securities. And as a result, private security companies were withdrawn, which had the capacity for armed response, etc., etc. And with the withdrawal of private security, our institutions and buildings were then targeted by vandals and criminals. Now we are recorrecting that, now that we are here in the city of Johannesburg. So you'll see in the next few months changes to the square. We are now also approving a proper developmental framework in as far as Kliptown is concerned, because we have made a decision that in the next 5 years, Kliptown's face must change and change completely for the better. So we'll have human settlements, we'll have all other issues, including the 2 heritage sites, which we think are important in Kliptown, which Mama Charlotte Matlaike's house, and of course Kliptown as the area where the Freedom Charter was adopted. We want Sowetans to be part of a cleaning campaign. We can't do it alone as government. And I think we must be upfront with you. So part of the work we require you as businesses in Soweto is to help us to mobilize communities so that we keep Soweto clean. We can't do it alone as government. We are being frank, we are being honest. We do not have all the resources to keep the whole area of Johannesburg clean. Without you, we won't do it. So we are requesting you, as part of the programs that we do, would like to partner with you to mobilize our people to go out and keep Soweto clean. We've made a decision just yesterday morning at 7. Comrade Chris could not join us. He was sick yesterday. Or was it because we started work at 7? One of the two things. We have agreed with the management of JMPD that Vilikazi Street will be polished throughout the 24 hours a day, 24/7, something like that. So why we're doing that is to ensure that we reduce the impact of opportunistic crimes and all forms of crimes in Vilikazi Street, which has now become an actual economic hub of Soweto. So we told that they're employing just over 1,000 people who are employed in that street. So we are investing in ensuring that there's proper security in Soweto. So from Monday, Saki, you would see visible JMPD round the clock. That will ensure the safety of the people who visit. Not that I'm frequenting there, that is why I'm advancing this. I wanted to do it so that our people are protected. It's so nice to sit and eat and enjoy your food without having to worry about whether your safety, your car, your cell phone, your partner, and all that stuff. We don't want you to be worried. So from next week, Vilakazi Street, you'll see visible policing throughout the day. We are going to definitely partner with the Soweto tourism immediately. Now, what we normally do, we partner with different people who hold rights, and I hope we are now holding the Soweto tourism rights and make sure that it's properly and legally because tomorrow there's somebody else who will come and say Soweto Kasi tourism. So make sure that it's properly registered and all sorts of things that are done. And once you hold the rights to it, you are able to enter into a 3-year partnership with you and fund the institution. For example, this type of an event would have entered to partner. We are partnering with the Soweto Marathon. We're funding them to the tune of just around 8 million. We've entered into a 3-year contract with them, and every year we're pumping 8 million into the Soweto Marathon. So come to us with a proper proposal. Whilst I'm still the mayor, you know, these things change quickly. So come quicker so that we sign, and we've got a 3-year program, and we'll probably pump another 1 million or so into your event, depending how we want to structure it. We are looking at an energy program to address the Soweto energy issues so that it's sustainable. So we are in discussions with Eskom since the last 3 years. We want to take over the supply of electricity in Soweto and in Sandton, so that the city of Johannesburg can now provide and distribute electricity. But that also requires that we make certain decisions in terms of the mixed energy program that we are putting in place. And one of the brilliant proposals we want to do, and it's up to you as entrepreneurs here, to come and present an argument to the city of Johannesburg. We are ready to say, let's build a solar farm in Soweto. We can avail Avalon, it's our land. It's just over 200 hectares. So it's up to you, what do you do? The only thing that we must do as Sowetans is to agree that our ancestors are sleeping. So even if there's solar on top of them, we're actually giving them shade. So they won't wake up because now they have shade. Now I'm challenging you as community organizations to help us to change the thinking. Because what Baba also allowed Twarama Bitla Babona, hey, you're interfering in the Badimu Babon. But we're actually giving shade because we'll build the solars just 2 meters from the ground. We'll be able to beautify Avalon, and we'll also be able to provide proper security to Avalon. So instead so it's one program we want to do, which will think it will then be able to supply constant electricity throughout Soweto, which will be generated from solar, and as a result it will come at a cheaper cost to the end user. So it's one program that is in our mind and in our plans, including you contributing, because I asked myself, Avalon Kiarona Batuba Soweto. Now, if all of us can contribute 100 rands, we'll be able to beautify Avalon. Because Kimabita Aruna Batuba Soweto. Now, we can make that call that we partner with government. So sometimes people think I bring these crazy ideas, but I'm going to make it publicly to request the Sowetans to support beautifying of Avalon so that we make it proper and nice, so that when you go and see your ancestors over the weekends, you are protected, there's proper security, the tombstones are not attacked, but we need the money and the resources to do so. The only thing that we are doing and we have approved in this financial year is digitalizing. Hey, TZ, help me. We are computerizing the cemeteries. So now we are going to make them easier for you to can access them. So you'll even know when you go to the cemetery from home, you can punch in a number and it will tell you exactly where your grave is. I struggle with that word, don't worry. English is our second language, so don't worry. TZ, Ghana King, they would look like it. Now, there's 3 graves or 2 graves in Avalon Cemetery. Joslovo's grave, Helen Joseph, not far from where Enoch Sotonga is. And we want to be deliberate about the route in which we are going to celebrate and raise the profile of these heroes and their graves. And one of them here is Charlotte Matleka, just here in Ninesfield. So we are becoming deliberate with this program. We arrived in Netherlands and they took us to their heroes' graves. without even asking us. It's part of the program. So we want to do the same. When you arrive in Johannesburg, we'll take you to the heroes' graves and increase our tourism capacity. Let me conclude on a few issues. The bread project, we had spent about 50 million in 2015 to introduce a bread project in Johannesburg, which was then stopped in 2016 when the ANC lost power. Now we are bringing back the bread project. But what was it that the bread project was bringing? It was bringing an economy. Because we were buying the flour or the mangoes from Tzaneen and bringing the mangoes to Johannesburg and producing the flour here in Johannesburg and baking the bread, which meant we were creating an economy in Tzaneen and creating an economy in Soweto. So we are bringing it back with an investment of just under 50 million in 2025, 2026, so that we want to see this bread project work, and it's a healthy bread for that matter, not the one we're eating now, which is just water, salt, which then contributes to lifestyle diseases, diabetes, and the rest of them. So we are bringing a much healthier bread. I'm told that taste is acquired, so you'll get used to this healthier bread than the one that you are consuming right now. So we are going to do it. So bitan tate broto atle so that we can work with him. The last part is really to talk about the Soweto Festival. It can't be that Soweto does not have a festival. In Bloemfontein, there's what they call Makufe. We must have something here. I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm a politician. I can only bring ideas, make policy, and organize money. So it's up to you to come to us and say in 2025, whether November or September, I don't know when is the right time for a festival. We are now launching an inaugural Soweto Festival. And we will partner with you as the city, so that we bring back life to Soweto, so that our people can enjoy and forget all the challenges that they have in society. So let's have that Soweto Festival, and we are going to do it. Tato, can I do this one, Vondo, if you allow me, with your permission, of course, as my boss in the office. We've got friends in the Chinese consulate, and on an annual basis, they invite us to a commerce, the Department of Commerce and Trade in China, for a 2-3 weeks training. So I thought I should make this decision because I'm the mayor, and I think I can make that decision. And request you to give us 2 people from yourselves and the entrepreneurs there. You will decide. We'll take them to attend the training course in May. It starts in May for 3 weeks in the city of Shanghai. Not at any cost. They shouldn't worry about. They must just worry about getting themselves there. So we will take 2 people. So I'm declaring it publicly. I'm sending 2 people to China. You will decide who's going. And thanks for this opportunity. I would have loved to stay throughout. Tomorrow we've got a mayoral lekotla, so I must go and do certain preparations at the office. But we are here with you. The department is here. We want to work with you. If we turn around Soweto, we would have turned around South Africa. So Soweto has produced giants who we must also call from time to time to come back, and let's bring ideas and make Soweto better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Oscar, please come on stage. Miss South Africa, Miss World South Africa, my apology. Yeah, Miss World South Africa. Some of your VIPs,
One, two, 1, 1. 1, 2. One, two, 1. 1. Really? Seriously?
Ladies and gentlemen, okay. Okay, we're just trying to settle down, but ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to our mayor. Mayor Morero, I have to say, for all of us as we sit there, listening to you, our greatest takeout is how steeped you are in the issues that the community cares about. We are grateful for your care, and I know I speak for Soweto Tourism as well when I say that we pray for your health, because that seat has a way of acting as an exit route. And I don't mean politically. So may we not lose you. We love your enthusiasm, and we thank you for the points that you've made. One of the things that I think is absolutely critical that emanates from this speech that we got from the mayor is the fact that we really mean that. He speaks about the different innovations. He speaks about the role that the community has to play. They will fly in from Germany and take the opportunities you heard about today. They will fly in from America and make things happen that you heard about today. It is absolutely imperative that we as the people, and I don't include myself, it's a royal we as the people, bamo Soweto, we have to be part of the solutions that the mayor talks about. We have to be steeped in the change that we want to see. So when we go Klipspruit and things are beginning to happen, the change is beginning to happen. When we go Kliptown, where, an innovator, an entrepreneur from amongst us went and started a hotel, and now it's lying fallow because we did not come together and claim it as our own as a people. I remember my dear brother, we grew up together. What I didn't know is that I was actually growing up with a real entrepreneur. Hababwaka the Rock, as a girl, Wako Rockville, I knew Kiko Khaye and I can contribute to its rise. Let us take ownership of these things. And how you take ownership is to support. How you take ownership is to ensure that those businesses that are happening that can prevent crime, that can prevent unemployment, that can really stimulate the economy of where we come from, they thrive because you can say that you've spent your rands there. Sandton is amazing. Sandton ha e re tlhoke bathong, e ikemetse. So what we need to do is to begin to say that when people go to Soweto, we are the ones that are going to make sure that they are safe. We are the ones that are going to make sure that we are serving them goods that are produced in Soweto. We are grateful for your address. We are grateful for the innovations, things that we hadn't even spoken about. And we ask for your protection because we are entrepreneurs. So when we come in and we say, you spoke about a festival, I have an idea. And then they call us tenderpreneurs. Please protect us and remind people that we are entrepreneurs. If white people can come into our communities and do business and do billions of rands with SAB, with the banks, with you name it, and they're not called tenderpreneurs, please, melanin shouldn't, add the tender in front of it. These tenders are there for you to go out and bid for them. Not because you know somebody, but because you are excellent at what you do. Because you can show up and be equal to the best in the world. Don't allow people to make you frightened to go for the things that you deserve. Because they're going to come in and take it anyway. And they won't have the label that you're given because you're black. So it is time that we work together. It is time that we also eliminate the self-doubt that we have, where we feel that we're not equal to the task, where we feel that we can't do these things because nakemang. I will tell you who you are. You are great, you're wonderful, you emanate from a great lineage of people. You emanate from the streets, Mandela, Desmond Tutu. They talk about Vilakazi Street and we feel like we don't own it anymore. Here's Sakumzi. Sakumzi is an example that from us, greatness can emanate. Thank you so much for your address. I also just want to say that things are not always going the way they should. So please, may I ask you not to use the bathrooms, but if you need a bathroom, please go out into the center rather than using the ones here, because we are having a slight problem. The mayor is here, the panel beating boxes, so what's a bathroom? But please, we ask that you use the one outside, and lunch is going to be served shortly, but I'm once again going to hand over to my partner and Dr. Live Mutibejane. The one thing about Dr. Mutibejane is that he is passionate about educating our youth. One of the things that he did for us as Miss World South Africa, I was overwhelmed. It was the first time the license for Miss World was given to a black woman, and guys, I've knocked it out of the park. I've knocked it out of the park. I don't care. But honestly, I was really overwhelmed, and he came in and he said, I will build up your prizes, and gave us bursaries for our winners. So we thank you so much for the work that you've done. I'm going to hand over to him as he directs the program further. As for me, you can see I didn't get this big from nothing. I need lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my sister. Mayor, before you leave, while standing with special respect, you will be the first mayor in the world, if not the second, to have digitalization of graveyard. And these people may not take it as important because community we are passing, our kids end up not knowing where the grandparents are resting. So I encourage you, and you have my support. Let's have a conversation around that. That on its own will bring more than 1 million tourists in Soweto. It will change the economy. Congratulations. The support is behind you. Be blessed. Thank you. We are moving to the next proceeding with our program. May I request the National Department of Tourism Investment and Facilitation to share with us about the economic development destination is none other than Mr. Kenny.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Kenny Hlela. I'm with the Department of Tourism. I'm with a team responsible for tourism investment coordination. within the department. So we do a lot of just trying to understand investors and their needs, trying to understand communities and their needs within the national department, just trying to find solutions. Okay. Yeah, just trying to find solutions to our challenges that we face, because one of the issues that we were when we set up this function within the Department of Investment Facilitation, project owners, which is something that came up here earlier, was that they were not finding the money for their projects. But our discovery was also something else when this work started, was that there's also a challenge of project preparation. Getting the projects right and matching them with the right investors. So it's things that we've been just working on, just making sure that the projects, but also townships, are developed in such a way that they are able to sustain investments, that people, when they put their money, they are going to get the return on their investment, and so forth. Especially, so our focus in the main was on underdeveloped areas with high tourism potential. So it will be places like Soweto. I mean, you heard earlier the talk about Soweto, about Vilakazi and other attractions, and the demand that you find here. But the issue is about how do you capture this value? Because there's something called you can stay longer and spend more. If you have a big conference in Soweto, I mean, there was a talk about G20 and so forth, will we be able to accommodate those people? So it's things that we need to look at. So accommodation plays a very critical role. I think that's why the emphasis has been around accommodation, because that's what gets people to stay longer and spend more. I was waiting for the presentation to come up. Okay, it's here. Can we move to the next slide? Next slide, that's my name there. Yeah, let's start here. I think it's important, to understand what we're talking about when we talk about a tourist. I think that has been explained in not so many words, but I also just want to unpack it, because the definition assists in terms of guiding all of us. Because sometimes we often get confused, even as a department, with the Department of Sports and Recreation. Recreation takes the interest mainly of the locals to enjoy the assets that they have. There's a Department of Sports and Recreation, Arts and Culture, that deals with that. Our department then deals with this because a tourist is actually an individual who visits a place outside their usual environment, spends at least one night and less than 365 days in that particular area, but not deriving income from that area. So if there is a football player from Zambia, for instance, who plays football in South Africa, stays in Soweto, is not a tourist here in Soweto now, he's a resident of Soweto, he pays tax in Soweto. But you can work with that footballer to attract tourists from Zambia. Now, because he understands Soweto better, he's able to attract people to Soweto. So he can work with us as a strategic partner in that sense. But we love tourists, but it's not necessarily because we love them. We love their spend more than we love them. So we bring them here because we want them to spend money. So tourism expenditure refers to the amount paid for the acquisition of consumption goods and services, as well as any other thing that you might buy. So the things that people buy when they are visiting and traveling are basically tourism spend. So someone who buys something from the shops here, who came as a visitor here, is actually spending, is tourism spend. So you've not exported a good. So if they bought a laptop here at the mall, and they take it with, they buy T-shirts and all the things that they could buy here, that's part of the tourism spend. So they've not exported a good, but a service. I see the screen's gone off a bit. Therefore, I mean, having said this, our role, therefore, as a sector, tourism in the main, is to ensure that when tourists visit our villages, our townships, Kasi here, towns, municipalities, and provinces, they stay longer. They stay longer, spend more, and return. If you're running any business, the most important part is the return aspect of it. Because the market is not endless. Market is a ceiling. So you need repeat visitations. You need people to come back. So that's the most important part. But to do that, then I'll talk about the things. So we are basically, because people say in tourism, we're not selling anything. We're selling something. It's experience. When we visited one of the countries, I think it was UAE, with one of our former ministers, what they told us there is that they were told by a South African, I think it was Sol Kesner, they said that's why their tourism is booming. He said, when people visit your country, everything starts, especially international tourists here, at the airport, how you welcome them. By the time you get to Sakumzi, if your experience was not good at the airport, it's going to be a hard sell to satisfy your needs or any other establishments, because the experience where they started at the airport, it was not right. So tourism, it's a system. You get one element wrong, you get almost everything wrong. There is a business case for tourism. I mean, I like the fact that the tourism, the Soweto tourism, they package this as an investment conference, because tourism is not an end in itself, it's a means to an end. So when people visit, it's visiting so that they consume whatever we produce in our spaces. So most economies are centered around basically tourism. Europe, after the Second World War, the only way they could revive their economy quicker was through tourism. Americans said to them, we'll make it easier for Americans to visit Europe. Just create the necessary infrastructure for them to visit, and that happened. I mean, France today, there are more visitors to France than to Africa as a whole, as a continent. They learn from that. So tourism remains a means to an end. America, they talk about Hollywood. Hollywood is part of their tourism assets. Disney is part of their tourism assets. The mayor spoke about other issues here around the graves. I mean, the visitation of graves. Other countries are driving their tourism through the visitation of assets and creating experiences, different types of experiences that you create. So the business case for tourism is that tourism, when you have visitors, visitors consume, but you need to be able to understand their needs and then produce exactly the experiences that they need. I spoke earlier about issues of hotels. Hotels play a critical role, for instance, because it allows people to stay longer and spend more. So when we have accommodation establishments and so forth, that's what happens. I'll share the presentation with my colleagues from Soweto Tourism with some of the details here, just to demonstrate why you need, in the whole value chain, why hotels play a critical role, ensuring that people spend more and they stay longer. Tourism creates jobs in the primary sector, in agriculture, so tourists will consume agricultural products. Manufacturing, it will create, I mean, people spend on manufacturing and so forth, as well as other services. There were issues around leakages. I mean, what we find in the township, I play golf, I go to Soweto Golf Country Club in Pimville. When we're done playing, there's no services. I mean, things to consume that will get. You see people who want to spend money, who are here in Soweto to spend money, they take their money back to Houghton if they come from Houghton. They take their money back to Pretoria because we've not, and Sowetans can cook. It's just sometimes not right when you don't see the things that the visitors need, things that they could be spending money on, and not creating that environment for them to spend. If there's something that was spoken about that Soweto could do, and other townships and other municipalities, it's when you look at the integrated park management plan of a place like Kruger National Park, for instance, which falls under the South African National Parks, SANParks. That integrated park management plan gives you a sense of their plans for the next 30 years. So an investor that comes in there, the first thing that they get right is numbers. At Kruger, they'll tell you that per annum they attract 1.5 million people. Now, a business that listens to that, then they also tell you something that in terms of amenities within the Kruger National Park, there's not enough accommodation to cater for these needs. But that they also don't introduce new accommodation facilities without the market telling them that the demand exceeds supply. So everything is informed by that. There's a strategy. So when you invest money, you set up a hotel, you know that there's not going to be a new hotel to cannibalize on your hotel unless the numbers tell you so. So everything is properly planned. But that also benefits communities neighboring a Kruger National Park, because when you have land in one of the gates of Kruger National Park, I mean, there's a hotel here that started a hotel just before. It's called Sleepover. You can check it online. It started just before COVID. It's a budget hotel. The project owner, what he was looking for in the main, is the target market was mainly people who are going to funerals and weddings. And that market, even during COVID, did not struggle, that market. It might have struggled a bit just at the height of COVID, but when things started opening up, that market did not. So when people were closing down hotels, Sleepover Motels was opening new Sleepover Motels. They had one that they did in August 2019. The rest of the hotels they have were done after that. but because they understood the market. They understood the price points in terms of the price to charge. They understood the market, and then they delivered for that particular market. So understanding your market is very important. But issues of zoning, sometimes communities, even here in the township, will raise issues around the municipality expecting us to zone. But zoning, at the beginning, when you're starting your business, because you've not taken much risk, zoning might not be an issue until you've invested. Now you want protection from government. And you cannot come up with policies when there's a crisis. You need to plan well ahead. That's why I was saying, in terms of benchmarking, the integrated park management plans of national parks can assist. Pilanesberg is a similar one. Just to look at them and say, how do we plan for the township? It could be a bit easier to plan inside the park because the stakeholders are not as diverse as stakeholders will find in the townships. But once you explain yeah, we can move from this slide. We can move from this one. Thank you. You can move from this. The multipliers, the hotel. I mean, it just demonstrates this one in terms of a hotel, how it creates jobs, how local suppliers benefit, and so forth. The next slide, please. This one we can skip as well. This is a demonstration of 2 million tourists, what they contribute to Cambodia. This study was done by the World Trade Organization. That when you have 2 million tourists visiting Cambodia in a year, what are the implications? It means you need approximately 3 million eggs. You need 6 million chicken. You need 12 million hamburgers. You need various things for that market. So once you understand your numbers and who comes to your space, you are able to produce for that market. So numbers are everything. Sunset, I'm told, procures close to 1.2 million eggs per annum. But locals are not aware, they've not been given this information, or they've not gone out to look for this information. So they are not able to position their businesses aligned with opportunities. Because sometimes challenges that you find, especially in townships and village economies, it's a Me Too type of a business that is not informed by the market needs and by the value chain. My colleagues from SEDA, Small Enterprise, now it's called SEDFA, South Africa, the Small Business, SEDA, Small Enterprise Development Agency, it was SEDA. The technology is dealing with me, but it's also not a bad thing. I mean, I was looking at the thing, the more events we host in venues like this, the more benefits, the more it gives us an opportunity to test our systems and so forth. So the issue is that when there are challenges, is not that we need to step back and stay away. We need to use these venues more. I mean, a typical example that we can use for something like this is the Nigerian industry, movie industry. Is it called Nollywood? Nollywood, it had poor editing, everything, but they focused on mass production. Now, once it made enough money, it was easier now to reinvest. They'll be competing with Bollywood. They are competing with Bollywood in certain ratios. They are competing with Hollywood in certain ratios in terms of the number of movies that they produce and so forth. But it was through mass production first. The Chinese, I think in the 80s, those of us who were old enough in the 80s, China was known for toys. Today, China can compete. Germany is worried about what China can do in terms of the cars that they are producing and so forth. But it was through continuous, trial and error methods until you get it right. So some of us are here, as I say, when I go, it's a difficult ask though. When I go to and talk to friends who might play golf at the Soweto Golf Country Club, some of them will say, I'm not going back for the following reason. It's a top-notch golf course, a player design, but they are not going back because the systems are not there. But some of us believe that systems, if we patronize an establishment, systems will improve. Things don't fall from the sky. I spoke about Europe when it was struggling. People reinvest in systems and so forth. So we should not give up too early. And as I said, I mean, in terms of, let me check, where are we? Yeah, it's all the things that you see, just 2 million tourists, what they do. Now, in Soweto, when we know how many people visit Soweto, and you can only do that in the main, day visitors, you can track it in a particular way, but you still need accommodation. If Sentin can have, with all the hotels they have a Sentin Hotel now, it's called Sentin Hotel. It has how many rooms? 1,000 rooms, just capacity introduced in Sentin. These are things that people procure as visitors. We can move to the next slide. So we spoke about issues of leakage. So businesses should be created around issues of leakage. Amount spent on importing goods and services to meet tourist needs. There are things that you'll always procure from outside, but there are certain basic necessities. There are things that you might say, based on the economies of scale, it's not good to produce it here in Soweto. You might have to produce it outside. These are calculations you make as a business person. So the leakage is things that you need to study from the leakage perspective. Studies need to be done and look at where the leakage is coming from in Soweto and how do we close those gaps. So businesses you set up should be to plug in the leakage. When local economic leakages are weak, revenue from tourism receipts, as I said earlier, people go to a golf. I'm going to talk about other attractions in Soweto where I believe there's a lot of leakage. I think the program director spoke to some of those issues, but I've taken a few examples in terms of that. I mean, I was told by my daughter last night as I was preparing some aspects of this presentation that Gold Reef City, I mean, the mayor spoke about F&B. Gold Reef City is part of Soweto's offerings. You can say to a person, go to Gold Reef City. These are things you can do. Then on top of that, there's Soweto. I was sitting with American tourists that had visited one of the establishments in Sentin, the Mandela Sanctuary Mandela. One of the things they raised that this does not feel authentic. When they are in Gauteng, the Madiba is not a full story. They are not saying Mandela did not stay, Madiba did not stay in Gauteng, but they are saying a full story would have been a Soweto, an Alex, and then Kunu story. Then it's a complete story. They say our stories are disjointed, and they are willing to consume our products. That's what they are looking for. And storytelling, these are things they are looking for from our side. I mean, someone told me about bucket hats that branded Soweto, that these are some of the things that will attract tourists. Can we move to the next slide? So in essence, when we talk about tourism, we are talking about this from the supply perspective. These are things that we need to have in place as a system. I mean, I spoke about the issue of UAE or Dubai in the main, that they said everything starts at the airport. It starts here. When tourists are sitting wherever they are, because tourism is a system, it starts by one thing. What is there to see or do? So what are the main attractions? From that instance, they'll want to find out access, how to get there. Soweto is strategically positioned. There's Lanseria Airport, International Airport. There's OR Tambo International Airport. There are destinations that don't have that privilege, accessible by N1, N2, N12, and so forth. So from accessibility, there's accommodation, where to stay. And when we say accommodation, someone will say, no, but we do have accommodation in Soweto, but does it talk to the needs of the tourists you are trying to attract? Because that match is always important. With transport as well, you need to give tourist options. Amenities, are there services that tourists require available? Broadband issues. Some of the issues, when you are able to demonstrate the value, is that you are able to find strategic partners that will invest in fiber. It could be the municipality, but you need to give them the numbers. That if these things are sorted, this is the value that the municipality will derive from that particular investment. So our role is to convince each other with numbers. The most important one is awareness. Not most important, they are all important. But do locals see the value? There was issues around crime and so forth. Sometimes we don't spend enough time demonstrating the value of tourism. People will complain about jobs, but they go and mark tourists. The people who are coming to your township to spend money. So that money will never come back again once it leaves the township. So the issue is that is to get these things right, make sure that locals understand, because we spend a lot of resources, even as a department or as a country, marketing ourselves to the outside world, but without ensuring that locals have a full appreciation of the value that tourists are bringing. Because it's basically someone coming to a space to buy something. There's a saying that the best time, I'm told that's hotel staff that say that, they say the best time in a hotel is when? It's when there are no guests. That's hotel staff saying that. There are no guests means they are not busy. When they are not busy, it means, because their assumption is that the money comes. That is the business that generates the money, is not the customers. They've not had a full appreciation. That if we don't give the customers what they want, they might never come back again, and so forth. So that appreciation, just of understanding the relationship between different things when they see money, that the money is not produced by the owner of the business, it's customers that are actually your bosses. That when you give them a good service, they are going to come back and they are likely to spend more. You've heard some of the waiters getting a 10,000 rand tip or something like that, who've worked hard, under very difficult conditions, but that does not show up to a tourist who's visiting, because hoteling is about performance. You are performing. It's acting. So you are producing an act. It's an experience. So basically, the components of supply you need to get is not one area. So when people come to us, they say they want to build a hotel in Soweto. You say, how did you determine, which measure did you use to determine that that's a priority? We need to be able to demonstrate that we have enough of the other things. Now the gap lies. Because what Soweto might be looking for is just the issue of awareness, to building systems from awareness. The rest, bankers will come in when there's value. Bankers will come in investment when there's value. Our role is to demonstrate that their investments will be protected. You still lose money when you make a bad business decision. Should also not overpromise. Businesses fail. You need to be competitive and so forth. But so it's getting these components perfectly right. Then you get that right, I think it starts working. So it's a lens that when we look at a destination, we need to use to assess and diagnose a destination, whether it's working or not working. But with Soweto, it ticks a number of these boxes. I was listening this morning, but they're just minor things that have not been catered for. May I have the next slide? There's one I'm rushing to, program director. This slide. When I say Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, it's a tourism attraction. People don't. Because when you say the major attractions in Soweto, people will show you museums and other stuff. That's a different part of tourism. But there's also medical tourism. Now, Bahara has 3,400 beds, has 6,760 staff members. It has a strong military history. These are things about Bahara. It is a teaching hospital for vets. It has over 2,000 patients checking into its specialized clinics and outpatient departments daily. Can anyone tell me how many of those? I don't know. This is something we need to look for. How many of those are from here in Soweto? How many of those are from outside? The ones from outside, let's say 25% are from outside. Do we know where they sleep? Do we know where they stay? They might be going to Sentin again, just to talk about, as Carol said. Sis Carol, you said Soweto. You said Sentin. They might be going to Sentin. We need to know that information. That information is critical when we are trying to drive investments. When we are able to demonstrate to any banker that these people go and sleep in Sentin, some of them drive back home because there's no adequate accommodation that they need, a banker will listen to you. You have the numbers, because you've been able to demonstrate. Most of us, when we look at Bahara procurement, we look at the government spend. You'll find that the tourist spend is more than the government spend, and it's easier to get to it. You don't need 3 codes. To create an accommodation, a hotel outside Bahara, you just need to get the zoning right and all the other things right, and then you capture this market. So that's a huge endowment for Soweto as a trauma hospital, but we don't have these figures. And the figures, I'm sure they are freely available to cater for them, so that when people have relatives coming from Klerksdorp in Soweto, they are able to spend the night because they have the accommodation that they need. There's Orlando Stadium, home of Orlando Pirates, built in 1959, capacity is 40,000. People who come from other provinces, when they are coming to watch Kaizer Chiefs versus Pirates, now they played FNB, which is still Soweto. Do you know where they stay? Most of them, I can tell you, they do in and out. They come in, do in and out because we've not created products that talk to that particular market. Some of them could be coming in early to go to some of the heritage sites where the stalwarts of Kaizer Chiefs, Pirates, Swallows were born. They do a tour of Soweto a day before, but no one is giving them that. It might be here, but maybe we've not properly packaged it. So these are things. So we have Orlando Stadium, which is an endowment. There are townships that don't have these resources. So the advantage of Soweto is that already the systems are in place in Soweto. It's just small tweaks that needs to happen. It has conference facilities as well. So Soweto can host major events through collaborations, because I'm not sure if it's been quantified, Chato, in terms of how many conference facilities you have in the township in Soweto, and their carrying capacity and so forth, so that when you bid for events, there's that particular understanding, issues of transport and so forth. Next slide, please. Another one is the University of Johannesburg. Edu-tourism is big. University of Johannesburg, it's here within the township. It was called Vista. It has, 400 million was invested there. People will look at that. But my interest is, where do these students stay? There's 3 residences inside there. But there are parents that visit. There are visiting academics that visit. Where do all these people stay? We might not have that information. You have that information, you engage with the university, they give you these dates, you are able to position yourself to this market. Because some people come in and out, some people will be told that Soweto is not safe, because they've not been exposed, they walk away. But if they talk to locals who are going to tell them about the offerings in Soweto, what is available, they're likely to visit. So there's Soweto Country Club I spoke about. I discovered just recently doing some research that Disney, I thought Disney was just about as a theme park. I never imagined Disney and the relationship with golf. Disney has 4 golf courses. Why? Sol Cares, now when he developed Sun City, he had modeled it on Disney, but he could not match them on the cartoon stuff, characters. He could match them on the Big 5. We have no competition when it comes to the Big 5. And the number of other offerings that other countries don't offer. So we basically, so there's a golf course. So Soweto is privileged to have a golf course. You bring people with money. There's someone who said to me, but this thing is for rich people. Yeah, you bring rich people to come and spend money in Soweto, to come and stay longer in Soweto. That's what you do. So use this as an attraction. It's a golf course funded by the city. I mean, there's a lot of work that gets done, you know, by government at some levels. I mean, having an asset like this and maintaining it, I can tell you, in terms of maintenance, it can compete with the best in the world. But where the gap is on the hospitality part. It's not there. And as I said, Sowetans can do all these things. I know Sowetans. I did not grow up here. I've been visiting. I know. They can cook. There are people who will tell some of the Soweto business people that we want what you do here. We want you to do it in Cape Town. So but what we don't do very well is partnerships. What people want is money. When you go to CEDA or CIFA or NIDC, you want to have your own thing. It's fine if you're able to manage, but the reason we partner for hotels and so forth is to buy the skills. Thailand, I think it was 20 years ago, did not have hotel management companies that could compete globally. What they did, the people with money from Thailand, they invited American companies, hotel management companies, to partner with them. But during that process of partnering, they were actually learning how to do this thing themselves. Today, they have hotels like minor hotels that can compete with the best in the world, but they started through partnerships. If I was self-sufficient myself, I'm not sure if I would have gotten married. I got married because I was not self-sufficient. It's partnerships. So partnerships, in most cases, is to forge. You find someone who complements you. Same with business. We have to tolerate each other. We can survive without each other, but if we want to prosper and improve, you partner. Same thing with business. Is to find, I'll never say to any business person, just partner. Is to find the right partner. That's why some of the things that we do as a team within the department is to do matchmaking of businesses. You find the right match, you'll thrive and prosper. So when someone says to me, partnerships don't work, sometimes they don't work because we don't write right contracts. So the contracting is not done properly and a lot of other things. So how you do the contracting is very important. Other selected major attractions in Soweto, that's what can be seen, but the other things mentioned. But we need to understand all these attractions, what's their carrying capacity, who visits them, and so that information is power. You have that information when you talk to any banker. I've seen people rushing to go to feasibility study practitioners to spend money on a feasibility study. If you go to Bar and get all the information I'm talking about, even maybe they allow a hotel inside, you'll be surprised that a banker will spend their own money in doing a feasibility study because you have the market. Next slide, please. These are gaps in the market that one has identified. This work could be done in Soweto just to start understanding what investors are investing in around national parks, but around areas with major attractions. I mean, the issue of declaration of Soweto, certain areas of Soweto as UNESCO World Heritage Sites and what it brings and so forth. And now do you package those experiences and understand the size of the market, both domestically and internationally, that is looking for that product. That's work that needs to be done. Some of the gaps in the three-star hotel market has been neglected. Some of the major hotel chains have indicated their expansion plans include that. Now, find a site in Soweto that is properly zoned and everything. Chances of you getting it wrong are a bit slim if all the groundwork is done properly. But having a hotel, there are people who don't sleep in B&Bs. There's a market for B&Bs, but there's a market for hotels. Economic infrastructure in some rural areas and townships with major attractions and high tourism potential lacking. Municipal airports, for instance, that might be needed. Access roads. But in Soweto, it might not be, it could be issues of fiber here and there. That could be a challenge, but some of the things are already in place. bulk infrastructure supporting tourism, for instance, because you need to also plan well in advance so that an ESCOM understands your plans as Soweto and they are able to plan for it when they plan infrastructure. The mistake we make, especially as tourism stakeholders, that we don't engage the bulk infrastructure departments well in advance to guide them on our own needs. If you go to the Department of Water, they'll give you a 30-year plan. So I think that's what we also need to do from the tourism perspective. May I have the next slide, please? I'm almost done. Some of the things, because I was asked to talk about investments, I mean, the projects that we promote tick in terms of boxes. We look for high-impact projects with multiplier effects that will be able to crowd in further investments, projects with no fundamental problems, such as disputes on ownership. You take a project where there's a dispute on ownership, where those issues have not been clarified. You take it to investors, they lose faith in the project. So what you take to investors should be things where those things have been resolved. What is the major attraction in your area? It's easy. I spoke about that here in Soweto. We have a number of major attractions. Projects, we look for projects in underdeveloped areas with high tourism potential. Title deed and long-term lease on the land is important. Even in your own family house, if you want to convert it, it's better to create an entity that will lease the property from the family, so that you separate that ownership and the lease. And then you pay rent, whether to the family trust, But also, what it does when you have a long-term lease is that when the property is attached by a bank, for instance, is that after 20 years, when the lease expires, the asset reverts back to you. That's how St. Parks come in at Kruger National Park, get someone to do a train on the bridge, spends 100 million or 250 million. After 30 years, that asset, which was built with no cent from St. Parks, will revert back to that park. So those are things that could be done within the township, some family establishments and so forth, to separate ownership and the business. That there's a lease, because we are protecting family assets and so forth. So these are some of the things that are always important, because banks are cruel. I mean, I heard the story of this young man who went to a bank, got a backyard at home, went to a bank to get a loan. The bank smiled. They funded this backyard shack because there was no subdivision of the land. When it defaulted, the family lost everything. Banks will smile. I mean, someone who's doing that deal, it's a good deal for you sitting there. But these are things that happen when people are not properly advised, from separating ownership and leasing and so forth, setting up systems to attract investment. But the lease should be long enough to allow the person who's investing to put money and be able to recoup that investment. So how you structure a deal is very important. So most of the deals that we have that come on our side, that some of them that don't get funded by banks, it's some of these things not getting clarified. But it's also not partnering, because when you partner with a seasoned operator, they know how to navigate issues around zoning. They know how to navigate issues around subdivision of land. They know how to navigate a number of issues. How to negotiate with the municipality, because they've been at this for a long time. Community buy-in is everything. You come and invest in an asset and the community believe that it should be something else there, not a hotel. It's going to be burnt down. So getting a buy-in from the community, demonstrating the benefits to the community, it's important for sustainability. So the projects we look at when we want to attract investment, these are some of the things that we need to put in place. And our job then is to work with project owners to get those things right, but also to advise you on partnerships. We don't tell you. I met with a business person who just started their operations. No, they started in 2018. They were struggling now because of COVID and other issues. We just advised them that they need a partner, how to structure a deal. They did not come back to us and said, please do this for us or find us a partner. Based on what we had shared with them, they went and identified the right partner. So these are some of the things people could do, is to just find the right partner that can work with you in a deal. Deals, if you look at most major deals, it's partnerships. It's partnerships. You need to form a network. Here in Soweto, you have architects that design hotels, specialize in hotels. You'll have form a team, a network of teams with different skills and areas of specialization. That's very important in the network, because this is a value chain, this is a system. You can't be expecting everything. Lawyers that are able to navigate the contracts I'm talking about, here in the township, they are there. The next slide, please. I'm almost done. Program director. Next slide, please. Selected projects. I spoke about Skukuza, how it has grown. The owner used to work for people like Sol Kersner, as I said. The staff they lent, he managed to set up a hotel that I call Sleepover. It was only after when he turned 65. and he got a funder from outside government, a family that put in money in that business. They said to him, if it performs, we're buying you out. And they've actually done that. So he does not own the asset he started. Can we move? Then the Skukuza Golf Course. The projects I've put in here, I'm also demonstrating. Sleepover, it's 30-year leases. I mean, he works within 10-year leases. Not too complicated. He understands the environment. When he sets up around Kruger National Park, he just goes outside a 10-kilometer buffer that is there because there are restrictions around building in those areas. If he comes to Soweto, first he'll understand the dynamics within Soweto and build around those dynamics and not build and want to challenge things. It's too late. There's information on it here, just sharing some of the insights around this project. The next slide, please. Next one, I'm just showing the pictures. This is a budget hotel targeting mainly people visiting friends and relatives, that market, which is a market that is very sensitive because sometimes when you go to a funeral, it's not something that is planned. So it's for budget-conscious travelers. The next slide. This is a 21-year lease from Kruger National Park. When this golf course was run by government, it was running at a loss. They gave a private party 21-year lease. Today, it contributes to the, the fiscus of St. Parks. It's always busy. Now, it was given to a private party, but government has not lost it. It remains our asset as government. Next one. These are pictures when it was upgraded and so forth. Now it's a money spinner, basically, because it was given to a private party with conditions. This is a development that was made here because of a 21-year lease unlocked this investment. So you give a long-term lease. If you give a 5-year lease, no one is going to put in a lot of money. But if a person is not planning to invest a lot, you give them a shorter lease, if it's just a management contract. So the length of the lease should be determined by the risk the private party is willing to take. Next one. The Hoedspruit Airport, government-owned asset as well. The runway, you can move on this one. The runway has been developed by the private part. No, the runway was government runway, but they've done what you call a terminal, investing their own money, taking a risk. The lease is not too long, but they know they would have made their money by the time the lease expires. But it also supports. So the person who owns this, the Kapama Group, makes their money not in the airport. So you come and buy this airport hoping you'll make profit. They don't make profit, but their clients who pay 50,000 per night are prepared. So he uses that to subsidize the airport. So you come in, when you've not understood the nitty-gritties on a project, you come in, want to run it, you take your money to a bank, and you are dependent on it. You're then in debt. Business collapses. Next slide, please. We're done. These are pictures of Hoedspruit, which was a run-down military airport. Now it's developed, it's fully. It's always booming. I think the premier of the province last time had said he'll give them an international license because the demand, it's located closer to Kruger National Park, which is a demand driver. Like Soweto, Soweto is a demand driver. But the things that we need to sit down and discuss is how do you capture that value? Study the trends and capture that value. These are funding institutions. I think you know about them and their conditions and so forth. I mean, there are things for certain projects. DTIC has something called the Critical Infrastructure Program that funds some elements of feasibility studies when there's value partnering with the private sector. These are things that could be done, motivated for. There's the Municipal Infrastructure Grant as well that could be leveraged. It does do some feasibility studies. It could be explored as a source of funding. But projects for MIG, the projects have to be planned for in the IDP of that particular municipality, which is always important. Because planning is everything. So most spending from the municipality has to come from the IDP. Next slide. Yeah, there's these ones, the different ones. I mean, international funding sources that could be explored. I mean, that's a job that we do to look for funders and build a case for tourism. I mean, when we started this work, we used to go to some of these funds. They say they are for manufacturing. But what we go to the funders and do, we demonstrate to them that tourism is actually manufacturing. Because there are certain things that would not have been there if it was not for a particular hotel or a particular restaurant. So tourism is manufacturing. We can make a very strong case that there are certain manufacturing businesses that would not be there if it was not for tourism. Next slide, please. Next slide. The USAID and so forth. Some of the priority areas around South Africa. You'll see that Soweto remains a priority. We flagged it there with all the attractions it has. So our role is to work with yourselves strategically to identify some of those opportunities, but also to assist in soliciting funding in strengthening the business case for projects. That's what we do. So without wasting much time, Chair, I think this is, for me, has been an eye-opener. I was sitting here listening, and we are here to learn, listen, and then be able to guide. But most of it is just about learning, lessons learned, and it's been a very rich conference from my side in terms of the insights that one has got in here. So it is in safe hands. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, I'm going to request Mr. Kwesi to take us through the global investment opportunity unpacking newly declared UNESCO World Heritage sites and also, for those who don't know what UNESCO is United Nations Education, Scientific and Culture and Organization. So this is a very strategic UN part of a component. So my honorable sir, with special respect you deserve, please join me. You have your 10 minutes. Take us through United Nations, UNESCO opportunities. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Program directors and all the leaders, according to their different denominations, whatever it is called in the other space. But in my normal language, they are denominations. My name is Kwesi Kampumlwana. I represent the National Heritage Council. And I want to give a special word of thanks to Ndate Mutuping for the resilience and the patience with which he has walked this journey with us and with the communities. We normally meet in the stakeholder engagement work because the issue is so it is known. That's partly why we are here. The National Heritage Council is an agency of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and is assigned the responsibility to coordinate the resistance and liberation heritage route, among other things. It's got a legal mandate to coordinate heritage, to help transform heritage, to fund heritage, and a number of other responsibilities. So we are really grateful for the opportunity to be here today and to be able to reflect briefly on the convergence between investment possibilities and world heritage, because it cuts right into the area of heritage economics. A new, for South Africa, a relatively new area of economic endeavor. And I thought, given what has been said and what has been done today, I'll use a different way than the presentation originally prepared. So our country's heritage is very rich and diverse. You will see it, even our coat of arms says, a diverse people unite. But the niche area that we have been assigned to lead on is the one related to resistance and liberation heritage. And through that work, a national network of places, moments, and people have been curated into a route And at last count, we had identified over 400. And a very big number is here in Soweto and in Gauteng. And it's not because I'm a deep Clufian that it is the case. It's just a function of what research showed us and what had been taking place from Bukhulukhulu. So the World Heritage nomination that we recently completed, known as Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites for short, and then it's got a longer name, Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, is a byproduct or is selected from the many places that testify to the activities that took place in pursuit for freedom, as it were. And I can safely mention that the ones that are here in Gauteng, it's a selection of the 1976 streets of Soweto, namely Vilakazi, Kumalo, and Moyema Street. It's also Kliptown, Walter Sisulu Square, a site that has been cause for major concern at UNESCO. But now we're very excited to have had the mayor and the head of economic development of the city, and to also see and hear from the community that there is some work happening there. We hope it's going to happen with momentum, with irreversibility, and with alignment to the heritage considerations. So I was so excited to see that it's happening. I was even scared to go and say, hey, did you now ask for Sarah to give you a permit? I hope that will be done, or it has been done, because the city is a compliant entity and it's got the capacity to do these kinds of things. A place to become a World Heritage Site needs to meet certain requirements. One, it must meet criteria of being a World Heritage Site, and you can select from 10. But this group that we're talking about is chosen because it's tangibly associated with ideas, events, and literary works of exceptional international importance. It could have been, or other properties are chosen because they've got exceptional beauty, or because they represent an evidence of the Earth's evolution. Others represent a dialogue and conflict of civilizations. However, this one is because of tangible link to key global events and literary works linked to the struggle for freedom in the country. But it must also be properly managed and safeguarded from adverse impacts of either industry or people or nature or crime. It must be in a good enough state. So we're very fortunate that Kliptown, or Walter Sisulu Square, was inscribed in spite of its really not good state at the time. And that's why we were given very strict instructions that it's inscribed on condition that those issues are addressed and reported on by the 1st of December. It must also be authentic in the sense that it must be able to faithfully convey the story for which it is proposed for World Heritage listing. The World Heritage List exists by virtue of an agreement known as the World Heritage Convention that was created in 1972, so it's about 52 years old. But in that time, only 1,223 properties have made it into the list. South Africa has got only 12 at the moment. Africa has got only 105 or 108, I speak under correction. And there are 196 countries that have signed up to the convention, but only 168 have got properties. So there are countries that don't have a single property on the World Heritage List. And Africa is seriously underrepresented, as you can see. It's less than 10% of the total number. And 3 properties since the convention was put in place have been delisted. Sometimes because the protection I was talking about was no longer applicable, or because changes that were taking place through urban development, like the city of Liverpool, were no longer compatible with their status. And then one site is in Oman. But normally, if a site gets removed from the list, it's seen as a very bad thing and a thing of shame, because countries invest a lot of time and effort to get onto that list, as it were. Now, our part, we in the cultural space, we research these places that have significance. We lobby to ensure that they are included. We develop the case. We see our colleagues in the economic cluster of government, but also the economic cluster in civil society, people like Wundaden Mutupeng and yourselves, as the people who can now actualize the possibility that World Heritage properties and even national and local heritage properties have economic potential when certain activities and investments are done that are compatible with the significance, that are not in conflict, as it were. And beautiful things were said here about meetings, incentives, and conventions, about tourism products, about the rest of the value chain and the value matrix. Now, when a place becomes a World Heritage Site, it has been common practice in many places that the comparative value of surrounding real estate property shoots up. And those of you who are Gautengese would remember that in the area after Krugerstop, when the cradle of humankind was inscribed, shortly after that, you suddenly had events and all sorts of high value property happening, and it's still the case. Now, this kind of escalation can happen even in the areas that I have referred to. But the major issue is that this is a high niche or a specialized niche. It attracts tourists and visitors who know what they want. It also creates possibility for responsible business, sustainable business. And I've talked to which sites that we've got in Gauteng. UNESCO has issued some interesting guidelines about how we can harness World Heritage for purposes of investment. And they talk about being clear about how much funding is needed to maintain and bring about the desired changes or maintain them, as it were. And being clear of what needs to be invested in, and identifying funders and partners who might be interested in aligned kind of outcomes, and match the funders and investors to because not every funder will have an appetite for everything just because we're in Soweto. We match, we align, and that way we don't feel like we're always rejected. And then obviously the pitch, whether it's done by private business or by community or jointly with government, and we bundle the outcomes in the way of an ecosystem, the way Mayor and other colleagues were talking about. And we establish mechanisms that support fundraising and that support other ways of benefit mobilization. And I think also, as we were doing when we were discussing the rationale and we're getting stakeholder buy-in, we don't promise what we cannot offer. We better define jointly the benefits that are feasible through this exercise and benefits that belong in another exercise. Because if you lie, it catches up. And then the whole thing about income streams, whether it's people paying cash at the door or the examples that were talked about, which are in the rest of the tourism and heritage value chain, as it were. And I think we would never finish all of this in detail. The most important thing is that every World Heritage Site has a management plan. And the management plan balances the duties to conserve the site and to do business in a helpful way. There are some places where there's been complaint that, hey, businesses just overrun the fact that this is a living neighborhood and parents cannot even supervise homework. So you look at those things, you make sure they don't happen. As I get to the conclusion, it looks like for us to succeed in making sure that the investment we attract is aligned, systematic research, high quality benchmarking with what has been happening elsewhere that might have lessons for us of what to do and what not to do, a realistic benefits definition, good identification of collaborators. And this, we have to do it collectively, colleagues, as public sector, as private sector, as civil society and community. And so I'll quickly mention that the 7th administration, which we serve the government of the day, whatever it becomes, has identified for us who work in culture, the area of job creation, the area of fighting poverty and an enabling environment for businesses to work, and the area of a capable and ethical state. And this capable and ethical state will not be so if the intergovernmental relations, vertical and horizontal, don't work very well. In other platforms, you would know that the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route program that we work on includes local, provincial, and national, and as much as it's chaired by the Minister of Culture, it involves other departments as well, and then you have work streams. And this was an attempt to try and harness the collective strength and ideas of everybody to achieve the objectives that are required. And so in this way, we think that we would then be able to make meaningful high-impact partnerships that achieve the different goals of the National Development Plan, and as it were. Based on what I see with the businesses that are displayed here, the leadership that was given by our mayor, the enthusiasm and the systematic thinking that all people who have been presenting and talking, and those who are not talking in a microphone at the tables, were able to make this happen. And Soweto is the hope for many, many people. And so let's get it going. Failure is not an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me request Tato to come on stage, and Kenny Hlele and the speaker who just get off the stage. Just for photo shoot, what we're going to do now, I think lunch will be served in the next 15 minutes. We're going to start, I don't know how many serving points are there. I wish they can increase them. We're going to start with the tables in front, then we go as instructed or advised. As for now, we have been sitting for quite a long time. We have people here selling different products. I'm going to appeal with special respect that the front tables, we go around, we follow each other. In that line, we go around and let's support our business people who make efforts to come here. Are we together? So we all stand up, front tables, Tato, we lead, we start here, take numbers, what are you doing? Because I can see creativity. Then we go around, we take pictures, they will be in the magazine or in the social media, but we must support them. The 15 minutes, we're not just stretching legs, we're going to do business. So this is how we start. I'll be connected, engaging, talking to them, taking notes. We start here. Piteng arts and also
I was thinking, could you just give the entrepreneurs the mic? So they
yes, definitely. Thank you very much. With special request, we're stretching legs. After that, we go to the lunch. Let's visit all the stores to see what they're doing. Then we take pictures. Photographers, be here because we need this on record. Guest house. Ikutuleni guest house. Take us through 1 minute.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, over to no music. We're talking to our business ladies.
It's
Over to you,
13:14.
Ikutuleni Guest House.
Ekutuleni Guest House is based in Soweto. I have 2 branches in Soweto, Orlando West, and in Lakeview.
Volume on the other side for the mic.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ekutuleni Guest House is based in Soweto. I have 2 branches in Soweto and 1 branch in East Rand for Sloras. It's a 3-star guest house which is established in 2013. And then in 2022, I started the spa. So now it's Ekutuleni Guest House and Spa. It has 26 rooms all in all for both guest houses. They are all en suite rooms.
Wow. This is Women Initiative. A very big round of applause. I hope young girls are learning. Congratulations. Do you have your business card?
Yes, I do.
All right. Yes. Tata will give you my number. Number 2, Piteng Arts and Crafts. Over to you. 1 minute. Tell us.
Okay, Piteng Arts and Craft, it's a ceramic designing company.
Yeah.
We are artists. We design a variety of products.
Yeah. This is you. This is your creativity.
Yeah, this is part of my creativity.
If I can come and wait, you'll do it for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, wait, should I come? He will do this for me.
So we design all kinds of products. We design vases, we design coffee mugs.
Yeah.
You know, Swana.
Yes.
And then we, candle holders. We design all kinds of products, but using clay.
You're using clay.
Absolutely.
You color everything.
Our studio is based at the Soweto Empowerment Zone at Deep Zone 6.
Zone 6. Do you have capacity? If someone comes, this 1,000, can you do them?
Definitely I can.
All right. No, thank you very much. Let's come this side.
Hello.
Penzo.
Hello.
Household
Hello.
and hygiene. Oh, my apology. I'm jumping. Who is this one? My gang. My gang. Where is my Ademus? All right, let's just take pictures. We can see what my gang is doing. We are on your Penzo, household and hygiene care. Where is Tato? Yeah, be here. Go ahead, Mama. Only 1 minute.
Dumelang ke nna Neo Morgan, creator ya all this. Every detail that I made, it was after COVID, of which I've closed the cafe that I had.
Yeah.
So I decided to take my mom's machine.
Yeah.
And start sewing this. This is recycled jeans. And then I start doing the ponchos and this and the aprons. And then those vases, there's something behind it.
It's a special tree.
I've got trees at the back, of which I do this.
Wow.
Of which I do this. And again, I'm waiting for Chep to come and view my place because I wanted to do B&B.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, my dear Angel.
Thank you, Mom.
Where are we? Are we still at Benzo?
Yes.
Benzo do everything. Oh, this is Benzo now. We were at Mahige. I apologize. All right. Benzo, yeah, take us through. What are you doing here?
All right, thank you. So the name is Penzora Chemicals, but we've got 2 brands. One brand, which is a household brand, it's Penzo. And then we've got a personal care brand, which is Zora. So there, under Zora, we manufacture...
Okay, wait there. You stay here in Soweto.
Yes.
If go Baragwana Bagara supply, get this thing, do you have a capacity?
Yes, we'll be
Where
able
is
to
Tado?
supply.
Tado, this is business for them.
Yes.
200 beds, 6,700 staff members. Can you make a difference? Yes.
Okay.
This is what is needed.
So we
Let's
actually
open opportunities for them.
Yes, we actually manufacture these ourselves. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're 100 women on 100%
You
women-owned
comply with
business.
SAPS, South African Bureau of Standard and Health.
We
the
are busy
supply.
with that.
You're
as
busy
well.
with that.
Yes, only 2 products need to be registered. But the
Okay,
rest are
which
fine,
one are those?
Which is bleach and pine gel.
They are registered.
They are regulated. So
They are
these
regulated.
under
That's what
process,
I need.
But everything else is lab tested. We work
Okay,
with
it's
the
lab tested.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
lovely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Le producer le dipiere. Hey, batho ba banna ba dia mehlolo. And then who's LM now? From 2022. Take us through LM.
I am Lerato Monchu, owner of LM Skin. I started my skincare brand when I was struggling to find the perfect skin care for my skin. I had horrible skin, so I started researching organic products. I started formulating products with ingredients in my kitchen. Then I registered to do skincare formulations. Now I'm formulating the skincare products with ingredients from my kitchen.
This skincare can meet the standard of Miss World South Africa.
Yes,
can
definitely.
You do that?
I use
the
carrots, turmeric, coffee, all the ingredients from my kitchen. I use them to make the products.
All right, where is Yolanda? I think we must take 2 of them.
Please.
So that the Miss World South Africa, yes, the marketing director.
Please.
So please, Yolanda, everybody who enters Miss World South Africa next year, these are the products. Are we safe?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mami, Mtonjeni, am I pronounced correctly? Bed and breakfast. Mtonjeni, bed and breakfast. All right, should I come with the president of African Tourism Board?
Oh, yes.
I'll be well taken care of. Take me through your bed and breakfast.
My name is Susan Masuku from Orlando West Extension, behind Vilagazi, behind Sakumzi, behind Desmond Tutu. This is my house. These are the rooms that I service, accommodation. And I work with Sakumzi. When the international locals, when they eat, I go to Sakumzi.
Okay.
When they want to sleep,
they
go
to
to Mtonjeni bed and breakfast.
Yeah, how many rooms do you
I've
have
got
now?
7 rooms.
You have 7 rooms.
I accommodate 7 or 14.
Okay.
Yes.
Super excellent. I'm very proud of you.
And then this is the queen
Yes.
of Mtonjeni bed and breakfast.
Come this side, we take a picture. I know where I'm going to take it. Bulela Mama picture. Tato, be here. I'm very proud of you, Mama. Young girls must learn. Yeah. I'll share it with the president of African Tourism Board, Nemam. Thank you very much. Let's come this side. And yeah. And
hold on before I talk.
Who is this one now? Which company you represent here?
Sanbonani, my name is Mzwake Shabalala from Rockville Tourism.
Good, my man.
I'm a chairperson of Rockville Tourism. So Rockville, we came with 5 companies.
5 companies,
yes,
lovely.
Under Rockville Tourism. And with our legend, Mamendi, the first tour guide company in Soweto, tour operator, Ikaya Lempilo Museum. And we do art. I will give it to her to explain more about us as Rockville.
No, guys, this is Mendi Mankazan. I want you guys to know the history of South Africa. Because if I don't tell my history, nobody will know. Umendi Mankazan is a founder of Soweto Tourism. Lenians are today. I founded this in 1995. I'm the first black woman to introduce Soweto Tourism. And today I'm glad that I've been invited by this guy, not Soweto Tourism. And then I just want to make the history correct so that you know in your history books and people are talking about tourism, you should know who started tourism in Soweto. It's Mendi Mankazan. Just to tell the history of South Africa correctly.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate the initiatives, Mama. But what is this?
Again, I'm sorry. I'm the first woman to open a cultural retreat in Soweto, where I exposed history of South African people, what they used to use before Grandpa.
Okay.
My retreat is exposing another side of South Africa, and I know I'm wasting your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tipa.
Hello. Nation Cabs, take us through. Is this one?
Yes, Nation Cabs is a passenger and a
Can I put it on my head?
Yes.
If you sell 3, I need 10%.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
Unale capacity, can you do more? Who is this one?
They are not here.
Okay, let's jump them. Right, Mami, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. And how are
Mufe
you?
Maigi.
My name is Agnes Butelezi.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Agnes Butelesi.
I'm Busisiwe Butelezi.
Busisiwe.
But this is my sister's company.
Yeah.
JB Sense. It's Love and Light, a place that smells nice and distresses the mind.
Okay.
She's new in the market.
Everything here we can supply at any hotel. So it means you can supply that one can supply that one. So trade among yourselves. Yes.
Okay.
Trade among yourselves.
That's what we did.
Let's
Small,
promote.
South Africa, all of them.
Yes. They trade among themselves. Thank you very much, Mami. And who is this one?
Hi, my name is Constance Kupega, founder of Fit Muduza. We do outdoor activities, your hiking, campings, and team
Do you know
building.
the deal when I wear your cap?
Yes,
10% commission.
100 rand cash or card.
Thank you, my angel. All right. It's only to have a capacity. That's what I'm asking. Can we make 1,000 if somebody doesn't have?
Yes, this our chance to employ other people so that we can all eat.
All right. Okay, lovely.
Hello.
Hey, who is this young man?
Can you please kupula volume?
It's 13.
Yeah.
Can you please kupula volume?
Who is this young man?
Igama Mduduzo Asbego representing Soul of Africa, Soul of Heritage. We are producing school shoes.
School shoes.
School shoes.
One, two.
We are millionaires where we live.
Two.
So we produce school shoes. We make them
One,
ourselves.
two.
We are based here in Orlando West, like Soweto. We currently have a
One,
manufacturing deal with one of the biggest manufacturers. We're able to produce about 13,500 units, depending on an order. Our main aim is to one day create a factory that will be open corner like Soweto, in the heart of Soweto, and to create more jobs. But besides creating jobs, we want to see black kids see that we as black people can create.
Can you produce police shoes? They look alike.
That is the aim at the end of the day. We want to not only make school shoes, but we also want to make utility shoes and school uniform as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many pep stores you have in Soweto? Why can't they buy from you?
At the moment,
You don't know? Okay. She will solve that.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Where are we now?
We are going to Township on
We're
the
here.
side.
This is my company.
Okay. Soweto Wire. Take us through Soweto Wire.
That's my community newspaper. I'm 27 years in the media fraternity.
Soweto Wire.
This is my third community newspaper.
One,
I
two,
founded and published.
two.
Okay. E-newspaper or you print also?
It's in 16 pages hard copy.
Okay,
It's
hard
online
copy.
also.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Someone is coming. Are you doing it electronically?
Yes, I'm busy
This with
electronically
that.
right now.
All right.
But I need help for the hard
Thank you very much.
We are going to Township to the side.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon. Yeah.
We are in Township Guest House. We offer one of the best accommodations in Soweto. We also offer restaurants and catering.
How many rooms you have?
We have 8 rooms.
8. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next one, please follow me the side.
We're going to give you bigger platform.
Yes.
We're here now. Hello, Malome ba dirang? Tawela. Dipeke tse di dira ke lena? Ha. Kwena o dirago dipeke tse? Matla a Modimo ke a magolo. I'm very proud of you. Yeah. You must take his number. Ne?
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Okay. Ka moka le tsone tse dira go na le ntho e shortang gore production e namelele.
Ke kopa ba bagolo ba ntlatse ba mpe sponsor.
Oh, Papa Eric o ucela isponsor.
Oh, gore a di kgone go dira di-packaging. It's fine. The point is noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ndade Eric. And I'm here. Yes. Mama,
Naki Zamakuba Waga Khatebe. Zamakuba Khatebe.
Good, my
Yes, I am the owner of African Indigenous Enterprise and brand to African Indigenous Snacks, and we produce a variety of healthy snacks. So here we have dried fruits, dried vegetable chips, breakfast muesli, and tea infusion kits and gift boxes.
These are all produced by yourself?
Yes. So our products are SABS.
Do you have market?
Yes, we are still building up the market.
Is the business doing well?
Yes, it is. But so far, we are still focused on product development. So
For an example, let's say I go to an airline to say I want to supply this. Do you have capacity?
Yes.
How many boxes can you do a week?
A week we can do 5,000 for now.
5,000?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Calculate how much 5,000 will cost. You tell her.
Thank you.
London, okay? All
If anyone wants all the contacts for the exhibitions,
here we are now.
they can come to
There's
me
the mic,
or
there's the mic.
Unompumelelo. We will give you all the details of all the stalls around in the house.
What's your name?
Good day. My name is Reranzum Tombeni. I'm representing Hopolang Katlotlo Memorial and Tombstones.
Okay.
So our services are funeral tombstones, memorials, flower wreaths, and any other sympathy cards or any other services that you may need in terms of your loved ones when they need assistance. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
Keep up the good job.
I'm
very proud of you. Are you in the same? No. You're on your own?
I'm on my
own. Okay, take me through.
All right. This is Ayoshana Shibambu, representing Meredith Institute for Business Founders. This is an institute that trains SMMEs on business, step-by-step business diagnosis.
Yes.
And we have created this program without the accounting jargon. So anyone and everyone can do this, and it is NQF accredited, NQF number 2 and NQF level 4.
So you are now NQF level 4?
No, we do both NQF level
2 to 4.
To 4, because we wanted it to be
that's fine.
at layman
foundation. No,
And Tate Matsafu, kita
very
kamwe.
much. Yeah. And take me through, who is this beautiful lady?
Hi, this is Ofense Monsiwa.
Sophie?
Ofense. Thanks. Ofense Monsiwa. I'm the founder of Money Smart Group. And these are the programs that we have here. Our flagship production is called Jojo Finance Play, which teaches school kids about financial literacy from grade R to grade 12.
Yeah.
We use theater to teach them the concept of money management and entrepreneurship.
Wow.
Over and above that, we also do the workshops for out of school, young professionals, and we also have other programs, but they're all based on financial literacy education.
Very wonderful.
Thank you so much,
very
ma'am.
And the smile can tell more. Start with the gentleman. Take me through what you do.
My name is Impossible Bane.
However, West Tato, Osebedis, Bruag. Osebedis, because also we can say Madombolo, we understand that you understand us. Right? So a little bit about background about myself, just a quick, a short background. I said I'm from Kimberley. I've been to over 122 countries. I've been to every country in the continent. And I did that for an important reason, because I didn't want to go around the continent talking about telling people I'm an African when I've only been to Botswana, Mozambique. What's the other one that we go to as South Africans? Lesotho, Botswana, Swaziland. We don't count them. But at least Mozambique, you have to go a little bit farther. So Namibia here. So I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it with a bit of credibility. And I've learned a few things on that journey. Because I'm always asked, what's so common about us? What is there a common denominator among us? I said, of course, there's a common denominator. What you're going to learn about the continent, you are going to learn that we're a very creative people. Doesn't matter where we are in the continent. We are a very communal people, rebatu as Africans. But what you're also going to learn is that we are very hospitable. If you obey our rules, you obey our cultures, you obey our religions, you obey our laws, we welcome you anytime. And we do the same thing every country we go to. Okay, I was in Zimbabwe. Past week I was in Zimbabwe and Tanzania. When I was in Zimbabwe, they arrested me and my driver because we parked. The four wheels were inside the spot, the parking. But the back of the car was in the so everybody was upset. But we are manje, where you go, you obey other people's rules. I said, exactly. You must obey the law. I paid the $53 fine because according to the Zimbabwean laws, I'm supposed to be parked. The entire car must be in the thingy. So I said, that's what we do. We're a very hospitable people, but we're also very entrepreneurial people. So I'll tell you an interesting story. So I arrive in Senegal. I drive all the way to Gambia. We get to the border. Then when we get to the border, they said to us, you need insurance. I said, for what? They said, you need insurance to cross over into the next country, into Gambia. I said, but our car is insured. They're like, no, you need insurance for the other side. Now it's 3, 4 in the morning. And I said, where am I going to get insurance at 4? Now, as a South African, what do you think? I said in my head, yes, chance. Where am I going to find insurance at 3, 4? I meet some guy. We may think he's a tout. The guy comes running to us. He says to us, I'll organize your insurance. We're like, insurance? Got 3, 4 in the morning. We follow the guy. We go into some room. We see it's dark. 4 in the morning, 4, 5 in the morning. 4 actually, because it's dark. I see people with torches, writing policies at 4 in the morning. Now, I'm South African, so I'm thinking, policy for corruption. I see, now you see, this one here is not the real deal. Because that's me, I'm South African, because that's how we think, right? And then, anyway, he runs out of insurance, of policies. How can you run out of policies if they're stolen? Anyway, so we go to the next door, we wake up this guy, we find this guy, fast asleep, out of basically underpen FAILI, we wake him up. He says, mon ami, speaking French, mon ami, just attends, s'il vous plaît. Just give me time, wait a bit. So he goes out. He has to pray first, his Muslim country. He prays and then he comes out. Then the guy sits there. I've got a picture of him in my book. I think I've got a book in the book. He's writing a policy. Now it's about 4 in the morning for me. And I'm thinking, had I asked that of my people in South Africa, Bazoti, I'm not going to start anything here until 8 a.m. Now, I must have tea, and then we move on to the work at 9 o'clock. But I learned something, because our perceptions, when we look at countries and places, we already come in with our filters. And that's how when I travel, I leave South Africa at OR Tambo, and I enter with a naked mind and an open mind. So when I arrive in the country, I do not have to look at the country through a South African filter. And that way, you are able to enjoy the country and understand it. So that experience taught me something about us as a people, that we're a very entrepreneurial people as Africans. We are resilient. Doesn't matter what apartheid has done, what colonialism has done, what corruption has done, we are still standing. And we keep moving. I learned a few things on this journey. I learned that the wars are always going to keep going. There's always war. There's always war. When you go to West Africa, they are fighting over who makes the best jollof. The Nigerians are fighting the Ghanaians, are fighting the Senegalese, are fighting the Gambians. And then me, when I finished going to every country in the continent, I hosted people from every country in South Africa. I flew in a jollof specialist to come and cook jollof properly. And she was from Gambia. The Nigerians wanted to kill me. They're like, we are offended now, we are offended. I mean, what's offending you? How you bring somebody here from Gambia? You know the best jollof is from Ghana and from Nigeria. So you can see, right? So there's always wars. I've also learned something. Sorry, my bishop is here. We've got my bishop here. Bakona bange bafundisi la. Bakona bange bantu besonto. Siyabingelela. So I arrive in Ghana, and as we arrive in Ghana, the first question you ask people is, how are you? By His grace, I'm doing well. By His grace. That's the first thing they do. Because Ghana and Nigeria, 95% believe in some God. Sometimes here in South Africa, we host a few of them called the Bushiris. And they come here and they find us, because some of us here, we are waiting for breakthroughs. Because Batumau just tantasa into so longer. Just pray. And if things are not going well, what did they say? You don't believe. If you believe, you'll have a breakthrough. That's why they asked Bushiri, if you are such a great preacher, you can help people with breakthroughs, why don't you do it in Malawi? Because Malawi is one of the poorest countries in the continent. Our South Africans believe in miracles, but Malawians believe in God. One of the problems that we have in because of religion, as Kenyatta said when he came to our, when Kenyatta regained the land of Kenya, he said when the missionaries arrived here in Africa, they taught us how to pray with our eyes closed. When we open our eyes, they had the land and we had the Bible in our hands. That's why Rata Jesoma, we are poor. So we need to be very careful how we approach this religious thing, right? Of course, there's some good things that we can learn from other countries. I've been to Rwanda I've been to Ghana more than 100 times, and I've been to Rwanda maybe about 10 or so, or more maybe, actually more than 10 times. The interesting thing about Rwanda is that every third Saturday of every month, the people get together. They are obligated. You are not leaving your house between 8 and 11. Your job is to clean your neighborhood. Babies are Umuganda. And that's why Rwanda is the cleanest country in the world. Definitely the cleanest in Africa. So if you look at some of the challenges that we have in our continent, particularly in our country, particularly here in South Africa, particularly here in Soweto and many other townships, you ask ourselves, what happened to our good culture and our good nature? We don't need government to tell us how to clean the streets. We don't need governments to tell us what we need to do to have good neighborhoods. We are good people. We used to be better, and we are better than this. Part of building a Soweto to make it an attractive place is to ensure that it is a place that is clean, a place that is hospitable, a place that everybody looks at and say, the people of Soweto, the people of Kimberley, the people of Kgaleshewe, they love their cities and their countries. So we have that responsibility to do that. So let's talk about tourism. Tourism is interesting. I was the deputy chairman of tourism for South Africa, for South African tourism for 10 years. And I learned a few things in the space. One of the things that I've learned is some of the things that sometimes we're uncomfortable about the truth, that about 70% of the people who visit our country come from our own continent. But we don't judge them the same way that we judge people who come from Europe. Because when people come from Europe and they come to here and we take them to some of our favorite spots here, because they come with dollars and cents and euros. But the people who are going to build this country and continent are the people from our own continent. Because 70% of the people who come here come from our continent. We love tourism for an important reason, because tourism does a few things. More than 5% of the labor of this country comes from tourism. They are the people who make sure that this country keeps going, contributing as much as 10% or up to 10% at its best of the GDP of this country. So we know how important tourism is because you can see it when you go around this country, when you go around the city, when you go around the neighborhoods. Tourism builds our cities. So that's why it's so beautiful and important to have people like Tato and the rest of us here today to celebrate, to recognize, to support the importance of tourism in our country. And what's interesting is when you look at some of the research says 22% of the people who want to come to want to travel anywhere, they are looking for the sun. And 40% or 40%, 45% of the people who are travel, they are looking for nature. Folks, they are looking for us. We are perfect for the travelers. We are perfect because we offer them the sun, we offer them the nature, but we also offer them the culture they cannot replicate and find anywhere else. And that's why we are primed for success, and we ought to be here. So one of the things I wanted to do, one of the things that I ran is Brand Africa. I started Brand Africa in 2009, and the purpose I started Brand Africa was to try and understand just how us as Africans are supporting made in Africa brands and goods and services and places. And I learned a few crazy things. I've learned over the last 15 years that only 20% of the brands that Africans admire come from Africa. In other words, there's an 80% rejection by people in this room of anything that is made here. We are not going to progress if we as a people do not support anything that we have created. That's why when we grew up, they used to say charity begins at home. If you don't support the crafts from Soweto, if you don't support the art from Soweto, the designs from Soweto, and you want to go spend your money at the Diamond Walk, where none of the brands come from Africa, except from last week where Makosa launched their own shop there. None of the brands come from here. None of the money stays here. It all leaves our country. If you want to build Soweto, you must put Soweto first. If you want to build South Africa, you put South Africa first. I have no problem with international brands because I wear them as well. I support them as well. It's that duality that we should be comfortable with because we are living in that world that is open. That's why I can easily wear Hermes sandals and wear this Nigerian top and feel just world class. And that's what we ought to do. And that's what we ought to support. So when I did the study again this year, I asked, you might do the study in 32 countries around the world, around the continent, sorry. And I asked them the question, how many of you believe in Africa? I'm asking Africans. How many of you believe in Africa? I asked the Africans. Only 64%. Nitiha. So the other 36, what do they believe in? And because I've done this in so many countries, I can tell you that Basotho, any Basothos here? Basothos believe in America. And I was quite stunned. I was like, Basotho, our people next door, neighbor, what has America done for you? Trump is not thinking about you today. Trump is thinking about America. That's why Trump's tagline is, make America great again. He didn't say make the world great. He didn't say make Lesotho great. Trump says make America. Our job, we can also run the mega, make Africa great again. We're only going to make Africa great again if we believe in Africa as well as support Africa. We can't have 64% believe in Africa, but only 20% buy Africa. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. That's why next year, I'm on a major mission next year around the world to advocate for all the African, around the continent, for all the African countries and governments to put Africa first, to make sure that more than 50% of the goods that governments and public service procure are made in Africa. Because if we do that, we are creating opportunities for African entrepreneurs, South African entrepreneurs, for African businesses. Because as long as we don't have that obligation, the money will continue to leave our shores. Our people will continue to be poor. We will continue to be indebted to the rest of the world. All of us owe IMF, we all owe the World Bank. We all have to buy crippled chicken from America because of AGOA instead of supporting our own brands, our own products here. Only Lesotho, only Botswana and Eritrea don't owe anybody in the world. Small countries. We here in South Africa claiming to be rich, claiming to be independent. We are not independent. You can go to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. You are going to find out there is no Molefe, no Ikalafeng, no Bani on that list. Because more than 80% of the brands which are listed there, none of them have got our names on them. But they've got our mouths. Because as Ali Mazrui said it so well, Africans consume what they don't produce and produce what they don't consume. That is irresponsible on our part. We are irresponsible Africans, and we have nobody to blame for our poverty, for our joblessness, and for our despair. We have only ourselves to blame. We are here today because we want to tell the rest of the world they must come to Soweto. They must come to Soweto because Soweto is not only the most, Soweto is not only the most recognized, I don't want to call it township, it's not only the most recognized city in Africa, it is the city that sets the tone for Africa. And if it's a city that sets the tone, it must set the tone from everything else. From the quality of the experience, from the quality of the products, from the quality of the experience people have here. All of us, Magoduka ase Kimberley na kupi na kupi, sila sonke for one good reason. And all of us, when we reference this town, we reference it through Soweto. Because even when we wanted to change the education system, the kids of Soweto are the ones who set the tone. If you want, okay, football, but we had a bit of a problem this weekend as the Chiefs people. So let us singakhulumi ngefootball, especially in the Chiefs nabantu basePitori. So let us not talk about football if sifuna nje to be good friends when I live here. But one of the things that I did this year as part of the study is we established what are the most admired South African brands. The number one brand, most admired South African brand. I'm so incredibly proud to have announced them on the 11th of June this year, that Batu, a brand made by a kid from Alex or somewhat, Alex I think, is the number one brand, ahead of MTN, ahead of the Woolworths, ahead of all those. How beautiful is it? Masibashalizan. The one other thing I wanted to do this year, I wanted to reflect on the 30 years, because some of us about Dallas based corner, so we've been around for 30 years at least. But when are you about 31? Yeah, Tuna, yeah, just a bit. So I wanted to reflect on the brands which in the last 30 years have changed, have defined the narrative of South Africa, have reflected the trajectory of South Africa. admired destinations in South Africa. Let us give a hand to Soweto. I didn't want to make a lot of speeches today, but I just wanted to reflect on what it takes for us to be successful. And people always ask me that, whether it's internationally or locally, everywhere else, what will it take for Soweto, for South Africa, to maintain, to go back as the #1 destination in the continent, to get more than 8 million visitors, to compete with Morocco and Egypt as the #1 destinations? I said simple, and I used to say this to the minister. I worked under 3 ministers, from Hanekom to Mamoloko to Van Schalkwyk, when I was in the tourism sector. And we always said the same things, and I must say it now. People will come here if they feel it is safe to come to Soweto. People will come here if they feel this place is clean. People will come here if they feel that we are a welcoming people. Those are simple things that we can do. How do we make this place safe? We have to fight to make Soweto safe. I climbed the mountains in Uganda to go hang out with my family, the silverback gorillas. You can only find them in Rwanda, Uganda, and Congo. So I've done Rwanda and Uganda. And as I was on top of the mountains, there were policemen, and it said tourism police. And I stopped the guy and I said, "What is a tourism police? Why do you need a tourism police?" He said, "My friend, we here depend on the dollars and the euros and the rands that the tourists bring to our city, to our country, Uganda. We're not going to let anybody mess with that. That's how we have specialist tourism police." Tato knows his job on Monday. Tato's job on Monday, we're glad Beggy Girl is no longer here, but Tato knows his job on Monday. Tato's job on Monday is to go see Commissioner Kanakemang. Change every week. Go see the Commissioner of Police and say to the Commissioner of Police, "If you want me to contribute to the success and the wealth of this country through Soweto, I want specialist police that are responsible for making sure my people are safe here." Tato knows what he has to do on Monday. He's going to go from community to community in Soweto and going to tell the people in this community, if you believe in Soweto, you must protect Soweto. He's going to say, go learn from the Rwandan. Keep Soweto clean. We don't understand why we have to wait for outsurance to come and cover potholes. We know we've given up on the government from covering potholes. So Tinabantu says, Soweto, we are going to create companies which cover potholes. We're going to pay them. They're creating jobs. They're creating a safe place for tourism. Our cars are not going to get new tires every week because Tato is going to make sure that the Sowetans go out every week, every month to clean our streets and to ensure the infrastructure is clean. Do you know what is Chabalala's cinema? Eyethu, right? Say Eyethu. Is it here? Is this where it was? I saw Eyethu, but I didn't know if it's Eyethu because I came a couple of years ago and I was like, I can't believe we've done this to poor Chabalala's idea. Because Abu Chabalala, Abu Maponya, they had a vision for this country coming in Soweto. So I'm glad this place has been revitalized. Because I came here, I don't know what was living in these buildings. Because it used to be a cinema, right? I'm glad this has been revitalized. Don't let nobody come and bring that nonsense here. We're going to put police outside who are made of people from Soweto. We're creating jobs. We're going to clean this place made of the cleaners from Soweto. We're going to build the people who are going to sell here made of products made by Sowetans. Because if Sowetans think like that, Alexandrians think like this, Tembisans think like this, ultimately all of us will benefit from a great South Africa. I wish you all the best for the next couple of days. Tato, you've done an amazing job. Thank you for welcoming me here. This is my first place when I came to Johannesburg. It's the one place I will always reference as a catalyst for a young boy from Kimberley who came in a taxi and left in an aeroplane. Thank you. Yo, Kilibeti. Kilibeti. How could I Tebe? What a nightmare. So, over the last, so I know some people here don't know Instagram, but it's just the 3 people. I don't want to point them out. But for the rest of you who are on Instagram, you would have followed, oh, you already followed me. Nazo, and you'd have seen that I go from country, to city, to neighborhood. And when I arrive in those places, I know on the beaches in selling a soft life. I don't do that nonsense. I arrive in every city. I am real with the cities. People come to Soweto, not to come and get a fake Soweto. They want the experience of the real Soweto. So every country I go to, so I post that stuff. So I've posted it for so many years, and people have said to me, when are you writing a book about these things? I was like, okay, let me become Umabalane for 2 hours. And then I wrote my book. It launched, the book got into retail on the 17th of October, but it was launched on the 23rd of October. It was sold out of the warehouse as of Friday. It's the #1 best-selling book in the country. But we all know why. Because Lomtu on the cover is hot. And I think that's the only reason they're buying the book. But please, the book is a book of it's our story. It's our book. It tells a story from my journey, leaving Kimberley, come all the way to here, to America, to over 120, to all the continents in the world. It's the story that speaks to all of us that our circumstances, our origins should not determine our destiny. That any one of us, it doesn't matter where we're born, who birthed us, what were the circumstances, we can always be what we dream. And this book is a book of an African dreamer, of a child who's traveled to every country in the continent. I only brought a couple of books. I bought them at Exclusive on the way out. Sold out in Nicolway, sold out. Senton has got a couple new, sold out everywhere else. Is there an Exclusive in Soweto? Panjani labantu. Tatu, let's organize a book signing in Soweto. We're going to organize a book signing in Soweto for all these people. But for now, I've got just a couple. I've got a few books. My guy here, I don't know your name, but you drove with me. My driver here has got a few books. He can. How many have you got left, Tumelo? Tumelo, use all your fingers. How many? 6. Tumelo's cripple, he's got 6 fingers out of 10. So there's 6 books left. If you want to tap and pay, Tumelo's got it. I'm not making money out of it. Every single penny of the book, I'm donating to a trust for students who are learning how to build great African brands. Because when you build African brands, Africa wins. I'm leaving the next 2 minutes. So if you want the book, you can just follow this young man, this one, and then just get the book from him. Thank you, youngster.
Thank you very much. Let me have a nice picture with you.
This man is trying to use me. He wants a picture with me.
Tado, you can jump. This is historic. Thank you very much. And thanks for your wisdom for sharing with us.
Thank you.
You don't leave there until you finish buying the books.
There's only 6.
Oh, 6 are. No, you are safe now.
And I'll tell you, we progress because of our own people. My friend Desmond, who runs Signature, bought 75. My friend Ronald bought 100. Absa, my friend Sydney, bought 105 because he understands that we must share our knowledge.
Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom. That let's travel Africa, let's produce for Africa, let's respect each other as Africans. Because the more we do that, the more we prosper. The more we prosper. It's time that we need to share knowledge and assist each other so that we all grow. The next speaker is the Honorable Mr. Kolani. I'm not sure whether he's with us. Oh, he's here. Wow. Mr. Kolani, with special respect, you deserve an integrity. Please join me. Take a seat over there. me and you, we're going to have a profound conversation. So please to come. Gentlemen, I need 2 roving mics. A very big round of applause. Give him mic first for 5 minutes to speak to the audience. From there, 5 minutes, I cut you. We take a seat, interview.
1, 2, 2.
Okay. Yeah.
1, 2, 2.
Yes, lovely.
So what do you want me to do now?
Now do what you want to do only for 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
The other 10 minutes we discuss. Thank you. Go ahead. The mic. Thank you.
Molweni njani? Oh, and ndiyathemba nyandiva. My name is Xolani Kubega. I can see the people who are introduced here are only MECs and mayors who are not being introduced, but very izat. Yeah, so I come from the Small Business Development Institute. Our mission is very clear, is to catalyze the vision of SMMEs and bring their aspirations to reality. That's really what we do. It's very simple. I've been asked to talk on navigating access to finance and investing for local businesses and entrepreneurs. Each time I'm asked to speak, I have a difficulty, not because of anything else, but because just of the state of SMMEs and SMME funding in this country. One of the things that lacks, I think, is this country is an architecture of SMME funding and an economic development ecosystem. One of the things I think with the New Democracy we have not done well is to develop commercial zones in townships. We are still reeling, in the apartheid economic architecture, where people in the townships must take taxis and buses and trains to go to town. And most of the money that people earn, is consumed on the way, and the disposable income is less. So, and we need to correct that. So I think one of the most important things that should happen if SMMEs is going to happen is that we need to have a proper ecosystem that enables support for SMMEs. I think before 1994, there were a lot of economic zones. I mean, if you go to Orlando West here, there is that industrial park. But that industrial park is no longer working for us. And therefore, SMMEs do not have infrastructure because they have 4 key pillars for SMMEs to be able to develop and to be supported. Obviously, one of them is policy. We need to have a policy that enables SMME development to have a national template. It mustn't just be GEP has got its own policy, other agencies have got their own policies. So we need to have one template of policy that enables SMMEs to do businesses easily. The second one is infrastructure. Infrastructure is most important. That is why I'm referring to the fact that there's the industrial park. But before 1994, there are about 112 industrial parks across the country. I remember when I had salons way back in the 80s, I also had a first hairdressing magazine. I used to drive to Babelegi in Hammanskraal to go and print. You can go to Timbaza, you can go to Mtanzani, you can go to Harankuwa, you can go to Shikshiko. There are industrial parks that are necessary. So one of the things that Soweto lack is a commercial development. Because if we want to invite people to invest in Soweto, there's got to be incentive. There's got to be that which people must invest in. Unless what we are talking about, we are just saying people must invest in smaller businesses. The National Development Plan says 90% of the economy by 2030 will come from SMMEs, creating 11 million jobs. Therefore, if that were to happen, it cannot be business as usual. We need to be able to build strong, viable commercial infrastructure that enables SMMEs to be able to have places of trade, as it were. That, I think, lacks. The second one is finance. One of the most difficult things to get for SMMEs in this country is finance. It is very, very difficult. There are a lot of agencies that are available, but there needs to be coordination in terms of how SMMEs access finance in this country. We need to have one form that is designed and accessible to all financial institutions, because some of the forms that you see actually discourage a person even to apply for funding. So therefore, we need to be able to correct those elements. Another important element is business skills development. We need to be able, I think, to have entrepreneurship training. We must just have entrepreneurship training centers. We must also introduce entrepreneurship in all our schools so that children learn about entrepreneurship, right from grade 1. I'm sure you have seen in videos where little Chinese kids are working while our kids are playing with Bible and praying. The kids in China, they are taught to build things in their hands. We need to be able to inculcate that, because a lot of people who are in business are not business people. Some of them are here because they are surviving, they've lost their jobs, etc. But we need to build a new cadre of SMMEs that will be able to take this country forward. Countries such as Germany, to give an example, 90% of companies in Germany are SMMEs. And when they talk about SMMEs, they're not talking about 100,000. They earn in excess of $300 million per annum, and those are SMMEs. Therefore, we need not to take SMMEs as the stepchildren of the economy. They need to be at the epicenter of economic growth, as it were. And for us, these are some of the things that are essential for SMMEs to thrive. Of course, there are a number of agencies that are here that provide funding to SMMEs. But we need to see those institutions sitting in one building here somewhere in Soweto, knowing when you want 50 rands to 10,000, you get into this floor, second floor up to 100,000, the third floor. We need to be able to have it much easy for people to be able to have access to finance. But one of the things that I want to touch about, I want to talk to entrepreneurs themselves. I think entrepreneurs ought to make themselves operation ready. Therefore, they've got to have a mental attitude of winning. I'm going to ask a question and see how many people have got Android phones like mine. How many? Sorry, unless you guys are not listening. How many have got phones? Android phones? Okay. Now, there are policies in this country that has been created to enable black people to have access to opportunities to finance. Now I'm going to ask the second question. How many people have seen what is called National Black Economic Empowerment Act? They've seen. How many have seen that policy? Raise your hands. Those who have seen it, the policy, and read it. How many people have seen the National Small Business Act as amended? How many people have seen the new National Procurement Act? The problem is you cannot play the game if you don't know the rules. You can complain and complain that you're not getting access. But how are you going to play the game if you don't even know the BE Act that enables you? The president, after the May elections, he signed the National Procurement Bill that now puts set aside, that set things for local businesses, for women. If they have a tender here, that tender must be for people locally. How are you going to participate in the economy if you don't even have access? In fact, you have access, but you are lazy to understand the game. It's important that we understand the game. And information is not far, it's here. We download and download other things except the things that perhaps are beneficial. It is important for us, I think, to have that mindset, as it were. It is also important that when you are going in business, you start with yourself. When you want to say somebody must give you 10 million, how much have you put down? Are you able to say, if I drink Johnny Walker 18, can I maybe drink Johnny Walker red so that I save money aside for my business? Because Tina Bamtamiyama have got this tendency of you know, most rich people, when it gets to the bar, said, can I have a gin and tonic, or can I have brandy and coke? They don't ask is bongo. It's only us who overinvest in liquor. Therefore, we need to be able to redirect resources if you want to be in business. How much do you want to put? You have to have skin in the game. And the second people you must go to is your family. Have family stockpiles. It's important, and have family owned businesses. You know, in Germany, most companies are family-owned businesses that employ from 10 to up to 200 people. We need to have a culture. You know, I was thinking that during COVID, when all of us as a family were stuck and not talking to each other because that's Joel and Nang, a lot could have come up, people just come up with business plan. We would have created a lot of value. And you can also ask money from friends. You know, when Hemen Mashaba and Johannes Mulwanda and Johan Gray left Superkel to form Black Like Me, a friend borrowed them 30,000. I'm not talking 30,000 and I'm saying. But a friend borrowed them 30,000 and gave them shares. It is important, therefore, that we are able to mobilize money. There are over 840,000 stockpiles and barrel societies in this country, collecting 44 billion per annum. We take that money, we have liquor stockpiles we are sharing with December. We have grocery stockpiles, we put money in macro to divide it. All we do, we are preparing for consumption. If you can redirect that 44 billion, even just 10% of it into commercial value for ourselves, we will be able to change a trajectory. The rest of the funding instruments, you can Google them. There's NEF, there's IDC, there's CIFA, there's CEDA, there's GEP, there's ECDC. There are a lot of them. But I want us to start using this gadget and begin to seek information, because the most important thing, if you are in business, is to understand, to have access to information. Thank you. Somebody invited me and he's not here now. Should I continue singing? The gentleman said he wants to sit.
Quickly. Yeah. Just a picture. Can we just have a picture, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kolani. Guys, can you shift this a bit towards the end, this podium? I would love all the business people inside here. This is your time to ask questions. So be ready. We never get this type of opportunity. Give us one mic and one roving mic. He did explain briefly what is needed, but the key thing which I pick up is many of us, including myself, we are ignorant, we are lazy to look for information, to tap into the next wave of knowledge so that we start to know what is expected in order to access certain things. So, in short, your phone is your office. Your phone is everything. The information is there. That's what he's saying. So, those people with challenges, difficulties, turmoil to access funds, the solution is sitting in front of us. The dictionary of information here. What else, Mr. Kolani, just to open up, what else do you think women in particular should do to rise above, taking themselves serious to become entrepreneurship with special thinking tank of entrepreneurship spirit? What do you think women have to do?
Okay. Let me start by saying women are already doing it. If you can wake up and go to the Johannesburg produce market at 4:30, there are scores of women there who buy vegetables, fruits to go and sell. There are hundreds of them. They are already doing it. I think that's the first instance. Maybe in answering you directly, and I know it's going to be uncomfortable, women have become consumers of luxury goods, luxury wines. Not that I'm trying to join a cruiser now. But one of our programs is that we want to turn friends into business partners. And I'm going to give you two aspects of women lifestyle that you all know. Women, they've got baby showers, and then they've got, what's the other shower? Bridal shower. Do you know how much buying power is there? Women can tell you. They go buy the best clothes, they go do their nails, they go do their hair, they go buy presents, and all of these things they buy from white business. If women can begin to start their own business of the things that they consume most, can you imagine if you are manufacturing the baby clothes that you are buying almost on a weekly basis, because Abu Baba busy, so there's a lot of these baby showers. Can you imagine if you can do that? Can you imagine if you can support your own businesses, creating those wedding gowns, creating the presents? Just out of women, I've counted about 83 items that on your own you can manufacture just on your own. You can also open up second-hand children's clothing, because you know children, and you know there are those who can open second-hand shops. And I'm talking just about very, very ordinary things. But you can open up factories that you can buy from. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much. That's the next business which I'm going to give you 6 months. If one of you is not opening it, I'm going to open it. I've done calculation, it's going to give me 1.8 million per annum. And that is selling second-hand clothes from your good self here. So 6 months, you have an opportunity. And it's going to be compulsory. You wear your clothes 3 months, bring them to me. I give you 25% of what you bought. And I'm going to make another 25%. So let's start doing calculation. So the idea is, as I was going around, I realized that we have got almost 70% of the business in here are guest house, producing things for hospital. The professor was just giving an example, Baragwanath. How many of us here produce goods and supply the hospital, the university? Because we are here for business, we are here to share, so that as we live here, money follows us. The floor is open. By show of hand, we ask questions, then Mr. Kolan will ask. Put proposal. If anyone wants to join me on the stage and answer questions, all right, give him a mic, introduce yourself, and then hit the question.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon from Kasi Broadcasting.
Let's take the second question. The first question is about marketing and advertising for all our guest houses present in Soweto. The second question?
Sorry. Dumela. My name is Tsepo Hepi Motsapeko. So I've got a question. So tourism is the best thing to alleviate poverty, right? And looking at the museums that we have in Soweto, there are few. We have legendary people like Ivan Koza, you know, on sports teams. Why not have other museums to tailor, you know, sports, you know, so that we can be able to attract different type of tourists or travelers around, because we've got a very rich history, and we also, how do we get the funds to do the research and mine all the information so that we can be able to sell our rich history without being, you know, yes, because as tourists, as we are into tourism, we are the brand ambassadors, and we are supposed to be speaking one language without being divided. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Over to you, sir. Oh, there is another hand. Thank you. Over to you.
All right. Dumelang. Kalibitso ki Ivawa Handiso, and I represent the organization called the Cultural and Creative Industries Guild of Africa, and I have a company called SALC. So I'm going to talk about two of them. One is going to be a request, and the second one is going to be a question. So the first one, it's about SALC. I'm actually hosting a multimedia festival for women. It has been happening for the past 2 years. I'll be hosting the third one on the 30th and the 31st January until the 1st of February. So as usual, corporates would say, before I support you, what is it that you have put in? I've managed to at least raise from our own pocket and some other people in the family 120,000 to host this festival, and it's very difficult. I'm one person that motivates women not to sleep their way to the top, and even if someone has to support you, don't sleep your way to get the money. So I'm here to appeal to you. I'll be hosting this festival at the Soweto Theatre, and I really need more sponsors, because this woman, the first person who asked the question, was basing his question on the marketing of smaller businesses. So I'm putting together all the podcasters, the photographers, everyone in the television and film industry, in one room together with businesses. And I'm simply saying, how can multimedia companies work hand in hand with businesses? Because we as small businesses, we don't have these big funds to market ourselves. So I'm simply asking for help. Number two is just a very simple question. I love this concept about the Soweto Investment Conference, but as someone who sits in the board of the organization that develops artists across the country, we are struggling to get funding from the corporates, even our government, for God's sake. SIGA has been operating for the past 4 years without any funding from any department, even our own departments. So now we are shifting from that to come to the corporates. So we want to host this investment conference in our sector. Now I'm kindly asking, how do you think the cultural and creative industry can position itself in order to attract the corporate sector in funding our businesses? Because it's not just about the talent, but what we do, it's also business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good question. Over to you, Mr.
I suspect the question is to the council, right? Not to me. Both? Okay. You know, I think one of the things, I'm going to combine the questions. I didn't quite understand Uputi, exactly what he was saying. Maybe he can explain.
Example about the sports people, that we need to train more people in that area. So if I catch your question correctly, it's no longer there. Have I captured it very well? The second guy?
He didn't hear you.
Yeah, we're trying to answer your question, so we want to be sure. Can you repeat yourself with respect, if you don't mind?
My name is Tsepo Happy Matsapeko. So, do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. The question is, let me just be straightforward. Okay. Are you going to invest in building more museums so that we can be, especially sports, like a sports museum? Is it something that you are looking into? And then let me add a question again, since you are working with the financials. Are you investing into cultural tourism also? Thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are people are better placed to ask about investment in tourism, because that's really not my forte. But I want to come back with first the issue of marketing, and Uputi asked about government. You know, one of the things that we ought to realize is that, do you know, market access have changed. Newspapers are dying. Social media has become one of the biggest cost-effective marketing tools that you can have. You know, I've got few people I know. Some collect artifacts from Abu Mama, Abenza, Ama Beads, and all of them. And these are young people. They've created a website, and they're selling to people they don't know overseas, and they're making lots of money, because they understand where the market is. So we must first understand who is our target market. If you have products to sell and services, who are you targeting? Because sometimes government is overrated in terms of access. Of course, they spend a lot of money you can sell, but I'm just saying, if our mindset is only focusing on government, we might have a lot of problems. So my play is that we need to begin to work, especially with young people. You know, young people, I mean, my son, my grandchildren, they know my phone better than me. There are a lot of things you can do to sell. You can create your own website to sell. People will buy things that appeal to them. if you have a service, people will buy the service. The impression I have is that a lot of people do what other people do. You have to do something unique. What is your unique selling proposition? You know, when we grew up here, people started extending their stores, and everybody extended their stores. And then people started, I'm a franchise of KFC, everybody wanted the KFC. So we must begin to be unique in our offering. What is it that we are offering that is different from people? And even if it's on website, people in corporates, they want goods. And what is short in the market is something African. Do you know you could sell your idea that we are doing African corporate clothing, just to make an example. We need to think outside of a box if we need to succeed. But if we're all doing the same thing, we're not going to succeed. So my plea is, let's think outside of a box. Let's think as Africans, what is it that as Africans we do that we can sell to the corporates? Because corporates themselves are overwhelmed. But if people say, you know, if you go to Ntabiseng, look at Ntabiseng's website. So it's a contest of brands now. It's a contest of brands. So corporates don't necessarily want a Gucci or something, but they want something that is different. So all I can say is position yourselves for things that are unique in nature. How many of you have gone to Sakumzi? Sakumzi, there are a lot of tourists. Minangi Sangom. I'm just making a silly example. Because you want to go corporates. Now, how many businesses are here you can actually say, in these businesses, there's no baker. You have to think outside of the box. I may not give you the answer you want, but I'm just saying we need to change the way that we approach business, as it were. Of course, there are policies in terms of procuring. Government, 40% of goods in this country are procured from government, but 60% is the private sector. So, of course, I'm not saying we should not provide. You should go to the local office there and say, who cooks for you? You know? When I grew up, when I was at school, I used to collect dry cleaner in the neighborhood. I went to a factory Orlando there and said, can I collect it dry cleaner and we share? I collected it dry cleaner before school, I dropped it off there. After school I ended up buying a bicycle. So you have to think, what is it that you can do? You can go a market and buy vegetables with packages of 30 rand, 40 rand. We can buy eggs in my farm. We start with the little things. Because if you start with the little things, the big things will be much easier because you're getting used. Tina Sifuna, to start with the big things. Use the small things and you can grow those small things.
Thank you very much. I hope we are learning from here. We will start thinking out of the box. It's very important. Start doing things differently to get different results. You can't keep on doing something again and again. You see, there are no changes. Your account number remains the same. So think out of the box. Mr. Tolani, thank you very much. Standard Bank, Net Bank. Oh, there is a question. 3 more. Oh, comments. Oh, 3 more questions. Oh, I was trying to save you. My apology. Please, 5 minutes. Put your question. Net Bank, get ready.
Good day, everyone. Kalibitso ke Lebogang Madumo. I do interior design and deco. I have a comment, actually. and a compliment to Tato. Tato, I know we always have these conferences, but I think more than anything for me, it's the follow-up. And I would really like for you to follow up with our mayor because he promised some things. So please make sure that you follow up because we're going to follow up with you as you've invited us here. Thank you.
Dumelang. Tate Xolani, I heard you spoke about the procurement. Can you please go deeper? I need to understand more about it because sometimes it seems like we do not understand.
The third one? Is that the third one? Over to you.
Dumelang, lebitso la ka ke Jeffrey Bagope. I'm from Bagope Art Picture Studio. One of your channel there spoke about uzoyithola kanjani umekhone. I mean, that word, I don't know how to, whatever. We've been seeking for help, assistance, and whatever. But we stand up, like everybody here, he or she's looking for, number one, finance. But can you guys tell us that how Salamokone and women like a mouth, you stand up and fight for the business, fight for the family, fight for everything, but you don't get nothing because red tape is all over our face. So, the lady who spoke about the one who event, I'm telling you, my sister, you'll have to be careful. Because why I'm saying this, our government protect the bigger companies. You can lose that company if you're doing well. So SMMEs, let us make money for ourselves and do our business, take our business to the next level. Then we can do better. And the thing is, they say, we are saying, no, not me not say we. They are saying South Africa, we are the best, we've got money. But our SMMEs, they don't do well like the African countries, for instance, like Morocco, Egypt, you can name them. Those people, they are putting money into the economy. But what's wrong with us here? Can you please maybe help us here? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So let me start with the gentleman. I'm glad that you started by comparing businesses in the continent. Businesses in the continent, no one feeds them. Entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs, they do things in their hand. You know the DTI has got a program where they pay for SMMEs to go overseas to exhibitions. And when they get there, they get other SMMEs from other African countries. The local SMMEs in one conference, they staged a protest because they didn't like the food. I mean, these are SMMEs, these are business people. And you now have businesses from Morocco, like you are mentioning, and all of those. No one paid for them to go to those conferences. No one. They don't get government support. They are entrepreneurs. If you go there in Ghana, you'll see that people they will take a tire and create shoes. They will take a lot of other issues and put them together to create. So they're not spoon-fed. I mean, an example, is that when we grew up, the stores in the townships were owned by ourselves. A lot of us were paid for by shebins, proceeds from shebins, from the supermarkets, etc. But those stores are died because the children of those families decided not to want to be part of those businesses. Now we are crying because they are now foreigners, who most of them, Bazengenya, was 6,000 kilometers away, and they took over our stores. So we need also to be able to say, what is it that we can do? You know, one of the markets, I can tell you, you know how many schools are in Soweto? 2,000 schools. How many teachers are in schools? About 40. Do you know if you can decide to sell just one thing, just to schools, whether a mazambani or tissue paper, whatever you can do, and they will buy it in cash. I'm just making examples. You don't need government, because you grow your business from the base. You get used to, you make 100 rands, you make 200 rands, you make 1,000 rands. So I'm just saying it's a captive market. So let's stop this thing of complaining about government. Yes, there's a lot that government is not doing well in terms of SMMEs, but there are a lot of interventions they put in place. Some of them are not as best as you would do. But I still say, with 1.7 million people in Soweto, there is something you can do, and you can sell to them. You can knit belts, you can, with your sister, your brother, take money, go buy some material and knit something, make bags. In Ghana, when we went there, you know, with the state president, we bought bags in the pavement. I still use that bag even today for my laptop. We bought it in the pavement. So it must start with self, and then you get used to making money. I mean, my uncles used to sell soft goods. You know, soft goods is clothing, from township to township, until he bought a car, he had a taxi. By the time he passed on, he had about 30 taxis. But it starts somewhere. So there's always this notion that we want to start big. Even the chicken licking, it was called Iteriden Langase Batin, Uncle Charles. It was one store. Iteriden, such Tengalapa Matagut. Today it's big. Every company starts small. Let me come to the issue of procurement, and I'm sure it's the last one. The others will just comment. Procurement is a process of one person seeking to buy goods from other people in an open market. It's called a tender. There will be an issue, an RFP, request for proposals. So people want to buy. So companies want to buy. Even families want to buy. Magnum Shato, people want to buy. And what they do, they will purchase where things are cheaper. There's a procurement of goods. Procurement is buying. That's what it is. So you can start buying little things.
Thank you.
Okay, what do you... You want me to go deep into procurement?
You want to hear about the procurement plan of the government or of his office?
Let me tell you, the procurement plan, your government, if you take the website of National Treasury controls the procurement, your government. And once a year, there is a budget. Each budget is threefold. One, there's budget for salaries, there's budget for capital goods, there'll be budget, for instance, for different departments, for schools, etc. That budget gets passed. And then there's a budget vote for each of the departments. And this department says, we're we've budgeted so much for desks, so much for this, so much for pens, so much for that. And then they are then going to advertise. There is a government gazette that comes out every Friday. You can look at it in the...
Okay, Ntate Bongani, I think I understand what is procurement. Ne? Maybe my question was not direct.
Be direct, my
Yeah.
dear.
No, I can't express myself in Sotho.
Go ahead.
It's an multiracial school, hello. Procurement plan and procurement, two different things. I get RFQs, do you understand? I'm at that stage. I do bid for tenders. I'm at that stage, but I have never received any tender in my life. So now, when I say plan, you need to explain. If you're into RFQ, this is how it works. You know, I don't know how to put it, but you did mention it earlier. It's just that you were short about it.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I'm not a procurement specialist. But what I have said, when the budget is approved, as an example, each then department will then plan what is it that they want to buy using the budget. And then from there, they see. That's the best I can put it.
We must help her. She must go home happy. My sister, we definitely have to help you. You have been sending papers, trying to secure tender, nothing. Yes, and you're asking the I mean, the procurement is the process of sourcing, purchasing, receiving, and securing to access goods from point A to point B. So you need money to, you promise this client, I'll supply this, then you need money from point A. Is that what you want? Or you promise them that I can afford 1, 2, 3, 4, but you don't have financial capacity, you don't win the tender. Is that what you say? No, I want to help you. So if you don't mind, I can have one-on-one discussion. And then so that I know your area. Maybe you are in the mining, you are in the plumbing, you are in medication, you are in technology, so that I guide you accordingly. Is that fine? I won't go 20 minutes of my time after this, you talk to me.
No, it's fine. Thank you
It's fine.
so much.
Thank you very much. NetBank and Standard Bank. Okay, where is NetBank? We're starting with NetBank. Are you NetBank? Okay, come this side. How many page presentation? Come. I promise her 20 minutes. So I give you 7 minutes, another 5 minutes, you come there. Is that fine? You'll finish.
Did you do that to the previous speaker?
Yeah, I did. This one. Only this part. In the morning, we were allowing them, we never interviewed them. So for now,
You guys didn't give us your presentation.
No, we did.
We didn't.
okay, carry on, ma'am. Standard Bank, is it ready? Okay, your presentation is ready. You gave them. Yeah, come. How many minutes? 20. Okay, I give you 7 on the podium. The rest of the 5, you're going to sit there. Over to you.
Dumelang. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come, to allow us to come here and present our offering from Standard Bank. So my name is Michael from Standard Bank. I'm actually the relationship manager at Standard Bank. So I'm just here to talk to you about what we can do for you as entrepreneurs. So I think how this came about, I actually met at Tato earlier this year, and then that's where he actually briefed me about this Soweto tourism thing. And then I think I was very much interested. So that's why we're here, because this is actually much aligned with our mission as a bank, which says Africa is our home, we drive her growth. So then what is our purpose as Standard Bank? So our purpose is driving Africa's growth. Driving Africa's growth is actually in the heart of everything that we do. And then as a financial service organization, that is actually deeply rooted in Africa's continent. We are committed to fostering sustainable and inclusive economic development. At Standard Bank, we believe in empowering individuals. We believe in empowering businesses, which is the space that I am at. So I'm actually a relationship manager that assists small businesses and medium enterprise. So, and then we also believe in empowering the communities. So we do this through our impactful financial solutions and responsible business practices. I know people, they always are worried to say, you know what, going to the bank, there's a lot of rate tapes, and I'm saying try us at Standard Bank and see what we can do for your business. At Standard Bank, we are committed to being a trusted partner for growth for our clients in every moment that matters. So from the time that you come to us to open an account, so that's where the relationship starts. So when your business starts growing, we're there for you. So when you expand your business, you can still rely on us as the Standard Bank. So where it started is actually started at our transactional solutions. So this is where we open your business accounts. And then when you open a business account with us at Standard Bank, you get a dedicated banker. So who's gonna look after your business? So this dedicated banker becomes your trusted advisor. So becomes someone that you can trust to build your business with. And then how do then these guys support you in your growth? So our relationship manager, they've got a team of specialists that work with you, that work with them to grow you as a business. And then someone will ask, then how do you know my business? So at our bank, we unpack the business. We have got an initiative that is called ecosystems. So these initiatives actually help us to understand your value chain as our customer. So we get to know who's your suppliers and then who's your clients. So then you're able to give you the right solution for your businesses. So the other thing that we offer is actually a merchant solutions. This is a payment module that we use at Standard Bank. So for you to get, we know no one goes around carrying cash. So at Standard Bank, we do have the merchant solutions that will really help you to ensure that you receive your money timeously. And then we also have sector specialists. So these guys are very important in our business because we know our clients trade in different sectors. So we do have sector specialists. So they actually help us when we solution for you as our client, because they can at least give us a guidance or give us the trend in the industry that you are trading at. So for example, we have our educational sector specialist, we have our franchising specialist, we have our legal specialist and health specialist, just to mention the few. So all these guys actually help us to unpack and assist you as our as our client. So we also offer solutions in terms of wealth. So this is when you want to save with us or you want to create a wealth. So we have specialists that really assist you in that regard. The other thing that we also offer is our trade solutions. So we do acknowledge that we have customers that are importing and exporting, so that really want us to connect them to opportunities. So here at Trade Finance, we really help you We have got something that we call a trade club that helps you to connect you or your business with opportunities outside there in South Africa. And then we also offer our insurance solutions. So here you also get a dedicated specialist that will assist you in terms of insurance offering. That's all from me. I'm just gonna give my sister here, she's from our enterprise development, one of the solutions that we offer small enterprise business. So she's just gonna take you through their offering as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Lekai. Since a little thing more. Are we still present? All right, that's great. My name is Koketo, and I'm from Enterprise and Supplier Development. I'm sure many of you always want to understand how practically can Standard Bank help you as a business, right? So as part of our Enterprise and Supplier Development Framework, what we do is that we work towards the growth and sustainability of Black-owned businesses. So what does that mean? It means that firstly, we want to help businesses gain access to finance, and how we do that is through a variety of resources, right? So we have various ESD risk appetites that we are willing to take with businesses that we have. That includes some of our funding solutions, which I will talk about. And then we also have access to resources. This is more on the non-financial part of the work that we do. And what it basically means is that we're able to provide things like mentorship, training, business coaching to businesses that are especially in the startup phase of their development. Next, we have access to markets. You can just go back. Next, we have access to markets, and our access to markets speaks to more of our supplier development piece. So we have what we call procurement, and what we then do is that we take businesses that are already in the procurement chain of Standard Bank and we put them through a supplier development program. That means that these businesses can get access to development training. They also get access to some preferential rates when they're on the supplier development program. So how do you become a beneficiary of enterprise supply and development? You have to be 51% or more Black-owned, have to be operating within the borders of South Africa, the shareholder obviously being a person who's also operating within South Africa, and then obviously you have to be an EME or QSE. Basically means that you have to have a turnover of under 50 million, right? We can go to the next one. So when we talk about our ESD financing solutions, one of the things that we look at is purchase orders. I heard my sisters who are sitting somewhere, they talk about some of the contracts that they get through government and what the sort of work that they can do there. What we do is that we're able to finance purchase orders that you get from either public sector institutions or if you get them from privately listed institutions. We also do what we call credit top-ups. So sometimes you'll do an application at the bank and that application, let's say you are looking for a tractor. Let's say maybe you are in agriculture. Your tractor is worth R1 million, and then once you get that particular lending for that particular tractor, credit is in need of a certain deposit. But a lot of businesses sometimes don't have the deposit on hand right now in order to fulfill those obligations, and we as Standard Bank at ESD are able to close the gap on those particular credit top-ups. What we also do is that we have an ESD grant funding solution. That means that we're able to support businesses, they talking stock, equipment, and other forms of consumables. So this means that when a business has a need, they're able to come to us for certain grant funding. We also look at ESD business development. Like I mentioned, this includes some of our national development training programs. And what this also does, for example, we have a national program called Basadi Development Program. It is a 12-month curated program designed for female-owned businesses. It's been running for the past 3 years, and we've managed to take in over 300 ladies. That's 100 annually, and we've been able to take them through a development program. There are various other sort of development programs that exist that we also offer. And from a township economy, and I'm sure many of you are probably interested in this because this is where you mainly operate, we have a trader solution that looks at how exactly do we help township businesses. That includes things like spaza shops, that includes some of the vendors, that also includes all sorts of businesses that exist in both rural and township areas. You can go next. So if you'd like to get in touch with us, we have a stand at the back there and one that's outside. as my colleague has mentioned, we also have other business banking solutions that we're able to offer. So please do feel free to come to our stalls. Alternatively, our email address is down here, enterprisedevelopment@standardbank.co.za. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Standard Bank. Take a seat this side, the two of you. Ladies, this is Standard Bank. Banka itlile ka gae. E re emisha matsogo ba le nyaka go tšhalete. Le nyaka ka moka? All right. One thing which I can add from me, please learn to partner. Collaboration, partnership is the way to go. That's the way the world is going. If you partner, you can partner with somebody from Botswana, Burundi, Burkina Faso, so you end up having multiple businesses in the African countries. When this economy suffers, that one flourish, so you'll never suffer. So don't hold everything on your own. You will never make it. You need people in your life to prosper. Partner and partner, collaborate, teamwork. You relax, the money follows you. The issue of saying 100% on yaga 1 million hour, there are 250 kwa, 500, 300, I sakana ke 1 million. Learn to partner. I mean partnership, I know the reward is bigger. And each and everyone add value. Learn to partner. Solution ya my sister kwa e ka resolve ke partnership. Motho a ka tla re, I want to give you 3 million. What do you give me? Then o tlo re ke startile business 17 years o nyaka nropa. No, they're investing. That's what the people are saying. You want to rob me. You see, about robbing, you calculate. Then I say, this is 2 million, you are my partner, give me 20%. Then we move on, you have enough cash flow. Question for Standard Bank. Yes, Mufeng, this is the mic. Ban lokele di bedri biale. Give him the mic, thank you. Okwale now.
Who should I give?
Sanmanan, my name is Sabina. I am part of Rockville Tourism Association, and I also happen to own a beauty arts company. I built this company 7 years ago, and I've been doing everything on my own, and I managed to expand it into a bed manufacturing I don't know if I should call it a company because I operated under this beauty company. Reason being is because I have a little experience. I worked with a bed manufacturing factory for 2 years, and I decided to leave because I was good in their sales and they wouldn't employ me as a salesperson. So I worked with them as a stockbroker, and I used to do great sales for them, but I felt that I can take up the business up to myself. But the problem now was with the funding because I was using my beauty arts company. So I would like to know what I'm supposed to do to actually tap into the manufacturing environment and be able to get funding, with the proof that I could actually run a business for 7 years and I managed to make commission out of that other one. Because now I think the reason why the banks were refusing my funding was because my statements reflect mostly the beauty part of my business, and this other amounts that appear as my commission from the beds seems smaller, I would say, for the business. So what would be your advice for me to actually be able to get investment for this manufacturing business? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nomazulu. I'm from, but this way. Nomazulu Taukbong, I'm from an arts development agency called Right Brain Factory SA. And the question that I wanted to ask to Standard Bank and perhaps all the banks is, I find that your offerings are they're very vanilla. You know, are you guys prepared to maybe engage entities that don't have stock, that work with ideas, that work with art? How do you actually tap into that? I know Nedbank has an affinity program with arts, and I've interacted with that, but it behaves in a different way to what you're speaking about right now, you know. But how do you reach out to community to say, okay, these are the kind of businesses that you have, they're pretty unique, how do you deal with them? Because your offerings seem very much cookie cut, you know. And then as an entrepreneur, I'll find that sometimes I have a contract, but the hurdles that I have to cross to actually get some money halfway into actually doing the contract. Like, are you seriously serious about offering you very unique, bespoke, tailor-made services to businesses? Are you ready for that? Because sometimes I actually don't feel like you are. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So to address the first question, I think it's very important that as a business, you're able to also separate your entities. So I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges that you're going to face even going forward. The business that you currently are looking for funding for always has to, even financially, has to always reflect that what is registered. And so if you're going to put the one business under the others, well, it's going to be hard to always separate them. And so I think the first point I would say is that, especially from us, one of the first things that we look at is, okay, are you registered? Is this particular business that you have, is it registered with CIPC? Do you have the necessary documents? For example, if it's a business that needs accreditation, are there the necessary accreditations that you need for that? And as a result, you'll also be then able to separate the financials of them, because the financials for company A are not going to be the same for the financials of company B. And as a result, when you're going to look for funding for company A, it has to reflect the company registration, the financials of that particular company, and not necessarily be able to merge them into one. So I think that's going to be your first task, to be able to go and separate the two businesses. With us, you are allowed to have two accounts under one business. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have two separate, profiles. We can still create one main profile, and you can have two accounts if that's something that can be able to help you. But the most important thing is for you to actually start separating them and treating them like two different entities, so that you're also able to support them differently. Because if I have a nail business and I have a mining business, they're going to require two different things. And as a result, what you then go and approach certain entities for support for might not necessarily resonate if I'm seeing stock zamanala under the mining business, or I'm seeing things for the mining business under the nail business. So I think that's just one of the first things that you'll have to particularly conquer. I hope I've answered you.
Thank you very much. My brother, can we take the second question?
Yeah, thank you very much for the second question, and I really appreciate you guys taking time to ask us questions, because then you were listening to us. I like that. So I think the question says, I think that's what I normally get a lot about the rate ups in the bank, and the bank seems like the same thing. So you go to Absa, Nedbank, you're still getting the same thing. So if you're listening to my presentation, I was saying, so at Standard Bank, we treat each business on its own merit. So we basically unpack your business. Whatever the request that we have, we do not treat two businesses as the same business. So we'll obviously try to unpack your business, understand what you want, where you're coming from, where you're going with your business. I think you also mentioned the fact that you do have contracts. Sometimes you don't even know where to go to get funding. So we do assist. You can actually come to us even now before you leave. You can just reach out to our table there. We'll be able to give you a lot of solutions. So My colleague did mention here that if you come to us, for instance, with the contract, and then you apply, only to find that obviously our credit maybe cannot grant you what you're looking for, our ED then comes on board, where you can even get either a grant or even a soft loan for that matter. So we actually do help. So, but I would encourage you to maybe go to our stall there just to get more information.
Thank you very much. You can act.
I think one of the other important things that we do, especially for a lot of the startups that we come across, is that they don't necessarily have all the documents, right, that are in place that are needed from a commercial banking perspective. Because at the end of the day, we are a commercial bank. We're also regulated by a lot of rules. So we do have to follow due process in most cases. And what we do have is that we have a platform, we have a crowdfunding platform, right? And what our crowdfunding platform does is that it allows businesses to go and garner public support, right, in order to raise funds for a particular need of the business. Once you're able to raise money for whatever that need is on our crowdfunding platform, we as a bank come and we match those funds. So it means that if you go onto the platform and let's say your business, you just started your catering company and now you need you need industrial pots, or maybe you need the industrial stoves, or you need, let's say, a fridge. And that fridge is, let's say, 20,000 Rand. That's not money that you currently have. You are able to go onto the platform and raise that particular amount of money that you need for that. Whatever you raise on the platform, we will then come and match that. So at the end of the day, if you raise your 15,000 Rand through the public support that you're able to get, we then come and then we give you 15,000 Rand that you can walk away. So at the end of the day, you then get to actually go and get a fridge for 30,000 instead of the 20,000 that you initially wanted. So those are some of the initiatives that we also try to close the gap with. Like he mentioned, enterprise development is available, especially going beyond banking, going beyond the simple or going beyond the conventional sort of lending or funding routes. That's where we come in. And hence I mentioned that for our enterprise and supply development pieces, we mainly cater to help businesses get things like stock, get things like equipment, and all sorts of consumables. And you as a company are able to come and apply for that type of funding with us.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a very big round of applause. They are still there. Don't disappear. Ne? Go back to your stall. Please, Ceci, join them. Fill up the forms. Netbank, are you ready? Where is Netbank? Please come. Who is joining you? You gentlemen, come, sis. You have 7 minutes for the presentation, another 7 minutes here.
We were long ready. They were supposed to apologize to us. They had the
I apologize on their behalf. All right, over to you, Netbank.
I'm waiting for support.
No, you can go. Sit here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We are Netbank. We are Simply Biz, and we are not going to talk about the normal banking or financing this afternoon. We hope what we're going to try and connect with you, as we would have said there. The next slide, please. We are yearning and we are hoping to have a relationship with small business or enterprises or people that want to embark into starting small businesses. So I've heard my competitors, they've said what they wanted to say. Our different angle this afternoon as Netbank, as a relationship banking, one of us or all of us sitting here this afternoon, you can think about or you can resonate what happens when you are in a relationship. A relationship, it's not a once-off wonder. A relationship, it's an ongoing partnership or journey that you get into with whoever that you are in a relationship with. So we're not only here this afternoon or with the businesses that already we've embarked on this relationship with, as a once-off wonder. We are financial experts that want to do good. And in that we say we are financial experts that do good, we focus on the good. The good in terms of small business, it's around, am I understanding what am I getting or investing my money into if I say I want to start this business? So we start that discussion with you and have honest discussions with you around, have you thought through this investment that you want to embark into? Because sometimes, because I've seen a friend of mine having started a bakery, and then I'm thinking, I've just now gotten my pension, I'm also gonna start the taxi business, or the bakery, or sell clothes, or as per the previous speakers that would have alluded to, different types of businesses that we all are inspired to start. So with us, what is different is that we then honestly have a one-on-one discussion with you and interrogate mostly the things that as people, as dreaming, we are dreamers, we dream, we have to dream. As inspired as we are and motivated and wanting to obviously uplift our Soweto economy, the things that we want to do, we then ask you those questions that sometimes they're uncomfortable. But it's important if you want to venture into this small business or starting a business that we need to talk to you about. So we've got tools as well that assist us in terms of that, because we don't personalize it. But we take you through this journey, through these tools that, first of all, you don't have to bank with us as Nedbank. So that's the first thing. And that talks to the relationship that we are saying we want to have with you. So you can bank wherever where you are, but then if you want to embark on this journey with us, to be interrogated, to make what we call informed decisions, then you come and talk to us. Then we'll ask you things around, why do you want to start this business? Have you thought through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things? You know, all the questions and the questions that I've been hearing our delegates here asking when they get to say, when you say you want funding, what does that mean? Because most of us, I want to start a business, I want funding. There's no funding that is just sitting somewhere waiting for you. You've got to bring something yourself as now this person that needs funding. So we walk this journey with you to tell you the truth around and ask you questions that most of the time people are not being asked these questions. So the first wrong thing that leads to business failing, which is what we embark with you on, it's because we understand that we all went to school. But when we went to school, there was nobody that sat with us and taught us how to manage finances, right? You may be an accountant, you may be whoever, you may have all the qualifications that you have, but there was nobody that sat with you and taught you that once you get your first salary, these are the things, informed decisions that you must make in order to be able to get through the month, in order to be able to invest, in order to be able to still pay everybody that you owe, if you are a business or if it's for your personal needs. So the first thing that it's important, which is the critical thing that makes business fail, is whereby we don't separate things. And it's a tough one. You have this money, it's your pension, I'm using an example, you wanna start and invest in opening this business, then you throw it, all of it, into this pot, then I take it that you will have registered that company, it has got the name and everything else, you're ready to go. And then the first wrong thing that you do is you don't separate, or you don't get to understand that it's important that you have a business account and your own personal account. You can't mix these two things. 98.5% of why businesses fail, it's because we don't get that first critical step right. So as Nedbank, we walk with you, we teach you these basic things. They might, as us sitting here, I heard somebody saying that they went to a multiracial school and everything else. But there are basic financial things that you need to understand, that if you're not gonna have rigor and discipline around them, you may get funding, you may not get funding, but at the end of the day, you're not gonna be able to run that race and finish it and be a profitable organization. So that's the relationship that we are talking to, because in a relationship, I know you, you know me, you get to know what I don't like, I get to know what you don't like, we compromise, we tell each other the truth. So as the bank, we are going to tell you the truth. If you are starting to outstep, if you start wanting to pay yourself a salary, or you've just started a company, then the next thing, you want to drive a Lamborghini. That's not wise. Those are the conversations that we talk to you about. You can't, in your organization or your company, a financial, we see a KFC deduction there, a Woolies deduction there. No. When you go and seek finance, whether to us as Nedbank, whether to our friends in Standard Bank, they're going to question the very same things. So we empower anybody that needs to know about safely how they start a business in that way, informing you and teaching you on how that needs to be done. We do that obviously because, as you'll know, we say we are digital when you want to, and we are human when you want to. So everybody in the world, we know that we are now dealing things digitally. However, there are still those people that still needs to sit face to face with a person that we call a relationship. Oh no, what did you do, guys? I'm not Standard Bank. No problem. Yes. So we then
Carry on. Technical problems. Apologies.
Thank you. Some sabotage there, but yeah.
Apologies. Apologies.
So we refer to a dedicated relationship manager that will walk with you through this journey. And we've got more than 500 relationship managers in the country. In Soweto here, we've got different branches whereby we've got our dedicated relationships that sits there. We only not sit in dedicated branches. We do come to you because we understand as a person that wants to run a business, time is of essence. So we come to you. You contact us. We tell you how to make an appointment with us, digitally or otherwise, but we will come to you and allocate that time depending on what time you've got. And then we can go through step by step, depending on the business that you want to undergo. Next slide, please. Specifically for the audience this afternoon, we've tailor-made, next one, sir, sorry, the next one, yes, thank you. We've tailor-made 3 slices in terms of talking to you, and then we are here. You can also come and talk to us in terms of reaching out for the team that is here or the business people that are here. We've got a startup account that, because we understand that it's not always that you're going to have funds to start this business. You can come and talk to us. You start the business. You don't pay anything for 6 months while we are working this journey with you in terms of that type of a startup account. But that startup account that we are referring to, it already has got listed things that will assist you to be able to get the tick when you want to go to any of the financial institutions or a government entity that will then you'll be seeking funds for. Because we're gonna teach you to separate the accounts. We're gonna ask you, do this, do that, where is that? Are you registered? Taxes in terms of that, this is what you need to do. This is what you do, whatever. And we know that you'll be having things like you wanna rent a place. We tell you, don't rent first if you can't afford to pay rent. So we give you all the tactics and the things that you cannot do, that at the end of the day, they're gonna eat from the small money that you've started doing as the beginner. And hence we call it a startup. So that's the support that we do. We've got our devices in the middle that we've tailor-made for the people that will come and register with us this afternoon at a rate that is specific for the people that will come and want to talk to us in terms of that. And then we've got a platform that supports you. As I said, today we are not talking about money and everything else, typically like what financial institutions will do. So we've got what we call the Simply Biz that you can assign onto free of charge, whether you bank with us or you don't bank with us. Through Simply Biz, you're gonna have access to what one of our platform, NetBank platform, that it's called AVO. In AVO, as a teaser for you ladies and gentlemen to come and talk to us, is because we are saying we are in a relationship with you. When you have this a company, you need to advertise. So where do you advertise? You know, so we help you. So you need banners, you need to set up. So we've got a couple of people that are sitting, and I like it that they are on my left-hand side, whereby we've done some marketing material for them by simply just joining on Simply Biz. So they've got tablecloth, we tailor-make your advertising to the type of the business that you are doing when you are going out there marketing in such venues. So we assist you in terms of that. But let me close by saying, by you joining Simply Biz on that platform, you've got access, and Tate spoke to, you need to collaborate. You immediately have access to over 2,600 clients in that platform, whereby you can advertise, whereby you can talk to other business people in terms of what they do, what you do. They can buy from you, you can buy from them, and vice versa. And that's how, as NetBank, we believe that we will add value in any small business, enterprise, or person that wants to walk the journey in this relationship with us. Thank you.
Let's give them a very big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take a seat this side so that the audience should be able to. Yeah, both of you, come. Relax, it's not an exam. My good people, here are beautiful ladies. They are in charge of how to unlock those and to remove those obstacles. So I'm going to take 2 questions this side and 2 questions this side. Feel free so that when you go home, at least you know what is expected of you when you submit that business plan. You are hiding. Come closer. Thank you. This is the mic, Rovi mic. Yeah, you're right with you. I'm all right. Yeah, go this side, and then the other one this side. Oh yeah, give them this. Questions? Hey, but Melody, remember to Baba Chugil Rap.
There's one there, there's a lady there.
Oh, at the back. Yes. You can introduce yourself. Yeah, now we are in business. I can see. Yeah, you can start, my sis.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Lise Khotsite. I'm from an organization called the Soweto Kota Festival. I just want to ask, because with our previous event, ma'am, we had a bit of an issue with the POS. You guys had said it'll take almost immediate for the money to try to reflect into the account, ne? And then the vendors can then transfer it, I think, almost immediately, or 24 hours. It wasn't the case, and we had a bit of, I don't know if it was a technical issue on the side or what, but it took quite a while. By a while, I mean over 2 days. Some it was a week or so, and they're running small businesses. They rely on that money. So how do we better that glitch or situation?
Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a minute. The next one. Are you part of Standard Bank? Or NetBank, my apology. Yeah. At least we have a man here. Yeah, another question? wanted to do presentation too. Oh, it's gonna, lovely. Yes, you can shoot, my brother.
Sanibonani, igama ngumzwakhe Shabalala. Nedbank, Sabong. I'm from Rockville Tourism. We thank you for your support. We trust the relationship that we have started with you will carry on. I wanted to say thank you on behalf of all the businesses that are here.
Thank you. Another question, I think that is an acknowledgement, if I'm correct. Any other question? A gentleman next to Miss Soweto. Am I right? Give the mic to, oh, you first. I apologize. Go ahead. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Nedbank, thank you so much for being with us. I have two questions to ask. Do you offer the 32-day notice investment for stokvel accounts? And also, can one person owning a business account with Nedbank, can that person also have access to a stokvel account that is separate from the business? Yeah, I just want to know the two things. Thank you.
My brother, well done. Yes, it's two questions, by the way. Yeah, so I said 4. Over to you, my brother.
Okay. Nedbank, there's nothing for free. What's the catch by joining Simply Biz? What's the catch? What is it that you gain from that?
Yes, the last question, my sister. I see you were moving. Another, fine, thank you. Fly high. Just the opportunity.
Sorry, my apologies, Lesego again.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, your Simply Biz website, ne? It's a little bit hard to navigate for people who are not so techno savvy. I'm saying that because I think you might remember, if I was dealing with you, I think, there was a webinar that our vendors had to attend online. It was so busy, so colorful, everything is flying up and down. For somebody who doesn't understand technology, it was hard for them to navigate. And the link, you click it, it takes you somewhere else. How do we remedy and simplify your website so that it appeals to the layman?
Simplify.
Can we kindly simplify how people navigate? Because it's Simply Biz. So let's simplify the Simply Biz.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we can now respond. Who starts?
Okay, we'll
The
start
gentleman.
with the technical.
Okay. Awiti, over to you. You can stand up.
Afternoon, everyone. Okay, that was an unfortunate experience. Simply put, those vendors didn't bank their devices. And yeah, we just need to bank the devices, but moving forward, we've decided that we're gonna do auto banking moving forward in future. So if someone forgets to bank the device, the machine will bank itself, and then next day, the client will have their funds and everyone sorted. No, they had to manually bank then. We gave them an option to bank manually or to bank automatically. But that option won't be available in future. It's just going to be automatic banking and then settle.
Happy?
Okay, cool.
Hey, the first person to be happy. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. Particularly on money matters. Who takes the second question?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so just to answer you, so in terms of 32-day options, they are actually available for all of our client types, which includes individuals as well as that of businesses. And also just be advised that in terms of our investment offerings, we've got short, medium-term as well as long-term investments, because we understand that we can't run the whole investment with a one blanket approach. Each person has got different needs in terms of that. And then to jump onto your second question, where you're asking about stokvels, again, you are not limited as a client in terms of what product would you like to have. So Stockfile is something that the bank has created for individuals, for families, saying that, look, we understand that there is a need that clients would have to say, we've got our extended family members. I mean, as black people, once they know that AUSI is working, the expectation is that should something happen to somebody, then you must be able to step in. So that Stockfile product was made exactly for that, to say it enables us to be able to cover all of our extended family members and people that we know that would be incapable of financing, in terms of should there be a funeral, or also just for you to save as a crowd, just to encourage the entire thing for saving as groups, and formalizing it, making you also earn interest while you are at it. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. The last, take the stage. That's it. Have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to deal the question around what's the catch in terms of you joining the Simply Biz. There's no catch, sir. And there's no catch, hence we've opened it to everybody, whether you bank with us or you don't. The interest of us, as we said, we are interested in community building and in location upliftment of the economy. This is one, if you want to call it, what we differentiate ourselves versus the other banks in terms of supporting you. When you join there, you're going to have access to more than 2,600, as I said, people that are live into the AVO platform. You sell, you advertise, but not only that, we are helping you to do advertising. We help you to, if you don't even know how to start a business plan and you've got to go and present for a tender somewhere, we assist you in terms of how you do that. We assist you when you need a mentor in a type of the business that you are into, because it doesn't necessarily mean if then 30% of those 2,600 people in the AVO are in mining and you are in selling clothes or selling or bakery or whatever. We align you to mentors one-on-one that have been in the business sector that you are choosing, so that you can get informed and a journey, and they can tell you and help you to avoid any pitfalls, because they say, so it's best if then you are in hospitality, we align you with people in the hospitality business. If you are a celebrity in the celebrity business, we align you in terms of that. So the DJs, you yourselves guys, we've got that, we take you through, we teach our DJs, our people in celebrity environment, that they must understand their business. We know sadly that once these people get paid for a gig, they go and buy branded things, not even having started buying a kitchen stove for their mother. So we do all those things in terms of mentoring people, and obviously with the hope that once you've walked the journey, like the gentleman that stood up on behalf of the businesses that we've started this journey with, thanking us. There are no attachment, and we are fine with that, because we need to be seen as Nedbank to be participating in terms of community building. We also, in closing, then out of all of you, the 2,000, when we take back for Nedbank, because we've got branches like in Soweto, we've got Baponya, we've got Jabulane, we've got Trade Route, and up to Southgate. So we normally partner with any activities that are happening, like when it's go back to school. We know that there are families that they don't have people that are responsible for them. We've got the Nedbank Foundation that then will ask us as to, in Soweto, what is it for a particular current financial year that we will focus into plowing back to the communities, to the people that are part of that platform, because we need to be seen that you are coming from there. I, for myself, I was born and bred in White City, Jabavu. So we know, and we take that message back to our high towers in 135 Rivonia Road S2. Reality is this for the small business people in the location that happens. And lastly, in terms of you, Mama, ke bona ntate wa Kota Festival behind you. I've taken, and we also are, as I said, it's a relationship. I've taken your feedback in terms of our Simply Biz navigation needs to be simple. It's simple, but probably, as we say as Nedbank, we are digital when we want to, and also human. So I'll assign one of my team members to assist you, but I will take that message to the IT team to say, guys, the feedback out there is that this is still complicated. Thank you for the feedback.
Wow. I'm looking at the talent and the confidence. Like you, Ceci, right there. Congratulations. So, Tato, you have a partner in business. Because I'm happy when women speak with confidence. Business. Hey, submit the pambiri. No, I can't pray, but think out of the box. One day you must fly like eagles. I don't know business. No, I like your confidence. You want to come and train about and vapatele. Hey, me I have a business. We are come follow. You are an entrepreneur. See yourself as the CEO. And learn to compete with the best in the world. Yes, no, rise up. So I'm happy. So you represented women very well. So gentlemen, I'm sorry. Tato. Anyhow, congratulations. Should we take the last question or give it to Tato after the response? The last. No, come. Okay, oh, by the way, where is my booklet? And I apologize. Give Nedbank a very big round of applause. I normally say, think on how to think appropriately before you do things. So Nedbank, left or right. You can go.
I saw a hand here.
Are they part of them? One other question. Two.
Thank you very much. My name is Penny Shabalala from Penzora Chemicals. We are a startup. We've got our financials in order. We've got our management accounts in order. We do know that we have not broken even yet. We are yet to get there. Now, if we come to Nedbank for funding, are you going to look at the fact that we haven't started making profit yet because we are still making a loss at this point in time? Are you able to actually fund us? Because then you can see our projections that we will be able to break even at some point and be able to make money. Thank you.
Can I go to the second question?
Good afternoon. Sanbonan. I'm Lucky Tobeda from Sawubona Music Jam. I would love to invite to our Sawubona Music Jam Awards on the 26th November. Please come and address to our local creatives in Soweto. We are the powerhouse of creatives. For the past 13 years, we've been hosting live music shows to uplift our youth and the other creatives. So we have created a platform in Shawela where we play live music every Tuesday. And we would like to partner with other companies that are here so they can acknowledge our young creatives in Soweto. We understand there's DJs and so forth, but there's other creatives that practice their craft in like live music. So we'd like again to partner with Nedbank to come and witness, and other institutions and the creatives that are here to come and witness what's happening like us. Yabona, please, thank you.
We've got the last one, and then we're closing for the questions.
Oh, it's me again, Sabina. I also wanted to say, I just want to mention, I'll be moving my business as well to Nedbank since I'm part of RTA. So my question is, which crowdfunders do you guys work with, and is Coca-Cola one of them? Thank you.
Which what? Can you repeat the last word, please?
Crowdfunders. The crowdfunders, when you go into the website for that Avo thing, is it the Avo thing? Yes. When you go in there, how many companies that are involved in this crowdfunding thing are involved?
Okay, it's fine. Captured well. I saw a hand, my lady. Because the other one was a comment, was not a question as such. The gentleman from the music industry. So he was inviting us for the awards and also for requesting partnership. So I will come. Yeah.
Thank you, Ntate Division. All right, I just want to compliment Nedbank for coming to our festival last year. You did a very brilliant job. The ladies were very much happy, and of course, we still want to invite you. I think mine is to challenge all the banks in the house. You know, we, as SIGA, under SIGA actually, we develop a lot of young businesses within the creative arts industry. And most of the time, we invite banks to assist them in opening their bank accounts. But, you know, I always see banks coming to such festivals where they invite people to open bank accounts. But I'm just thinking, how about when we do that, you guys, you give us a certain share as a sponsorship? Because honestly speaking, it's only fair. I give you customers and give me something in return. Because most of the people that are applying for sponsorship at Nedbank, Absa, Standard Bank, it's not us. Whenever we put in the application, most of the time we get rejected. And right now I'm going to also challenge you secondly to say, please, after you get off that stage, I need the direct contact numbers of the person who's responsible for sponsorship for events at Nedbank. Thank you.
You divide your sponsorship percent into each and every entity here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. How many questions? 3. So you will divide them.
I'll
Lovely.
start yes,
The last one. Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, my brother.
All right, Dumelang Sanbonan Molen Abshin. My name is Lebohan Sillo from Credo Mutua Cultural Village. From the village, I would ask a question to ask one thing now. As the Nedbank, because most of the time when we speak about funding, startup budget, we always speak about the P2Is, those who run the private companies. Do you fund or do you support the NPCs, the NPOs, things like that? Okay.
Thank you, my brother. Yes, Nedbank, the stage is yours.
Thank
Share
you.
the questions.
Mama, yes, to you. Firstly, thank you for having started the journey with us in terms of your startup. So after this, we will talk to you in terms of what are the next steps, because in a nutshell, as you've started on the startup journey, by now we should be converting you to walk this journey with you to what we call a pay-as-you-use account that will then start to look at your financials, what's the growth and all those type of things. So that's a confidential, detailed information that I'll need to tackle with you with the team. They are there. They will talk to you shortly. Thank you. And then there was a second question, the invite in terms of the musical. We will align you. I will give you my business card after here so that we align you with our department that deals with that, so that then we can be able to explore into that. But we are open for that. Thank you. And then there was the question around sponsorship. As the bank, we understand that we don't have money. The money that we have is the money from the communities. So we do have budget for sponsorship on an annual basis. And as you said, my beautiful lady, that you refer. So I'll be in touch with you to talk to us, because we partner. We look at the value that we add into whatever the sponsorship that we get involved into, like what we have participated into here. So we'll talk to you. We do acknowledge that as you said, it's a lead to all those people that then will make a decision to open an account with Nedbank. So we are open for that discussion, and I'm glad that we can talk to you this afternoon. Right, I think I've covered everything.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we do. NPOs. So NPOs, it's part of under small business, the types of accounts that we deal with. We advise you as well, because we have also detected that there'll be people that are taken for a run. You come running, or some institutions from wherever, from abroad or through scams, they will come and say to you, go and open an NPO account, then we'll fund you. So this very same journey that I said specifically for small business, we will advise you in terms of that. As to, are you looking at something that is tangible, or are you looking at a fraud? So we do talk to you, we do advise you, we do then tell you, as well as assist you to interact with those people, if it's Red Cross from abroad or whatever. I'm making an example, that there are certain things in terms of contracts that you need to safeguard yourself, because we find that our poor people, because there are no jobs and they see an opportunity, somebody saying they're gonna fund them, they give their information into that, then these people are fly by nights and they disappear. And then you've given your details, you've opened an account, it starts charging, and you are now starting to say, I'm waiting for the money will come. So it's many things that we will undertake with you and take you through assessing if you are dealing with the real thing or what, and then you can open that NPO account.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give Nedbank a very big round of applause and congratulations. You can go back to your seat. NEF, if they are present. Thank you, my brother. NEF, National Empowerment Fund representative in the office. You are 3 or 4 or 5?
Just 2.
Just 2. Who start first?
She's going to help me field questions.
Okay, please, the stage is yours. Mic, please.
1, 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sanbonani, how? Dumelang, Ntlikani. Igama lami uLindiwe Shkwambana. I am a product of this community. I am a product of Soweto, ngakhulela eDobsonville. I stand before you this afternoon. I greet business leaders, political leaders, heads of industry, and you colleagues that have brought us here together, South African Soweto Tourism. I greet you all. I stand here as a representative of the National Empowerment Fund. I am an investment associate with the Rural, Township and Community Development Fund RTCDF. So in the interest of time, I know we've all been here, it's been a long day. I just want to highlight what the NEF does and what we can do to assist small businesses. Essentially, the NEF is a government agency that is formed by the Constitution back in 1998. We are an agency with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition under the Ministry of Pakistan now. We have offices throughout South Africa, with our head office being here in Gauteng. Our offices are on Rivonia Road in Morningside. And we assist SMEs from a startup stage right up to expansion phases. I'll detail these in my presentation. You can go to the next slide. The next one, please. As I've mentioned, the mandate for the NEF is simple. It's to empower black businesses, to empower women, to empower youth. We offer financial and non-financial support. Please go to the next slide. I think you can jump 2 slides. Next slide, please. That's the one. So unpacking the mandate of the NEF, we offer financial and non-financial support. Financial support, which is what everybody is interested in, and I'll talk a bit more about it. Our non-financial support is also with regards to the structuring of a business plan. We've got what is called a pre-investment unit that assists businesses in compiling these business plans, making sure that the pack you submit to the NEF is what we call investment ready. We have an investment mandate from 250,000 to 75 million. And then we also do offer mentorship support, as well as partnering up with you in the early stages of your business plan. Next slide, please, as I go into the financial support that we do offer. Next slide, please. Next one. I've covered our mandate. We invest in businesses from 250,000 up to 75 million in our various funds. Next slide, please. Where we have the next one. Internally, we have 4 funds. One being Imbewu. Imbewu focuses on SMEs, providing entrepreneurship, procurement, and franchise finance from a threshold of 250,000 up to 15 million. Sorry, next slide, please. Yes, this is the one. Like I mentioned, Imbewu focuses on entrepreneurship, procurement, and franchise financing, 250,000 to what has been increased now to 15 million. The fund that I am from, Rural and Township and Community Development, with the development of new ventures, acquisition, expansions, and greenfields projects. These are businesses in manufacturing, agriculture, agro-processing that we finance from 1 million to 50 million. We've got Umnoto Fund that does new venture capital, project finance, expansion, capital markets, liquidity and warehousing. Their threshold is 2 million to 75 million. And then we have what is called our S&P Fund, strategic projects, where they do early stage investment in industrial and manufacturing transactions, up to 75 million rand. So the businesses that we do finance are across the board. We're not industry specific. We do finance manufacturing. If you can go to the next slide, please, where you will see we've got investments in tourism, transportation, retail, property. We do partner up with the Department of Tourism. I was glad to see Dr. Hlela here. He sits on one of our committees where the Department of Tourism has granted us funding to finance tourism projects, where we do offer grant funding of up to 5 million rand. So to explain the tourism fund in its entirety, if we're looking at a transaction, let's say the hotel is worth 10 million rand, you can qualify for grant funding of 5 million. The rest will be financed by the NEF through a debt product over a specified time period. The benefit of the NEF is that we are a government agency. We are mandated to empower Black people. And with this, we do give preferential rates. I understand our banking partners have spoken a lot about their product offerings. And what makes us different is the rates that we offer. Like I mentioned, we do have preferential rates for tourism projects. We've got preferential rates for manufacturing currently. We are also outrolling agro-processing projects. So there's many programs within the organization that you can apply for. Once again, this can all be discussed with you with our pre-investment team or one of my colleagues here today. The remainder of the slides is just to show you that we are within the community. We have partnered with, this one is a primary agriculture business. This is a 100% woman-owned business that we financed in KZN, creating 50 jobs within the Maphumulo region. Maphumulo is close to Estenga, if those are not familiar. You can go through to the next slide. This is a project we've outrolled in the Limpopo region, partnering with Hosiami Fresh Produce. If you're familiar with the Limpopo area, Polokwane has a big fresh produce market. This is done by Hosiami. So in the previous slide, we mentioned that we funded a primary agriculture. Now this is a packaging facility. They offer market to primary subsistence farmers. So we are in the business of plugging the value chain, ensuring that the value chain, the complete value chain, is transformed and that there are Black businesses within every value chain, whether it be agriculture, whether it be tourism. We are a big game player in that. Next slide, please. This is a tourism business that we recently funded out in Mpumalanga. We don't only finance hotels within the tourism space, we do finance like this one. These are safari and shuttle services. So I know we saw a couple of tour operators that we'll be getting in touch with to offer products like this. I think the next few slides are also just examples. We do financing for filling stations, like I mentioned, also franchises, just as evidence that we are in the Soweto community. Wonalo Chicken Licken Law. Wonalo Chicken Licken was financed by the NEF. That deal was actually structured by my colleague Muketwa. So that is it from our side. For what we consider a complete application, we are governed by rules and regulations. Unfortunately, we can't run away from compliance issues. So we do require that you submit to us a business plan. If it is an existing business, your past financials. If it is a new business, your projections. Expansion businesses, we also require, projections to be supplied to us. And all these are submitted to us and are evaluated by what is called our pre-investment team, who will then hand it over to an investment associate who will be in contact with you personally to collect any other outstanding documents. Our website is also live. You can contact us, and all the checklists for the various industries are on our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a seat. Well done. Question time. What about Sarah Mashele? Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. 4 at least. Wise number. There you are, in that order.
It's not on. Oh, now it's on. Wow, thank you so much for the presentation. Yes, my name is Juliet Miabo. I work with SMMEs. We lobby, we advocate, and we facilitate access to funding and information. So this helps. But I know that, and we've had engagements with yourselves, NEF, and other FDIs. Yeah, Nina Nonkin Bani, you know, you're all sitting there with our monies. But there are bottlenecks to why you cannot or you are not able to fund SMMEs. And we appreciate the fact that you are showing us examples where you've been able to fund certain individuals. But what we find, Uguti, there's always that one SMME, face cream. We all talk about her. Yeah, there's always that one SMME that you, Portia M. So there's always a Portia M, there's always that lady from, what's the KZN? But you never tell us, Uguti, what bottlenecks do you come across that make it difficult for you to have more Portia M's, you see? Because as much as we appreciate good stories, the SMMEs that are sitting here and others that we are sharing the recording with, they need to know what is it that they need to do. So please help us, and it doesn't have to be long, so that we leave here with learnings rather than just appreciation of other people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one, you got the question right, ne?
Good day. My name is Seppo. I just want to ask you about your pre-investment interventions. I don't know. Is it better now? Okay. I've been to the NEF, and I was told that you can't do anything with a pre-investment intervention until an application is put through. So I just wanted clarity on that. Do I need to put through any complete application to be assisted with pre-investment, or do I need to come in and have somebody assist me prior to putting in an application?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good question. The next one.
Hello, MEF representative. I think my question goes for all these other funders, actually. I find, because my business is a service business, I do interior design. So I find with you guys, you always fund manufacturers more than service providers. Can you maybe look into changing that? Because it's a challenge for us as service providers. Thank you.
What do you do, my brother, if you may ask?
Interior design and decor.
Okay, lovely. The next one, the fourth one. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. My question is similar to Eyara Mama. I want to know about the non-financial empowerment. So since you've given like the range of your funding to say from 250,000 to 75 million, how do you empower businesses with non-financial services? For instance, you can give us the range of saying we can mentor you for 3 months. We can do this for so many sessions. We do this non-financial services if you do offer to businesses. Thank you.
I think the last one at the back, you captured them, my dear sisters. Yes, over to you, my brother.
Thank you, sir.
Afternoon. The question was, my name is Lerato. I represent Handworks Industries, which translate to having Africans nurturing development as we all explore industries.
Lerato, you can ask my brother.
There's a problem with the mic.
Okay, let's swap the
Okay.
mics. You can come close. We'll exchange. Can you borrow him this one?
Hola? Hola?
Oh, we can hear you now, Lerato.
Is it audible now? Yes,
It's
yes,
audible.
yes.
Yeah, go.
The question was because Handworks, its main function is to function as a township industrialization ecosystem. So we want to build manufacturing sites and points whereby we can be able to house more than 50 SMMEs that can access those resources in order for the same manufacturers to grow from. So do you guys help and fund initiatives like us whereby we're trying to turn the township and turn it into an industrialized sites? Thank you.
Lovely, my brother. My beautiful sisters, over to you. Take the stage.
Thank you for the questions. I'll start with the first one. With regards to the bottlenecks and what problems we experience as the NEF with regards to applications. The biggest challenge as a funder, as a DFI, is what we call incomplete applications. When we say incomplete applications, you'll find an SME has supplied a one-pager business plan stating, I am Lindiwe, I produce soap, I need money for a machine. There's no detail in when the business was started, what kind of soap you're producing, who your target market is, who are you currently selling to, who do you project to be selling to, the equipment that you are looking for. What kind of equipment is it? Is it imported? Is it imported? Are they agents locally to service that imported machine? We are very pro SA manufacturing. If you can get it in SA, we'd prefer that. But we understand textile industries, their machinery is majority imported. We need to understand, we need to get quotes for those machines saying, my name is Lindiwe, I need machines to produce this shape of a soap. It does this. The benefits of this soap is that it will make your skin glow. I need equipment that is going to assist me to manufacture 20 bars of soap a minute, including wrapping. These are my clienteles. That is what we consider a complete application. An application that is supported by quotes, supported by your financials. Like I mentioned, if it is an existing business, we require your past 3 years, if it is possible, or as far back as you can for those financials. We then require projections. These projections that you supply us in your business plans need to be justifiable by the assumptions. So when I'm Lindiwe Soap, I'm saying I'm going to be making 2 million rand in the next year. My market is Sipo. He has signed up, he has given me an offtake agreement. He has contracted to buying 1 million rand worth of soap. You understand where we're going with this? So build the application with supporting documents. Another issue that we do face with SMEs is that when we contact SMEs requesting further information, like I did mention, we are governed by rules and regulations, we do need to check compliance. So when an investment officer does get into contact with you, it's not because we're trying to kick the can down the road when we're requesting additional information. It is in the aid of the business so that we can complete the information. Another issue that we do find with entrepreneurs, another one is compliance. Compliance is very important, ladies and gentlemen. There is unfortunately no two ways about it. If you are in the restauranting business, you need food acceptability certificates. I cannot fund a business without it. We need your water use licenses. You need your property zoning. Unfortunately, we can't get around compliance issues. We are capable. Our pre-investment unit can be in contact. Sorry, Mama, I forgot your name. We can be in touch with you and set up a session where our pre-investment team will come out and do investor education, is what we call it, where we assist you in what is a complete application and go through all these processes, and where you can ask more detailed questions in that session. So we'll give our contact details to you, and then we can set up those sessions for you. Uputi ubebuza nge pre-investment processes. Oh yes, Uputi ubebuza nge pre-investment processes. Whether you have to supply, you have to give us an application first before they can assist you. The unit is set up to assist you in packaging that application to us. We understand that the SMEs that we do serve, information is not always readily available. They are set up there to assist you in packaging the application so that it is investment ready. We will give the feedback that we've gotten here today, stating that the experience you've had prior, stating that you weren't being assisted because you hadn't had an application in the process. Their unit is there to provide that assistance with the packaging and the setting up of business plans, assisting you draw up the business plan. I know on our website we do have an entrepreneur portal that guides you on how to prepare a business plan, and we take it as a noting and a learning that maybe we need to enhance on that offering. Uputi also, along with the pre-investment units, so we do offer that non-financial support, like I mentioned, the application building. We've got mentorship services. We don't have a prescribed mentorship that we're going to offer mentorship for 3 months. They are entrepreneurial classes that the NEF does offer that will teach you how to manage a business, how to read financials, because a lot of entrepreneurs, you have accountants doing your financials. You need to understand when the accountant is saying current liabilities, what are we talking about? When we're looking at inventory, how do we measure inventory? So those are classes that are offered by our pre-investment unit. Once again, we will take back the feedback that they need to do a little bit better in promoting these services that we do offer. I'll hand over to my colleague, Ms. Muketwa Marumo, to address the service providers question.
IDC, thank you. It's IDC. I was saying before I can allow the colleague to respond on the third or the fourth question, should I give an opportunity to IDC to come and present so that jointly we work as a team? No. We have enough. Oh, you want to respond as he's coming up? Oh, please do.
All right.
Oh, I want that.
you can come through.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. You have your seat. Come.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Tato, doesn't look good. I'm drinking cold drink. My colleagues are not drinking anything. Can you just give them cold drink and class?
All right, thank you to the program director. So my name is Muketwa Marumo. I am an investment associate with the National Empowerment Fund. The IDC is our sister company. They're a little bit higher in the rankings. So I think I'm just gonna touch on the remaining questions. The first one was regarding manufacturing. I think the question was around, does the NEF prefer manufacturing more than service providers? Yes. So the answer is no. So we do fund across the board in terms of our financial capacity, right? It's just that one would say fortunate that we do have many manufacturing businesses that we finance. So we do have, we finance myself, accounting services, we finance restaurants, another service, for example, she mentioned the chicken lick and across, right? So we do have services companies that we finance. It's just that fortunate, one would say, because with manufacturing, it does increase on the economic participation. Right, first, job creation, there's more job creation, access to relationships with other DFIs and stuff like that. But to answer your question, no, we do finance service providers, and we assess the application similar to any other industry that we fund, that we finance. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay, not a problem. The other one was regarding Township. There's a gentleman who asked if we finance Township or we can help with funding the initiatives. So yes, we do. Like the gentleman was saying that we focus mainly, one would say, on manufacturing services. Yes, so we can assist you with financing a manufacturing hub or an initiative that you want to open up. You can have access to our pre-investment or myself after the Q&As, and then we can work around how you can access more information regarding starting your application with the National Empowerment Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a very big round of applause. Thank you, ladies from National Empowerment Fund. You may be seated. Then this time I'm handing over to our IDC CEO. I'm giving you a promotion. Thank you very much.
Aspiring.
It's all yours.
Aspiring CEO.
Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Malabana Mogoba is my name, from Industrial Development Corporation, IDC in short. We are the agency of the government. As the NEF, we report to the Minister of Trade and Industry. So we've got the different mandate from what other agencies are doing. We are into value addition business. We are not into retail, we are not into construction. We are into the value addition business, manufacturing at most. However, there are some certain industry that we support, like your tourism. This is mainly because of our policies, like the new growth path and the industrial policy action plan, because they create a lot of jobs. So in my presentation, I'm going to share with you the sectors that we concentrate on, and then how we fund as well. Again. So, like I said, we are the largest development finance institution in South Africa. We build industry capacity. We focus on priority sectors that we are not doing everything. You'll see in the next slide as to which sectors we support. We proactively identify new sectors. Currently, there is issue of just transition and hydrogen economy. So that's how we are moving into those sectors. Next slide, please. So we were established in the 1940. One of our deal in those years was Omarask, and today is still in the market. We are fully owned by the government, and then our assets are, as to this financial year, is about 156 billion, and then last year we disbursed about 15 billion. And then we've got about 866 employees around the country. And then we do have regional offices in each and every province. Next slide, please. We provide funding for the following reasons. To maximize developmental goals of the IDC, enhance growth, industrial capacity and capabilities of South Africa, and boost economic growth, and boost industrial development. That's what we are doing. Who do we fund? Entrepreneurs, those who are in the greenfield project and the brownfield as well, expansions. And then how do we fund? How does our model works? We fund through disinvestment of major investments. We are not dependent on the government on year-by-year basis. There are internal profits and then the borrowings from internal and international market as well. Next slide. So the sectors that we do support are the agro-processing and agriculture, automotive and transport equipment, chemical, medical, and industrial products, mining and metals, media, machinery equipment, textile and woodwork products, tourism services, infrastructure and energy. Next slide, please. Within the IDC, this was the topical issue of the day. We talk about partnerships. We syndicate a lot of funds from different government departments so that we de-risk the loan that we give to our clients. And some of them, our guys from our National Tourism Department spoke about. As we can see that we are supporting the township economy in partnership with the Gauteng government. Next slide. In addition, we do have social enterprise funds. I'll talk more about that, and special intervention funds. Next slide. So within the IDC, we do have township economy strategy. And it doesn't mean that we were not funding enterprises in the townships. This is just to reinforce what is happening through the years, so that we develop the social improvement of our people and stimulate economic activities and job creations, and facilitate viable and sustainable enterprise development and improve the living environment. So, as we know that our townships were the reservoir of labor, so we need strategies to deal with townships, enterprises. So as IDC, we understand that economically marginalized people and places will stay poor unless they are connected to the larger economy. So our division deal with those who are the marginalized and then plug them into the mainstream of the economy. However, within my team here, I have those who are from the SMMEs space, who are funding in those sectors from 1 million to about 20 million rand project. But other projects goes as far as billion rand. In terms of the funding methodology of the township, we appoint what we call strategic implementing partners. So as we know that we don't have capacity within the IDC, then we appoint those strategic implementing partner. We disperse money to them, and then they give money to SMME as they know their environment. For example, we facilitated the partnership fund with the provincial government to the tune of 400 million, and it was managed by IDC. There was a crisis funding and building resilience in the wake of disaster emergency. So in the past, this has included supporting township enterprises affected by the floods and unrest. I hope you still remember those one, about 2 years back. And then 200 million was spent in supporting those townships. And currently we are dealing with SMMEs that are affected by the issues of load shedding. Next slide. We are partnering with the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. Unfortunately, they are not here today. They were supposed to give more information into this fund. The funds invested by the TEF has leveraged additional 270 million to SMMEs to the tune of 637 million. And then the number of SMMEs that were approved total over 2,000. Approval of black owned business total 566 million. In numbers, 1,892 SMMEs in the township. Those which are women-owned in this fund, and there were about 400, we supported them with about 245 million. And then the youth, 139 million. And then the number in those sector, there was 775 SMMEs. And then the job opportunities created was 9,000. And then the sectors were about 50 different sectors in Gauteng only. Next slide, please. The Township Energy Resilience Fund, there was call for 31 strategic implementing partners, of which we approved the 200 million rands as from August last year. And this year, 105 million has been disbursed to these strategic implementing partners. And then about 42.5 million had reached 44 beneficiaries. This is a national program in those townships around the country. And as of today, 2,180 jobs had been supported, and then 417 jobs were created through the technical partner who were installing those systems. So you can see that we were mainly targeting the marginalized groups like youth and women. Next slide, please. Our finding into the township was that, as you know, that the townships were not created to produce anything. There was a lack of infrastructure to accommodate large-scale project or transaction. The existing industrial parks that were spoken about are mainly dysfunctional. Townships and rural areas have a low LSMs, of which taking a big project there is not conducive enough. And then there is a lack of incentives from the agencies to invest in the townships. Next slide, please. Amongst the opportunities that we have identified as the IDC is to pursue the future in respect of promoting investment in and development of the township and rural economy, which include through intermediaries, like I said, funding micro and micro enterprises in all sectors of the economy, linking with industrial parks, special economic zones through initiatives like SMME Connect, taking advantage of acts. I think they were spoken about the Procurement Act. In Gauteng alone, about, I think, 60% of the procurement is needed from the township, and then you need to be prepared for that. Again, scaling and replicating of existing successful investment and initiatives. That's what we would like to do by providing concessionary funding for medium enterprises in IDC priority industries that wish to locate in those areas. Again, we finance the social and solidarity economy enterprises as a catalyst. So we consider the aggregation opportunities in various supply chain, mainly in agriculture, but this can be done in any industry. Next slide, please. Yes, if I dwell more into social and solidarity economy, what are we intending to do with this program? We intend to achieve greater impacts with regard to broad-based economic empowerment, youth empowerment, women empowerment, regional and spatial equity, like we are here today, township economy, localization, community and worker empowerment. We do this through the community and workers' trust, and then the environmental impact. Like I said in the beginning, is to how to bring the marginalized into the mainstream of the economy. Next slide, please. We are using 2 funds. Next slide. Another one. Within the social and solidarity economy, we are using 2 funds. The first one is a social enterprise fund. These are the enterprises that have a social mission. And that solve environmental problems. So what we are doing here is to achieve sustainability by enabling them to support themselves financially in innovative ways instead of relying solely on grants and donation. The second one that fund that we are using is the Special or Special Intervention Fund. It's similar in nature to the social enterprises. Mind you, all this grant funding to the tune of 5 million per project. Special Intervention Fund is, like I said, is mainly the social enterprise. However, it needs a partnership model. Next slide, please. So what is the role of the social economy funds that we are using? So we have realized that other agencies are afraid to invest in the marginalized area. That's why we try and provide this grant funding as a seed fund so that they can leverage with other funding in the future. So a lot of agencies, they were looking into this environment as a risky environment. So we are using this fund to support agencies within these townships. So the main objectives of the programs is to support innovative and effective activities that focus strategically on resolving social market failure and creating new opportunities to add social value systematically to maximize social impact and bring about positive, lasting change through promoting entrepreneurial endeavor and sustainable livelihood to address inequality, especially in rural and township areas and human rights. Next slide, please. I think this one is this. Okay. Over the past 5 years, through social and solidarity economy, we've managed to support about 40 township initiatives in this space to the value of 158 million. That created more than 2,000 jobs and impacting 22,000 beneficiaries. Next slide, please. I think those were some of the funds that the IDC is using to intervene in the township economy. And then we consider ourselves a fundamental solution to driving economic development and looking forward to working with you in growing the economy in Africa. And I thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, do we have Ufente in the house? If we have Ufente, the security are asking to go outside and remove your car. Ufente, is there Ufente here? Okay. Oh, there she is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No.
Yeah, please come this side. Firstly, I want to commend you on two things. So, if honal promotion go al is compulsory, the allocation of your resources. You have funded more women, 400 of them. That's good. It's commendable. Give them a very big round of applause. And you also assisted 775 youth. That's good. And now, in closing, you just said 40 townships is what you have been participating in to add value. And I would like you in the future to unpack your two social economic funds, your last 4 slides. Those are very critical because it is what deemed to be in a high-risk area, marginalized. So, and that's where the more population percentage of our people are staying there. So the more you educate people in that sector, I think you'll add value and make a difference. And my appeal is, go speak to your people giving you mandate that I'm appealing them that they must load people living with disability in this system. Every person living with disability, please, I want to see the numbers growing. If you don't have them next year, you start funding them.
We need
For them,
We
you
need
have them.
We need them.
Oh, you need them.
Yeah.
Anyone who knows a person living with disability, these are you all know them. Please make a list. Before they leave, they must take it. Thank you very much. Question time. Okay. Mike, Rovi Mike. One at the back. The gentleman. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You must be number 2, ne? You haven't asked anything. I apologize. From that side, Mike comes straight to table number 2. Yes. In that order. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And it is such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
To be honest, this is my first time in Soweto. I have always driven past it, but too afraid to come into Soweto. I think you all know what I'm referring to. But coming through yesterday afternoon and even today, what I realized is that we are all people getting along with our own business. And that is so important and so fundamental in everything that we do. I've had the honor of meeting quite a few people today. And the best part of today has been around how we can help each other. I've attended other business conferences, and most of the time it's, what can you do for me? It hasn't been about what can we do for each other, right? So I'm grateful to be here. I'm also grateful for Mr. Beki Twala. He introduced me to the very tall gentleman there earlier today. And I saw a figure there. You have 204 million allocated to women. I don't want your money. I want to offer you services from the business that I run, which is Rescue Management Consulting. And I want to eliminate this thing about corruption. I want to use that 244 million to actually grow the economy, make sure that behind me, the army that is there, is over 4 million South African youth that are waiting for jobs. I think we can do that. But you need to make sure that the money goes into the right hands. I'm a woman. I'm very bad with my own money. You put me in front of a shop and I'll buy everything if I've got the money. But I'm very good with other people's money and I'm very good at delivery. So I look forward to partnering with you. I don't want anything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so for me, just like a lady, I think it's good to give money out to people, but people need to showcase their services more than the money that you need and to show what they can provide. So with me also, I'm going to sell some of the services that we do. We assist as a part of the think tank box shop. We provide PowerPoint services, and I think we can do a great job with your presentation. Can look so much better than that. And then secondly, you spoke about your crisis funding and assisting businesses with load shedding. And I think a lot of businesses here would be directly affected by that. And in terms of the crisis funding as well, what processes can businesses follow to access this crisis funding? And also during COVID, what have you done? Because I'm sure all companies here were affected and are still affected by the effects of COVID. So what are you doing as the IDC to assist businesses that have shut down, that are struggling, that need your services and money to come back up again? Thank you.
The left, yeah, go closer. There is a gentleman and a lady there. Then from there we'll come this side. Yeah, I think let's finish with the 4 and then the 3, it will be the second round. Is that fine? Good. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, so the question that I have, it's based on manufacturing, right? And it's an honor to see you again as the CEO of IDC, because I remember we once invited you go Palm Springs as part of Kasi Business Network. Thank you so much. Anyways, I've seen more Soweto. There's a whole lot of companies or manufacturing companies that were manufacturing things back then. As IDC, are you working on making sure that you go into Sevi, the Soweto Township, and making sure before we take things to central, because everything is now centralized, right? How then do we bring back the manufacturing in Soweto per se, so that we can bring more opportunities to our very own youth? Because as a youth, I'm very much concerned about the skills that we have, and we can't even do like fixing a phone, you know. So thank you so much.
Sanbonan Futhi. I've actually tried to apply for funding with the IDC in regards with the company I was talking about earlier on. So you guys requested that I do a quotation separately for the factory that I wanted to open. And the first one was unsuccessful. And I got to be lucky to speak to a guy called Utemba Gabula. He was in the GP and he happened to give me some advice on how to do the quotation, but it still failed. So, Funugwazi Guti, what does your criteria, or should I say, what does my quotation need to look like for it to be approved by you? Thank you.
All right, can you take the question? Who start first?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Onet Nene. I work with Malibane in the same unit, which is called Partnership Development Unit. Let's start with the first comment stroke question. The ITC, given the challenges that this country is facing, can't reach everyone. So what we then do within the ITC, we partner with what we call strategic implementation partners, like business partners. So now and again, I think once in 3 years, we open a window of opportunity where we call for submissions, particularly businesses that would give services to our current beneficiaries and potential beneficiaries. All right? So we call for your submissions. If you are into marketing, training, and any other intervention that you think will help the ITC to further extend its reach to potential customers and existing customers. So talk to us. We'll link you with the department within the ITC that'll tell you as to when is the next window opening. So we get into some kind of an agreement and we lock you in for about 3 years, so that if there's a challenge wherever you're at, under the sector that you're focusing on, we might call upon you to go and assist. All right? That helps a lot, because particularly with small businesses, because we've picked up that small businesses have a lot of challenges, particularly in just running businesses. All right? The marketing issue, they don't understand issues of strategy, the marketing mix, and any other related stuff. Issues of finance. Just keeping your management accounts is a challenge for businesses that we want to fund, or that we've already funded, but we've picked up that they've got challenges. In some of the submissions, what we then do, if a business has potential and we can see that it lacks in other areas, when we approve that business, then we also approve what we call business support. So we put a kitty on the side for any other thing, whether it is FICA related, compliance related, SARS related. We run with that business with the kitty as a support. So we've seen that small businesses need that. All right? So you can talk to us. We'll link you with the business department that deals with that, so that if you have the requisite skills and registrations, then you can wait for the next window. I'll tackle others. My colleagues will touch upon what I missed. The second one is, we started off in, I think it was 4 years ago when the unrest happened. You still remember? And our principals, government said, IDC, is there anything that you can do to assist? Then we put a kitty aside. I think by then it was about 200 million aside, and then we used strategic implementation partners again. We called for, please check our website. It is so user-friendly, because some of you guys miss these opportunities, because if you go national, you say, but I don't read the Sunday Times. But whatever initiative that we call upon communities, you'll find it in our website. I mean, www.itc.co.za is so easy to use. Try it and come tell me if you're struggling. So we called for strategic implementation partners. We gave them the monies, sent them to areas that were affected. So we did that so well that the second one was the floods one. You still remember the floods in KZN and the Eastern Cape? We also used the same method. Put a kitty aside, called for strategic implementation partners to do that. So you can also be a strategic implementation partner. Get your act together. You must have a company. It has to be registered. We can't just give an individual, isn't it? If you are not registered as any formation. And we're not dictating as to how you need to be registered. You can be a non-profit organization or non-profit company. You can be an NGO for that matter. You can be a PTY LTD. But get yourself ready so that when we call for strategic implementation partners, you raise your hand. All right? So currently we're running with the, as Maliban has said, the energy fund. In fact, we've got a team that is visiting Soweto today and tomorrow. Now, I know a lot of people will say, but why not me? All right, why the other guy? Life happens. But technically what we do is we use strategic implementation partners. They talk to municipalities or metros like in Gauteng and say, hey, show us as to where to go so that we can help small businesses that have been affected by the energy crisis. Okay? And what we've done is we put money aside. Those were helped in many ways with alternative energy. It might be an inverter, solar panels, a generator, or any other, so that when this load shedding hits, small businesses shouldn't be affected. Okay? So we've been getting good reviews as to our interventions, and chances are we might be repeating, particularly with the energy one, we might be repeating the same trajectory in terms of assisting. So stay clued if you want to be a strategic implementation partner. But not only that, stay clued too if you want to be what you call a beneficiary as a small business. All right? So we're doing that right now. So that is our intervention in what we call disaster funds within the ITC. And to your point, Program Director, we're going to have, in fact, we started in the Free State with initiatives like these, initiated by the ITC, to talk to people. So we were in Bloemfontein last week. I think we'll come to Gauteng. In fact, we're going to all provinces, where we begin to unpack all these funds. For now, Maliban was running through, for time purposes, running through the funds. But these two funds are very important. You should remember that these funds are grants. We don't expect any payback from you. We want you to achieve what you said you'll achieve. That is what we measure you on. All right? And we want people on the ground knowing what needs to happen, identifying these opportunities and these challenges, coming to the ITC, writing a decent business concept or a business plan, and saying, here am I can help this community. I just need your 5 million. Measure me on what I've promised you. So these two funds, we've been running with them for the past 10 years. It is your social enterprise fund and your special intervention fund. So you can apply for that fund at any given point in time. Like tonight, you can go home and apply for it. And if you apply for it, we're not dictating as to how your business plan should look like, but it should be a decent business plan. All right? And here's the email address that you have to send these to. socialeconomy@itc.co.za, period. You can send it tomorrow for all I care. All right? So we'll look at it, we'll look at your stuff, and if it makes sense, then we might begin to have a conversation with you. The other lady was talking about her business. You said you talked to Temba Kubula or something. Please talk to us after this presentation so that we can listen to you and hear as to what is it that you're doing, and maybe we can assist you in that regard. Let me leave it at that, Program Director. Thanks.
Hi, my man. If you notice what I noticed, I observed. You know the style of Nedbank, what they were doing. So now Malewana was saying, next slide. And this man, you see confidence. Is that all right? You could see that IDC fihlile. So thank you for being the giant of Africa. I'm very proud of you. So ke nako tsamaya le lena. Yeah, lena le no baka dipeke, then la di goga. Mara le apare botse, mara le apare gabotse go feta mo. Le re goga dipeke. Re bathong ka tamalebala ro bereka. Africa nyaka ba bereki ene ke ba bona shiba. Anyhow, thank you very much. This side, yeah, the mic, Rovi mic, how you come? Rovi mic, thank you.
No, I'm going to sit down for this one. Thank you. Good afternoon, IDC team. Particularly, please note that I'm noting that the team of 3 or 4 people from IDC, there's no even gender representation. Okay? But, and it's not only here in various sessions, I've picked that up, but it's a discussion for a different day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. But yeah, actually it's a discussion for today. But the question I want to raise is that the IDC is part of the Black Industrialist Program, which you're doing it in partnership with the DTIC. As TEDCOSA, which is a network of township and rural-based SMMEs, we've paid attention to the type of, not even SMMEs, businesses that you support. And as representing township-based and rural-based SMMEs, we pick up that the category of black does not always represent black African. We've checked what you support. Sorry, Chair, I'm looking at you, but I meant to look at the other gentleman. So we just want to know how deliberate is the IDC and how honest and sincere are you in actually funding black African businesses? There are issues of criteria, and we know to get funded by the IDC, you need to submit your DNA, your grandmother's DNA, your blood sample, the yellow lot. That I know. Remember, we work with entrepreneurs. And as you are here, I was hoping that when you come to Soweto, you would come with a strategy that says we have a special focus on how we focus on entrepreneurs in the township, because we know there's CIFA that has TRAP, which is more accessible. There's NEF. There are other programs that are accessible. So that when you come back next year, can you please come back with what is it that you have fixed within the IDC to make your funding or your support accessible? So it's actually a recommendation, but more than anything is a concern. And I've raised this over and over the many years. And when that lady says, how do I meet your criteria? There are many, remember the IDC is 100 years old, it's quite old. So there are certain institutional tendencies that have moved from the past, because it's the one that funded the industrialization, apartheid. And now we're moving to a new era. Have we adjusted ourselves to make sure that we're an IDC that is relevant in 2024? But you need to do the homework. We appreciate what you are supposed to be doing, but does it really answer the needs of the black industrialist? Because our industrial sites, Lokshin, have been closed down. They're not operational. They're not being used by South Africans. Because we're supposed to move from the industrial zones that are in the townships and move up to get to a point where we get funded by ourselves. But even those industrial zones, we are not able to use. So which black industrialists are you funding that are coming from the townships?
Thank you very much. Well said, Mama. The next one.
Good day, IDC. Now I'm actually conflicted because the first speaker spoke about the millions that one can apply for, and the other speaker said they can't help everyone. So that's my confliction. Just a recommendation, as I also sometimes exhibit at such events. I'm gonna pose this suggestion not to IDC and the NFL, and then also our commercial banks. Can we look at cash injections? It could be 10,000 for each and every stall that's here. Because as an exhibitor myself, it's well and good to get this publicity or exposure, but it's also not so nice to have people admiring your products and not buying. Because by show of hands, how many have bought from these people that are exhibiting today? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I hope this time I'm understood. Or should I bring my accent?
Please.
Just
You're
kidding.
audible. You're audible. That's fine.
This one is not for me, it's for my husband. He's into films. Films, TV.
Yes.
Yes. So he has a contract with NFVF, right? He's into movie. He wants his movie. He wants us to see his movie. So he first started with the first stage, which is writing the script, approved by NFVF. They did a good job for that. Now the question is, he's about to go to production, and the NFVF haven't approved it. So I need to understand that the IDC, can they fund him for production without the NFVF's approval letter? Thank you.
Thank you very much. IDC. You never spoke. All right, what's a caucus?
Are you sorry, yeah, just before you go in, I just wanted to interject. I'm a beneficiary of the IDC.
Okay. Take him some pictures too.
I was traveling the whole of last month doing your CSI project. They are all black. And I got to understand more what the IDC does, because we got to places where transport cannot get to, which IDC was helping out in those places. I think at times when we look into funding, we are looking for the biggest thing, and then we miss out on the very smallest things. So maybe this is not something to clap hands for, but I think what my good sir, what you were saying about putting yourself in order, I think maybe what would be helpful is maybe in the next one to help us, not just with the speech, to help us to put ourselves in order. Come with your paperwork, come with your business. Let's see how your things are looking. Let's see how we can put them in order. At least that deserves some hands.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. It's very good that people must come up to say, here am I, I'm successful because of, I'm the beneficiary. So well done, guys. Another promotion for you when you arrive in the office. So if the questions are a bit bumpy, you can go and do homework, we'll arrange again. Can you take them? They need 10,000. It may not be now for everybody present. And the young man over there clapping hands. Hey. Yes. So my lady here also, please, anyone can just sum up. Yeah. Remember, we are not here to find faults. We are here to build each other.
Yes.
See the question in a positive manner.
Yes.
Are we together? We're here to share skills. We're building. The question are not criticizing, put you under the train. No, they say, please, I need the bulb in this side. Change the direction. Can we go this side? Like the film industry. is a concern that we want to see entrepreneur in that area, people who own television and then production sites. So over to you.
Okay, thank you.
You can stand up.
Lady, your point is taken. The roadshow that we're doing throughout the country is specifically on those issues. And it is about honest discussions. It's not
Yeah,
like the
also-
ITC is squeaky clean. We come a long way as an organization. Internally, externally, in terms of the mandates, in terms of the politics of the country, but also in terms of the policies of the country. Sometimes we're not pulling at the same weight, and we're not taking the same direction, because sometimes issues of policy stifle the movement of an organization like the ITC, and I don't want us to go that way, but we can also introspect. Okay. Earlier on, I talked about the issue of us now talking on business support. It has been a long time coming, but we can see that in the past we would say your business plan doesn't cut it. Go talk to CEDA or someone else. All right. In the past we didn't look at anything below $1 million. Now we do. And in the past 5 years or so, ITC is now talking social economy. We never had that conversation. So it is about evolution. There are things that need to happen. All right, we're not hitting the targets when it comes to women, young people, and people with disabilities, or people differently abled. I like to be politically correct. And we don't sleep tight at night just because of those, because it's an indictment on us using taxpayers' funds. And earlier on, we had a conversation around such interactions. We would love to be part of these things long before. I mean, an ITC, and I'm not saying anything besides saying an ITC is a major player to be invited a month before a sitting. Talk to us. Maybe we can throw even money for marketing and stuff. All right? Tell us in time. Give us your program. Let us be part of the program and be open-minded, like we want to be open-minded in terms of things that need to happen. All right? Because we have a lot to contribute, and we love what we're seeing here. But we think that it needs to be done differently next time around. Because you're missing opportunities. ITC funds so many people. I'm telling you, if we fly to these numbers, South Africa's got about 60 million people. Chances are, it's just like Eyethu. Chances are you might, in your lifetime, you might not see one person that has been funded by the ITC. And I'm not joking. But we give people a lot of money. I think next time, to your point, we're going to bring more of you here. All right? So that you can tell people as to what your challenges are. Not the ITC. You should tell your counterparts as to your struggles in terms of even getting funding within the ITC. But we still have a lot to learn as an organization. But with people like you who are honest, we want to take this journey with you. So that is basically what I'll say. And we'll invite you when we come to Gauteng. We'll take it upon ourselves to invite you in time. And I guess it would then be prudent for whoever is facilitating today's function. You must probably share with us people who attended. You know, their names, their surnames, their physical addresses, the names of their businesses, so that when we do something similar, we invite the same people and more. All right? Because we have to grow together. The other one was, who made the suggestion here 10,000 per stall? Damn, you were late, man. Our boss was sitting over there earlier on. But it's a good idea. It is a good idea.
probably the program facilitator, the guy who invited us here, must give us that idea. It's not a bad idea. And from an ITC perspective, maybe we can look at our kitty and assist. That is why it is so nice to share with us. We want to see as to who these stalls belong to, their names, what is it that they do, because we do have other funds that we can link them to within the ITC. All right? So please share that with us just for the fun of it. Malibane, what was the third one?
Okay.
Thanks. In relation to the film one, I think we must just submit the application and let's not focus on the NAVF money that is not approved. Then we can take it from there. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other further question? Or, Dr. Maliban, you want to add something? You covered.
I just want to reinforce what my colleagues had said.
Okay.
Yeah, with regard to the funding of the SMMEs around here. When we come here, this was the investment conference. So it's to bring project promoters and the funders. So as the project program manager, you should actually plan in time and talk to us that within your region you have so many businesses that need this money, and they have been de-risked, they're compliant, and you know, when we come here, and then it will be a smooth sailing. Okay, I think I just want to reiterate that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tato, do you want us to leave here 11 o'clock in the evening? Tables are getting to be empty, so I want us to wrap up, if you may allow me. Yes. Gentlemen, let them take you a picture. Nice picture. We're going to work together.
No, we have to.
Whose jacket is that?
It's mine.
Oh yeah, you see, you are celebrities. Everybody wants to take picture with you.
Sisters with the big check.
Is the man in charge of the...
They've got a bigger check, but we are from the same agency.
He's not telling me. It doesn't tell me all the details.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you covered. Tato, I'm giving you the floor now. Oh, you're not done? Okay, please come back.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
No.
Say something nice. Okay.
Is the cable connected to the camera?
Technology. Bluetooth.
Oh, good. Now it's now on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Implementation partner. We've got a lot of small businesses that.
Where are you seated, guys? Let's sit here. On this table we talk.
But let's have a
Yeah.
conversation.
For now, I'm introducing the chairperson of Soweto Tourism Investment, Honorable Mr. Tato, a pioneer in the industry, well-vested, a strategic planner for that matter. So over to you, my brother, with the closing remarks and resolution.
All right. Dumelang gape. First of all, let me thank everybody that's still here. Those that are still listening, I know we are all tired. Let me also thank the sponsors for this year's Soweto Investment Conference. Starting on my right, with your Simply Biz for supporting the 50 SMEs that we are working with. Guys, I hope that you guys will enjoy the banners, the tablecloths, and also the other tools. I know that you guys will be able to be now more presentable when you are going out. It's the little that we can do. Mama 10,000 game asugala. Then I also like to thank Gauteng Tourism. I know that they are not here. The MEC had a council sitting today, so a legislative sitting today, so he couldn't attend. So we also want to thank them for their support. Coming to my left, Coca-Cola for the drinks. We thank them for supporting us for the drinks. Standard Bank for always being there. We also thank you guys. And want to also thank Mamo Holdings, for also supporting and sponsoring the event. I know they are not here anymore, but we also want to thank them. The service providers, Nape, I can say, but I'm correct, I get somewhere. Bo Soweto Chefs Academy, Bo Majosi Catering. So we want to thank you guys for the support, and everybody else. Eyethu Lifestyle Center, we want to thank you for the support, and also want to thank everyone, guys, for sitting in this conference, giving us inputs, giving us ideas. The speakers, I think I've learned a lot. Let me tell you one of my secrets, guys. I'm not that educated, but I actually utilize my networks to get the information for me to be informed. So when you have Tate Kolani in your corner, when you have your and Tate Mohali in your corner, Bosa Kumzi in your corner, you are able to learn as much as possible and as quick as possible. Colleagues, I'm just going to go wrap up quickly with some of the resolutions. If ever there are people that want to submit any resolutions that I would have missed today, we will also send out a call tomorrow to make, especially the people that are attended. So I'm going to start with resolutions from the mayor's office. They are currently developing a framework of the Kliptown resuscitation plan. Yeah, that in Senako Kliptown. So we are going to get a stakeholder call where we will be now being updated on the framework of how they're planning to make sure that the resuscitation of Kliptown is happening. And and Sarah Buffett, I'm sorry. Sarah, the sound engineering guys, the technical guys, Sarah, Tafredi, thank you so much, and your team. So in terms of the Kliptown one, we are going to get inputs from the mayor's office. Then they are willing to sponsor branded street or signs across Soweto that are promoting tourism in Soweto. So promoting Soweto tourism in all the entries of Soweto. So we will take it up with them again so that at least Soweto, more especially for the travelers, feels like, you know, they've got an organization they can go to for information and support. There's also to partner for a 3-year partnership where they'll be funding the organization for 3 years. So we just now need to package a proposal where we're going to talk about enterprise development, SMME development, destination development, and how we can actually work together as an organization with you as our stakeholders, with the city, what you want and how we can actually package it and so forth. And then also there's they are going to be sponsoring 2 tickets to training in China, Beijing, for people who will be recommended or referred by Soweto Tourism. So I know our members will be happy for that. So the membership, colleagues, is opening this month for those that are not members as yet, and those that want to renew their membership is opening this month till December for the 2025 financial calendar. So if ever you want to be a member, you know the benefits, you get the first calls, you get to interact with us. when you've got challenges, you call us. We have to stop everything and come and attend to your challenges and so forth. So those are some of the benefits, but we will be talking to other benefits and so forth. That one is opening this time, sometime this month. Then, colleagues, under investment facilitation, one of the resolutions was that we were proposed that we need to conduct a study, a number of conference facilities in Soweto and capacity, so that we are able to package Soweto as a destination for conference and meetings holding. So we are going to run this study so that we get to understand how many conference facilities are in Soweto and how can we package Soweto as a hosting destination for conferences and so forth. Like we said to the mayor, there is the G20 next year that's coming. So we want to make sure that it doesn't only end in Sandton. People must come in Soweto, they must sleep in Soweto, conference in Soweto, and all of those things. So we are open for negotiations, we are open for discussions. If ever you've got ideas, let's discuss right now, let's package ourselves right now. I don't believe in one person, I believe in shared intelligence. So everything that we are doing is just a matter of people sharing their ideas, and then we will be able to get there. Under UNESCO, there was a proposal that we need to develop a systematic research to identify possible economic development opportunities as a result of the UNESCO declaration. So this one we will therefore have to create a proposal to some of our research institutions to get to understand or to get support from them so that we can actually conduct that research, to get to understand, Uguti, what does this actually mean? What are the impacts of some spaces overseas, them being declared UNESCO World Heritage Sites? One of the other noted resolutions or a command was that we need to engage with the Soweto community on safety and cleanliness. We are going to be utilizing Josie FM as our strategic partner. As you know, we always have a platform every Friday on Josie FM where we promote local businesses. So we are going to utilize our platform with Josie FM where we now engage the community on the issue of cleanliness, making sure that we avoid illegal dumping, and we also promote a safe Soweto. And then I think, with the banks, it was clear and forward. People that want to engage with the banks, if ever you need any facilitation from us, please let us know. If ever you need any contacts, please let us know. I think there are a lot of opportunities that were there. You guys have an opportunity to explore with both banks and funding institutions. We are here to assist you. Next time, let this room be a room of billionaires, So this is the new future, guys. This is a new story. We've done our 3-year projects. Oh yeah, let me finish off with this one. The last one, IDC, we will follow up with the SME support initiatives. They said we need to meet, so I'm going to meet with the gentleman there so that I get to understand what is it that he wants and how we can actually coordinate support for the SMEs. And then, colleagues, there is this interesting opportunity, which is the Sakumzi Stokvel. There's something that we now need to start to explore, colleagues, which is group banking or group support or working together. I think we need to also explore that one. Let's explore how do we basically utilize one platform, Sisonke, to purchase property, to invest in things, whether to invest in shares, to invest in property that's in Soweto. It's a huge opportunity. I know, Uguti, in all of us here, if ever there's a property for land in Soweto that we want to develop for $1 million, I think we should be able to raise it here with the intelligence we have here. So let's explore the Sakumzi Stokvel. Let's see how we can actually collaborate with them. He's a reputable business person, and I think he brings a lot of value to the Soweto economy. With that said, colleagues, I'm going to stop there. These are just the resolutions that I've jotted down. We are going to be compiling a report from last year to this year, consolidating and also drafting a way forward in terms of where we are going with the investment conference and what we are going to be doing. With that said, this closes the 3-year project plan of the Soweto Investment Conference. So we had a 3-year plan, and we finally achieved our plan, and I'm happy that finally we had the mayor here. We've hosted the premier, we've hosted the province, now we've hosted the mayor who's responsible for this region, which is Soweto. And now we are going into an MOU with the mayor's office that will actually make sure that now we are able to move forward. So I think we have achieved our objectives for the past 3 years. We've moved from another space. We are now investing in the township. I'm happy that we are now actually empowering and making sure that money rotates in the township, and we are leading by example as Soweto Tourism. And we decided to have a one-day conference so that we could consolidate the 3 years. We don't want to do 2 days and so forth. So the second day, tomorrow, it's basically a tour. The tour, there is a fee, but the sponsors, because they've sponsored, they will also form part of the tour. We'd really appreciate that they form part. It's actually more of a familiarization tour and a technical tour to say, colleagues, this is the opportunity that we're speaking about in terms of the UNESCO sites. But if ever you want to join us, please do get in touch with the office, Mpumi, on our number. I think everybody has our number or somewhere. Yeah. Contact the office, or Kosi is somewhere here. You can also coordinate with her. She will give you more information in terms of how you can actually participate in tomorrow's tour. With that said, colleagues, I would like to give you a round of applause and thank you for attending the 3rd Soweto Investment Conference. It's growth, it's a new way of life, it's a new tourism. The future is bright. I know we've got very intelligent people in the room, and I'm happy to see them all combined in here, giving inputs, giving strategy, and also adding value. So with that said, I want to close today's conference and call the last 3 years a success. Siyabonga kakhulu for always supporting this initiative. Soon, Nati, we're going to make history. Soon, you're going to say you attended this conference, and this conference one day is going to be a conference that says we've changed the country, we've influenced the country in a very positive way, and then we've changed the lives of our people. And our forefathers, Nati Masingene Avalon, was but we also took the baton to the next level. So with that said, my name is Tato Mutopeng. I'd like to officially close the Soweto Investment Conference. Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Tato, thank you very much. Ke tlo kgopela so in closing, Nedbank come on the stage for group photo, followed by Standard Bank, and followed by all other business people present here. Then after that, everybody who spoke, Ntadonya go tsamaya, le ske la sepela re nyaka group photo, le lena ba IDC Liam. Then after that, there was a family photo come gagarin, so that on the magazine you see yourself. Rtomaga Nedbank. Where are the photographers?